I loaded my Colt M4 carbine assault rifle as I studied the mansion nestled in the Georgia hills. After a year of digging for information, Frank Hudson was about to be arrested. My skin prickled as my team moved into position. I frowned and adjusted the rifle by the strap across the back of my FBI wine jacket so I had my hands free. My cell phone buzzed in my jeans back pocket. I checked it fast, surprised to see my brother's number. I turned off the ringer, deciding to call Peter once the mission ended. It had to be important for the heir apparent of the House of Morgan to call the spare son. I swallowed and shook my head. Normal families didn't call themselves a dynasty or the house of anything. With my gaze narrowed, I focused on my job, to arrest my father's associate. Frank was dirty, and he might know more information about my father, Mitch. Every arrest brought me one step closer to the evidence I needed against the man who'd raised me. I tipped my chin and nodded at the four men set to break through the door. My primary team and the local police burst into the house. I stayed back, gun ready, in case an associate of Frank's ran outside. Agent Wolfson shouted, "FBI, freeze!" I gestured for more men to enter the house. No shots were fired, just as the surveillance read. Frank Hudson had been home with his wife, Beatrice, and his two adult daughters, Serena and Serenity, who were all used to the best in life and funded through money laundering. Women's screams rang in the air as the last of the law enforcement filled the house. I tugged my baseball cap over my sandy blonde hair and went inside with the third wave to ensure that Frank was in handcuffs. I lowered my head so Frank might not notice who'd brought him to justice as I rushed in the door. I'd prefer to let the guys who didn't personally know Frank handle the arrest. My moment would come later during the interrogation at the station as I let my 6'2" frame intimidate from the door. I'd wasted too much time already. Mitch Morgan had killed my own daughter, my sister, and I would prove it. Frank's arrest would help Victoria rest in peace, despite what Mitch had done to her. I clenched my jaw. Unlike Mitch, it had been easy to learn about Frank, his habits, his quirks, his schedule. My shoulders were tight as I turned into the living room. Two team members stood over the older gentleman kneeling on the floor, hands cuffed behind his back with tears in his brown eyes. He cried out to the other agents, "My lawyer will hear of this." I scowled and shook my head. Frank was done, bringing me 1 inch closer to learning how deep the House of Morgan had buried itself. I'd spent a year on this case on my mission to bring down all of my father's connections. It was airtight. Frank Hudson's charity had laundered money to thicken his wallet. The older man gazed into my eyes. "John Morgan, is that you? So much for waiting." My spine straightened as I towered over the prisoner. Being the second son in the House of Morgan, who looked like Mitch, meant I'd always be recognized. I took off my cap and stilled. "Yeah, Frank, it's me. Why would you do this to me?" I wouldn't give Frank any clues on this investigation for his lawyers to use. My body tensed as I slammed my fist on the coffee table. "Why did you break the law?" The old man pleaded in a warbling voice. "John Morgan, I'm friends with your father. That should mean something." He said it as though he expected leniency for me to look the other way. He imagined my father twisting his ring as he waited for someone like Frank to bow to his hand. The House of Morgan owned everyone and everything. My father taught me to never let emotions interfere with business. I chose to ignore how the women all sat in the dining room and focused on my target. I shrugged. "Who isn't a friend with dear old Dad?" "I'll speak to Mitch right after I speak to my attorney." My mouth curled into a sneer. Perfect. My old man should know I was one step closer to uncovering his crimes. Then I turned on my heel. My footsteps echoed on the polished mahogany floors as I stepped out of the house and into the shadows of the trees outside. I'd interrogate Frank later. I went to my car and started it up, driving to the local headquarters to report that Frank Hudson was in custody. My brother's face played in my memory as I made the second turn onto I-285. What had Peter wanted? We hadn't spoken in years. My phone vibrated in my back pocket. I reached behind me and stared at Peter's name again as I placed it on the console. A coldness inched up my spine. Truthfully, I had no words to say right now. Peter was my father's right-hand man and could be guilty. He could also not be. I clenched the phone. If I didn't answer, I'd spend forever analyzing what Peter might have to say. "Hello, John." Peter's voice struck at some deep memories I'd rather avoid. The back of my neck pinched. Peter had chosen Mitch's life. I shouldn't have answered. "Peter, I'm busy. Whatever you're doing can wait." Once again, Peter Morgan thought he could order me around. My left eye twitched. My older brother's forceful answer burned like acid through me. No one told me what to do. I sighed. No, my life can't wait. Dad's dead. I stepped on the gas and my car took off at high speed. He's what? I took my foot off the accelerator and pressed my lips together. At least no other car was near me on the freeway. My heart raced as Peter spoke with crisp syllables. "Dad is dead." Adrenaline shot through me, electrifying my body. I steadied the wheel. I don't care. I don't either. No? Peter expected to be next in line and to inherit the entire house of Morgan. Then, just as fast as a storm of emotions set off inside me, my body temperature cooled. Peter was too much like our father. I didn't trust him. I'd keep my words and sentences short. So, why are you calling me? You should be at the funeral. I rolled my eyes as I turned off of the 285. Why? So you can pretend we have a family? Victoria would want us to be together. My breathing hitched at the sucker punch. Our dead baby sister deserved better than her name in the mud, though I didn't need to say so. I did anyway. Vicky's dead. I don't know how that happened, and I rubbed my forehead. Peter had to stop this conversation now. No words could change any of the past. No, you do too. Dad did something to her. It's his fault. I don't know anything other than my sister died while I was away in grad school. Yes, you're my only brother. What did our shared DNA have to do with the question? My entire body stiffened. I needed to know the truth. Peter, did you help Dad kill Vicky? No, and if you have proof Dad did, then share. I hesitated. There had never been any proof, just unanswered questions that were buried with a closed casket. Our father's death changed everything. I'm working on it. Then you're too late. We're all that's left of the House of Morgan. I let out a sigh. Peter was right, as I'd never learned the truth now. Then I swallowed back my bitterness. You'll go straight to hell if you covered for Dad. I'm not involved. I loved her too. Peter had been silent, distant, and even during childhood, always with our father, except when he took the heat for whatever Vicky or I had done. I lifted my chin, threw my baseball cap into the back seat, and turned my car into headquarters' parking lot. What's the point of coming to the funeral? Dad and I had nothing to say to each other. You're not disinherited despite how you intended to arrest him. Dad didn't care and even hoped you'd forgive him. I parked the car, resisting the urge to check my hair in the rearview mirror. All that mattered right now was booking Frank Hudson. I shook my head. I'd never forgive, and Peter should never have either. And how could you? I never said I did. I never said anything. Silence drove me away from trusting my older brother. I stepped out of the car, my every cell crawling with sweat. The humid air in Atlanta lacked the cool breezes coming off the ocean. Peter, come back to Miami. There's nothing holding you there. Now that Dad's dead, you can stop arresting all of his low-life associates who will never darken our doors again. You knew? Yeah. Dad knew too. And there was nothing any of us could do to bring Vicky back. And come home. I hung up and took the elevator to my office and picked up my report, then went to stand outside a conference room that overlooked Atlanta. Peter's call changed everything. My throat was parched. A part of me had failed. I'd never see Mitch Morgan in handcuffs. My boss, Special Agent Smith, waved me in. This was it. My mind was in a daze. My skin felt clammy. I was supposed to give my report on white-collar crime statistics and an oral report on what happened at the Hudson estate. My father's old friend had been taken down in this investigation, but no one had ever uncovered any evidence on Mitch Morgan. Now, I'd never find it. Dad was dead. I rubbed my forehead. Then I slid the report across the table. I can't do this right now. What's the matter, Morgan? My boss clasped his hands together. I swallowed and gazed into the older man's brown eyes. Special Agent Smith already hated me. I bet that my boss knew and expected the spoiled heir to return to my life of privilege. Pressing my lips together, I said, "My father is dead." Smith's nose curled, and his tone was the same he used when interrogating someone. Your father owns more than half the corporate businesses in this country, and much of that came from illegal activities. We've never found evidence. Smith pressed his hands on his desk. He needs to pay for his crimes. You can't prosecute a dead man. I placed my hands in my pockets as I quoted the law, and perspiration trickled down my spine. I have to go. In his dark suit, Special Agent Smith stood and then crossed his arms. Don't bother coming back. Now that Mitch Morgan was dead, Peter was the heir, but I would likely inherit billions of stolen dollars. The House of Morgan was richer than 99.9% of the world's population, with stock in oil production, electricity, computer intellectual property, banking, and every other investment 100 years of savvy ancestors had made. I turned around at the door. Smith wasn't worth my time. I shrugged. Does this mean I'm fired? It would if I had anything on you. My boss glared at me as his face reddened. You're useless to me now. My shoulders tightened. The FBI had been my purpose for years. I didn't know what to say. I held my jaw tight. Smith had never liked me on his team, but who understood Mitch Morgan better than his own son? And we both knew where we stood. Despite the animosity, I couldn't be fired, not by Smith, not without cause, and there was none, and I left. I'd be better off finding out about Frank's interrogation. No one said anything to me on my way to the elevator. As I waited to leave the building, I texted Peter. "I'm coming home. I'll text my arrival time when I get to the airport." Peter texted right back, "Take the private jet." I shook my head. I walked into the elevator, hit the button for the first floor, and let my mind wander. I remembered my sister's tears the month before she died. I vowed to never let something like that happen to anyone else I loved. The House of Morgan, which was how we were raised to say family, changed with her death. Despite being the spitting image of my dad, I would never be like him, though I'd go to his funeral. It was a farce I needed to experience for myself. As the elevator doors opened, I took one final look around the FBI headquarters in Atlanta. The pristine white building once commanded me to believe in justice at all costs. I coughed and realized I no longer believed that. I wasn't sure of my own purpose anymore, but Peter was right on one thing. I had nothing left at the FBI. I put on my sunglasses to block the blinding sun and hurried out the door. Today I'd go home, then I'd figure out what I was supposed to do next. Vengeance left me empty and unfulfilled. "You can't just ignore Mitch Morgan and his heirs and hope they don't come after me," I explained to my mother as I stepped around the kitchen boxes and back into our old dining room. "The House of Morgan owns everything, and our fruits are just part of their corporate machine. That's not fair." Ellie, my mother, only came up to my shoulder, but she had the personality of a giant. She stopped packing her china in boxes, glared at me, and then crossed her arms. "Your father and I operate an independent farm, and we choose who buys our products." I pushed my short blondish bob behind my ears and counted to 5 so I wouldn't yell. "And you and Dad chose to make money and sell everything with the Morgan's corporate chains. We even bank at the bank they are the majority shareholders of." I dropped the hand I had on my hip and brushed it down my black dress. "With Dad on the mend from his heart attack, I'll go to Mitch Morgan's funeral and pay our family respects in his place. You've done your hair and gussied up, which I don't understand. You shouldn't bother looking pretty for those boys. In fact, you shouldn't go at all." Ellie shook her head like her decrees mattered. Done issuing her dramatic over-the-top orders, she reached down to seal the box with tape. "That family is nothing but trouble." I inhaled as fire caught in my blood. "Mom, the wake and funeral will be on television. The President of the United States will be there. I can't go looking like a farmer." "You should." My mother dropped the tape onto the dining room chair already wrapped for delivery. The plastic cartridge bounced. Ellie pressed her hand against my cheek. I expected a goodbye, but my mother said instead, "Be sure to kick over the casket and light a match to ensure Mitch Morgan's body burns in hell." I stepped back. "You're being unreasonable. We hardly spoke to Mitch Morgan, and his contract with our farm has been very lucrative. Your father had no choice but to sign." My mother crossed her arms again. I shook my head. No one forced Dad. He made a choice that made us all money." My mother pursed her lips. "He should have listened to me and never signed." I rolled my eyes. "He did what he thought was right for us. You and Colton need to be smarter. I know your brother would agree with me that those contracts should die just like Mitch did." Why was she bringing Colt into this? He understood that we never saw the Morgans anyhow, but the contract with them ensured we had a buyer for all our produce. I tried to keep my voice even as I said, "Dad trusted the farm to Colt and me after his heart attack. We will make the decisions about the farm and the contracts." My mother lifted her chin. "The renewal period is starting, and now that Mitch is dead, don't coerce Colt into signing." I held back my sigh. Once again, my mother went over the top with her feelings on all things named Morgan. No one forced our father, and no one would force my brother or me into any agreements. "You weren't always this ridiculous. As a child, I spent years with the Morgans. Vicky was my friend." Ellie clearly wasn't done, her arms crossed as if it was the only body posture she had today. "No, she wasn't your friend. You should have grown out of that." "Grown out of what?" "Your belief that Victoria Morgan was your friend." I froze. My fingers trembled and I reached up to clutch the best friends forever necklace Vicky had given me years ago. "Mom, stop. She's been dead for 3 years now." My mother's eyes misted. "I'm sorry. I just love my family and don't want you hurt." I hugged my mother to forgive her, though she shouldn't have spoken ill of Vicky. It was time to pay my respects to my friend's family. I patted my mother's back. "You aren't half as mean as you claim to be when it comes to the Morgans. You'd never really kick over the casket." "You have no idea about that. Mitch Morgan deserves whatever happens to him in the afterlife." Ellie pushed my hair back. "And wipe that lipstick off your face so you don't look like a clown." Ellie turned to look out the window, and I followed her gaze. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the smell of ripe strawberries drifted into the house as the wind rustled the crops. I rubbed my arms. "Mom, soon you get to move into that new condo on the beach and go to those awesome 55 and older parties every night. My mother gave a reluctant smile, then nodded. The beach is going to be great. I was also moving out of this house to my own condo, though I doubted there were any events or activities I'd have time for other than work. Now that my brother was getting married, Colt intended to raise his family here, so at least the farm would go on through them. This week, Colt had ended his service in the Marines, so he could take over the day-to-day farm work while I used my college degree to manage the business aspects. I glanced in the one-hall mirror left on the wall near the front door and ensured I had no lipstick on my teeth. I said, "Mom, everything is going to work out. Be peaceful." Ellie tilted her head. "Your father can't stay here and not try to help out and run the farm. It's hard for him." "We have to do what's best for Dad's heart." I stepped beside her and took her hand. "Colin's organic fruits will stay profitable and Dad can come visit, but he's not allowed to work." Ellie's eyes became glassy. "Agreed." My niece chose that moment to bounce into the room. Blonde ringlets surrounding her angelic face bobbed as she carried her small brown teddy bear. I knelt down. "Come here and give me a hug." Claire's little hands wrapped around me and the ever-present teddy bear. The scent of strawberries wafted into my nose. "You look so pretty, like my Barbie doll." I smiled at the 3-year-old girl. "My niece lived here with us while Colt was away. I'll never be as sweet as you are, Princess." "Aunt Alice, will you take me for ice cream?" Clara's small hands circled my neck. I sighed. I'd rather spend the day with Clara than face the funeral, though I couldn't. Our family needed to stick together, despite what my mother said about the Morgans. Today, I would represent the Collins family. I would ensure that Peter renewed the contract that guaranteed 100% of our farm's items would be shelved in various stores throughout the nation, and that my family would make money. I can't. I unwrapped myself from Clara's hug. I stood and fixed the strap on my black high heel. I have to go to a wake on business. Clara's baby blue eyes were wide and full of wonder. "What's a wake? Do you have to wake someone up and jump on the bed?" "No, sweetheart, but that does sound fun." I smiled and checked my dress in the mirror. John had been so shut down the day of Vicky's funeral. I used to have a major crush on him. I hadn't seen him in years. I fixed my earring. "It'd be good for Grandma." Clara nodded and bopped her head to some imaginary music on her way back to the living room. I applied one more coat of lipstick. Finished, I packed my pocketbook. I heard my mother's tongue click against her teeth, but I ignored the sound. At the door of our old house, I turned, and the entire place was packed with boxes. All the walls were empty. It felt like I was leaving, almost like I'd never come back to my parents, though I had another week until I could move into my new condo. The bare walls held no sign of my childhood. Bye, Mom. With the first step onto the porch, the hot South Florida air warmed my skin. The smell of citrus eased my nerves. Naval season would be over in a month. I headed to my white SUV, caressing the 18-karat gold necklace. Today I would show up for the funeral out of obligation and love of my dead friend. Waiting for the air conditioner to cool me down, I reviewed my plan. Peter Morgan, the oldest, would likely take over, and I'd deal with him for business. My family needed to keep that contract with Morgan Enterprises. To lose it would be a death knell to the Collins farm, since the House of Morgan had their hands in almost everything. No other corporation would touch us if we were deemed unfit in any way. The Morgan Bank holdings stretched far beyond the stores they invested in, and I didn't want to answer the questions that might naturally arise if we ended with a bad rating. I rubbed the back of my neck. The full blast of air cleared my mind, and I drove down the dirt road headed toward the paved roads and Coral Gables, which would be an hour more with traffic. Tonight I'd stay at a hotel so I didn't have to do this drive twice. Perhaps I'd go to the spa for a massage to ease my tired muscles, a welcome change from packing boxes. The wake and the funeral would be spectacles in and of themselves. At the funeral home, I drove past so many people in the press. I wondered if this was a world premiere of a Hollywood movie and not a funeral for a business tycoon. Cameras took my picture in the car. I covered my face to avoid direct eye contact and slid into a parking spot. My heels clapped against the pavement as I hurried toward the funeral home, and the press called out for smiles. I cringed. Victoria had been a poster child for fashion and elegance, the friend who had taught me how to put on makeup. I was plain with hair that wasn't truly brown, but not blonde either. At the door to the funeral home, I stopped. Jennifer Gonzalez, the television beauty, held Peter Morgan's arm like they were an item. Jennifer was always sharp with her insults. I swallowed. The two of them probably laid in bed together and made fun of the less fortunate, also known as everyone who wasn't them. I never understood how sweet Victoria Morgan had such a friend as Jennifer. I stood in line to say hello until I reached Peter and Jennifer. Peter was still speaking to whoever was in front of him in the line, but Jennifer tilted her head. "Oh, look, the help arrived." Jennifer's beauty would someday melt off her face and she'd be left an old wrinkled hag. I bit back my retort and smiled. I came out of respect for Victoria. She was my friend. Jennifer shrugged and gazed at me up and down. Hard to remember what she saw in you. She died years ago. Did you buy that off a rack? Most people do. I hugged my waist and chose to ignore anything else Jennifer said. I continued down the line despite my goosebumps. Peter. He glanced at me and then spoke to the man behind me in line like he was someone important and I was not. I pressed my lips together and prayed this had no significance to my own contract renewal. As I stepped aside, my stomach knotted. Jennifer's jab still ate at me, even now. My mind reeled with memories of how Jennifer made my life hell back in school. I rolled my eyes every time I saw another telenovela starring that woman. I turned the corner and walked straight into a wall of muscle. Hard arms wrapped around my waist and then steadied me. I stepped out of the man's embrace, though my legs were weak, and gazed upward. John Morgan leaned back and my mouth opened in surprise. His hair was slightly darker now, though it still had strands of pale blonde, but those piercing blue eyes and his huge dimples were the same. He had lost all pretense of boyhood. The man before me was gorgeous. He was 2 years older than me, but he had never been this hot. I swallowed and told myself that they would never happen. I was country and the Morgans were players in a game of rule the world with their banks. I steadied my feet as anchors because my head grew light near him. With bravado, I smiled. John, it's been a long time. At least I coughed out a sentence that made sense. I took a deep breath. Thank you for coming. It was clear he didn't remember my name. I sucked in my bottom lip, embarrassed. We'd spent hours together at Vicky's funeral, where he'd clearly tried to forget his past with numerous shots of whiskey. I sighed. I'm Alice Collins. I was a friend of Victoria's, the tomboy. John smiled and showed twin dimples just on each corner of his mouth. I heard what Jennifer said to you. Don't listen to her. You fill out a dress nicely. At least someone liked my dress. John's face showed sophistication as he scanned the room, studying all the doors and windows. My jaw clenched as I guessed he was either a cop or a mobster. In this family, was there any difference? I had no idea what to say or how to excuse myself. I was like a groupie with a rock star. His hand settled on my back and my body melted like butter. Will you escort me to get a drink, Alice? My lips wouldn't move. Not good. John Morgan wasn't supposed to be attractive anymore. I thought I was over my crush on the former high school football captain. I curled my arm around his. I tried to say something intelligible, but instead I blurted, "Didn't you recognize me a minute ago?" From Vicky's funeral, but I tried hard to forget everyone in this city after that. You were the only other person genuinely upset. The only real person there. I understood. We progressed in step. She wouldn't want you to suffer all your life. My father did something to her. He stopped at the bar, and I don't know what happened, but I haven't been able to forget. I pointed to the Sauvignon Blanc. John tugged his ear and nodded to the waiter. I stared at him, unsure what to talk about besides the past, and there was nothing any of us could do. Vicky disappeared without a word, and then she was dead. What do you remember about her? Her kindness and her laugh. I looked toward the room where a few heads of state gathered around Mitch Morgan in his practically royal casket. John's gaze contained a firestorm of emotion. I tilted my head. You going in there? His expression turned hard and cold. Then he stepped backwards, but his stare never left his father's casket. The steely expression changed to fiery. You can if you want. I hugged my waist. I'd asked the wrong thing. My heart fluttered near John, but I tried to act like an adult instead of a teenager. It was good to see him again. I came out of respect for Vicky. He placed his hand on my arm to lead me to an empty space along the wall. My skin became alive as he said, I came because Peter asked. He wants to pretend we're a happy family for the world to see. Look at him now. He's over there as the new king. He leaned against the wall and let the throngs of people pass. I followed suit, standing next to him as I sipped my wine. I assumed he was taking over. Did you want that job? John's entire body jumped as if I'd slapped him. Hell no. I gulped my sip fast. I kept saying the wrong thing. Inside his blue eyes was a kaleidoscope of emotion. I remembered that he used to be kind. I rubbed my lips together. Then who cares? He drank his wine and scanned the room. After making the rounds with his gaze, he took in my entire figure with an intensity that made my knees weak. What is it you do, Alice? Collins Organic Farm. I brushed my brown bob behind my ear. I work for my family. What is it you do? Again, his blue eyes flashed as if lightning was in his stare. I watched him, hypnotized. I work in real estate. Liar. I tilted my head. He definitely didn't work in real estate. I crossed my arm around my chest. Without another word, I waited for the fallout of my remark. His eyebrows quirked in shock. Then his dimples appeared. What do you think I do? I met his smile with my own. Professional bad boy and poker player, it's what I always thought. He chuckled. I played football. I nodded. A moment of silence clung in the air as I sipped my drink. Then I said, I went to your games in high school, but I also remember how you set up more than a few poker games. You always read people correctly. His sexy smile lit the room and my skin melted, literally fused into itself. I remember that. You cheered with my sister and I played you too. Perhaps I shouldn't spend the funeral with John, but then again, Vicky's older brother could be a good friend to have in my corner for help with the contract. You did. I'm glad you remember more than just us talking at funerals. His gaze went past me and flashed toward the casket. He stood straighter and it seemed as if a dark cloud passed over him. His face hardened. You going in there? I placed my hand on my hip and shouted after him, John Morgan, don't you dare sit in judgment of me and my family. We work hard every day for what we produce, and we're proud of it. What have you ever done? John stopped, turned. His gaze stayed on me for several beats. Then he stormed down the hall like he'd been stung by an entire swarm of wasps. I rubbed my arms. Unsure what to do, I retreated inside the vestry. I'd come to this affair to be seen, and it was time I knelt at the altar to get my picture taken just like every other person here. John Morgan could rot. My crush on him died today, finally. I hadn't seen him since the day my best friend was buried, and there was clearly a good reason to stay far away. Self-absorbed jerks didn't deserve my time. Chapter 3. The sweet smell of vanilla and strawberries dissipated as I pushed away from the group of people that surrounded me. I searched for Alice, who stood in the hall with many other people, all there for the farce of a wake. If I went back to her, the scent would return. Everyone stared at me as they took seats in pews in the viewing room. After Vicky's death, I swore I'd never step foot inside this place again. My shoulders tightened. Baskets of flowers nearly obscured the casket. I gulped as my hands became fists. I marched toward my father's casket. The former president stood aside. The coast was clear. In death, would my father's face be peaceful? More human? My mind reeled on that one question. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Mitch Morgan would never pay for any crime he'd committed now. Death had freed him from the consequences, not that I should be surprised. My throat was parched. I turned back toward the hall to see Alice rubbing her arms and hugging her waist, which I'd realized was a nervous habit, in conversation with Jennifer. Alice wasn't happy, but then I wouldn't want to talk to Peter's girlfriend either. Perhaps I'd been too judgmental with Alice earlier. Of all Vicky's friends, only Alice had a smile which promised picnics and a home complete with a rug and fireplace. Right now, she was the only thing that beamed any light into this place. I walked ahead until I saw Mitch Morgan. The expression on my father's face as he lay in the casket read in my mind like, suckers. He'd assumed multiple presidents would be here and that his son would show up too. Once again, Mitch Morgan won, just as he always did. The rocks in my stomach churned. I leaned toward my father's corpse and whispered, I guess Vicky avenged her own death. I'm happy someone, even if it was yourself, brought you down. Souls might not go into the depths of fiery damnation, but if anyone deserved it, my father did. I stood up, seeing that I was alone. No one had heard. I swung around. My gaze met Alice's in the hallway. Her blue eyes held concern, but then she turned away. A life with someone like her would be so different from everything I'd known. She'd guessed I'd turned out to be a professional poker player. I tugged on my ear. Alice seemed genuine, a rare diamond amongst the dark coals. My hands curled into fists at my sides. The tension in my neck sent pains down my spine. I had to get away from these people, from this place, from my father. I took a step toward Alice to apologize, but Peter overshadowed her standing at the door of the hall. Now wasn't a good time to talk with him. I saw Peter's gaze shift to our father's casket. It must be his turn to say goodbye. I stepped aside. I'd talk to Peter about this charade later. There was absolutely no way I'd stay at the mansion or in that house listed under my name that my father bought me. Tonight I'd disappear to a hotel nearby. Tomorrow's funeral would be harder. I watched as Alice excused herself from Jennifer and walked into the ladies' room. When Jennifer wasn't smiling for an audience, her scowl seemed permanently embedded on her face. Memories and old opinions flooded my brain. I needed fresh air to breathe. I strode past Peter and into the hall. A few minutes later, I found Alice talking to the last president as she clutched the pendant of her necklace. At least Alice would have a story to share with her future children about meeting a former president. Most people I had met these past few years turned green and averted their eyes when I mentioned weekend stays at the White House. My neck tingled as I turned away to head to the door. At Vicky's funeral, Alice had been sad, though she found time to check on me. Before I left for the early evening, I'd talk to her one more time. Outside, the hot Florida sun beat down in the parking lot. I stepped into the crushing humidity, took a deep breath, and closed my eyes. Here, I could think. I took off my jacket, but stilled as leaves crunched in the distant woods. I narrowed my gaze. If someone wanted to hurt us, they'd hide there. It had to be the Secret Service keeping watch. My FBI badge weighed down my pants. Responsibility tore at me as I unbuttoned my suit jacket and took my gun from the slim side holster, revealing the badge clipped to the top of my slacks. That life seemed over now. Miami, despite all its problems, was home. I'd needed change. I'd think about this later. First, I'd go back in to talk to Peter, and then I'd find a good drink to calm me down. The hotel had a bar. With luck, I'd be there soon. Tequila! The hot, sticky sun made my palms moist. I put my gun in my back holster and untensed my fingers. I hadn't realized I was this wound up. I rolled my shoulders and tried to calm my thoughts. The FBI had no more place in my life. My father had once said I'd be a business failure. I fixed my tie and buttoned my suit coat to ensure my gun was hidden. It was time to prove him wrong. From outside in the middle of the parking lot, I looked into the lobby. A young man was speaking to Alice. A blush stained her cheeks as she smiled at him. Something ate at my gut as I headed back toward the funeral home. I stopped walking when my phone rang and I took it from my back pocket. Fire spread through my veins as I read my caller ID and saw my boss's name. "Hello?" Smith asked in sharp-clipped words. "Where are you?" This was another reason to change. My new boss was a complete jerk. I started walking again, the parking lot at my back. I'm at my father's wake. My hands itched and I noticed a dark smudge of residue from handling my gun on my thumb and fingers. I wiped it clean on the hem of my suit coat while my other hand held my phone to my ear as Smith said, "We need you back here now." Goosebumps grew on my arms. My gut told me to check everything and everyone out, but I let it go. I leaned against the funeral parlor door, intending to go back in as soon as I ended the call. I told Alice about the $1 million offer from my dad, which had been my reason to avoid business, and my foot tapped against the door. I'd realized then that my father would control me through money, just like he did Peter. Mitch Morgan expected nothing from me, which had always suited me fine. Now that Mitch was dead, perhaps I could prove that I understood accounting better than anyone expected. I transformed my millions into $1.5 billion from investing without truly caring if I lost it all. I never lost, though. The idea lightning rodded in my mind that I could now prove I fit my last name. My fingers itched to begin something new. I told you I was taking a 2-week break. I have enough earned leave. Bereavement is meant for those who actually cared about their family. Smith sounded spiteful. Alice, who I saw through the door was still talking to the same man, was the opposite. Years ago, she grieved with me over Vicky. The late afternoon heat on my back pushed me to go inside. I swallowed. Special Agent Smith was unnecessary. The man had been rude the moment he'd been assigned to the Georgia office. You have no idea what I'm feeling. Alice noticed me from behind the glass window. The guy she stood with stared back and forth between us. I recognized him from high school, but his name escaped me. Then my boss yelled, "Your brother will be knee-deep in whatever caused you to hate your dad." Peter might be. I didn't trust him, but he wasn't the one who killed Vicky. At worst, he'd covered up for our dad. Now wasn't the time. I broke the visual connection with Alice. Now, I don't know that, so how would you? It's obvious. My boss's words were the final straw. No, I wish it was. My muscles tightened in readiness as I turned away from the glass, patting my concealed weapon. I'm resigning. My boss didn't try to hide the derision in his voice. It took 24 hours for the money to call you back in. I held my head high. My memory flashed to Alice's blue eyes that shone brighter than the sun. Then my shoulders tightened. Whatever. I'm through with the FBI. Rich kids like you should never have been allowed in my office anyhow. The ringing sensation in my ears, along with the fluttering of relief in my chest, told me I'd done the right thing. I kept my feelings about my boss to myself. I had nothing in Atlanta or anywhere that was in my small apartment. I had no reason to return. I'll come in to drop things off when I'm done here. Don't bother, I'll send an agent. A weight lifted off my shoulders. I widened my stance. Great, makes my life easier. I ended the call. In one conversation I'd changed. I texted the Morgan cleaning service to open my house for me and settle in there. Turning back to the entryway, I saw Alice through the rectangular glass, smiling at whatever the man said. I chuckled to myself. My father was like the humid air, a blanket of smothering, oppressive heat that had suffocated my life. Without that weight, I was a different person, and people stared at me, a member of the House of Morgan, but I didn't care. Alice left the man she'd been talking with and stood next to me. Are you okay, John? I stopped laughing. She must think me crazy. Her flawless skin glowed against her smooth brown hair, angled at her chin. No one ever seemed so sweet. Yeah, Alice, we have to talk later if that's okay. Her lips pressed together. We'll see. That sounded like she was dismissing me, but she was too polite to say so. I stared at the other guy who waited for her as he held 2 glasses of wine. Emptiness filled me as Alice went back to her friend. Peter approached. Perhaps my boss at the FBI was easier to talk to than my brown-eyed, too serious brother. Peter stopped in front of me. It's John? This was a conversation I wanted to avoid, but knew I couldn't. I hesitated as heaviness settled in my stomach. Peter. My brother hesitated too, his gaze going to Jennifer, who took a step toward us, but Peter shook his head. Then he swallowed and asked, "Can we go somewhere to talk for a minute?" We had nothing good to say to each other. We never had, but Peter approached a side room and I followed. Peter, standing next to Mitch at every family meeting, replayed in my memory. My brother, the model son, rarely said anything. I closed the door behind us in a small room with no windows. This was too much. I ran my hand through my hair and sat in the chair across from my brother. Am I here for this event so we can play perfect family? No. Peter stared at me but said nothing else. I swallowed as my heart raced. Then why? Because Dad wanted me for this. I wanted you here. The will reading is in a few days. How exciting for you. I pursed my lips. Everyone knew Peter would inherit the company. He'd get whatever second sons get and nothing else. I fiddled with the keys in my pocket as I wondered if I took a position in Dad's companies, then I might prove our father wrong about me. This was never what I wanted, Peter said. Yes, it was. Peter had earned every penny of his inheritance. A part of me wanted to shout that I'd start my own business, but then I realized that Peter wasn't our dad. He owed him no explanations. I held back my thoughts and fiddled with the top button of my shirt. Are you sure you care one way or the other? We don't have to play happy home life. I know I don't want to. Peter rolled his shoulders, his eyes wide. So we continue to be rude. It's not like we know each other. Someone knocked at the door. I loosened my tie. The room was suffocating. Peter stood up and walked across the room. Jennifer whispered, "The president has arrived and you need to greet him." Peter nodded, but then he silently dismissed his girlfriend. I wondered if I'd be dismissed like that once whatever Peter wanted was done. Peter closed the door. Without a word, he sat back down. I leaned forward. That's absolutely true. We don't know anything about each other. You went to work for the FBI. I inhaled. Despite how I was in college and Peter was away in grad school, our father confided and trusted only in Peter. He was the heir, and Peter kept our father's secrets. I assumed our father told him about my FBI career, but then again, perhaps they only noticed me because of the multiple arrests I'd made of Mitch's colleagues. Peter sat back in his chair as I nodded. I did. I wanted to arrest Dad. Should I have gone after you? I didn't kill Victoria. I miss our sister as much as you. I winced. Score 1 for Peter, then I reclaimed my righteousness. Why bring her up now? She's why you joined the FBI. There was no reason to deny anything. I said, true. She was the only one who treated me as family. My brother shifted his weight as he averted his gaze. I never knew how to... We never spoke the same language. I redid my tie. In a moment, we'd go back out. No, you were always off with Dad. I did whatever he wanted, but I wasn't allowed to do most of what you did. I recrossed my legs. No one would feel sorry for Peter. I simply said, I guess we all have our issues. I'm worried Father left things to you. Like what? At least this was the truth and the real reason Peter wanted me here. My shoulders tensed. Was Peter concerned that there was an off chance he wasn't the crown prince? I stood up. Whatever it is, I'm sure I don't want it. Peter stared at the door and nodded at me. I've never had a secret life, you know. I'm not like you. The FBI and football were hardly a secret. My family never came to any games, even if I was featured in the newspaper. My father and brother were always too busy for trivialities like that. Mitch disowned me once I joined the FBI. Red-hot fire rushed into my blood. You could have left Dad in the dust years ago to do your own thing. The T-esque in my brother's voice echoed our father's. My lip curled as Peter said, while you were outside playing football, I was stuck inside making sure Dad's books were balanced. Perhaps there was another side to our story, but feeling sympathy for Peter? I crossed my arms. You could have come outside. No, I couldn't. If I didn't comply, he'd have gone after either you or Victoria, leaving none of us the option for fun. I froze. Peter had no right to talk about our sister as if he was protecting her. He hadn't cared what happened. You weren't some hero. Vicky's dead, just like our mom. I don't want to bring her up, Peter said. Mom didn't die. She walked out the door and never came home. I lifted my chin. Peter sounded like our father, and I'd not let my guard down. No, now was not the time. I refused to share my plans with Peter and argue with my brother about the past. I looked at my watch. In 20 minutes, whoever Peter hired to speak would start. Our father didn't have one person here who truly mourned for him. I glanced at the door. We should go. Why aren't you speaking? Why aren't you? Did you need me to answer that? Peter nodded. The funeral is tomorrow. That's where my strengths have to be. I am glad you're here. Number Peter was welcome to pretend to care, but if I spoke, I'd accuse our father of murder in front of the enormous crowd. I refused to be that spectacle. Our father didn't deserve that I humiliate myself on top of everything else. Absolutely not. Peter breathed deep and got to his feet. Then it has to be me. Standing as well, I shook my head, my hand on the door. No, it doesn't. The church can be silent, or we can just let the president have his say, and whoever else wishes to tell us how Dad was a wonderful, salt-of-the-earth type of guy. And Peter's dark eyebrows quirked. Ooh, salt of the earth? Who would say that? I smiled. At least Peter wasn't a complete fool. I'm sure someone. Peter lowered his face and kept his voice low. I'm tired of fighting, John. We never spoke, so we never fought. I pressed my lips together. Peter had a plan. I shouldn't care, but what if my brother was telling the truth? I opened the door. Me too. I'm not staying for the hired performer tonight. I'm exhausted. Bye. Peter walked behind me. I'll see you tomorrow. My gaze landed on Alice as she slipped out the front door. I sighed. The only light in this place was now gone. I stared at the room full of strangers as Peter walked away with his girlfriend on his arm. My hands clenched. I'd show up tomorrow. Whatever Peter thought our father might bequeath him left me with nothing but guesses. Chapter 4. I picked up my phone and then put it down. I'd call my mother after I checked into the hotel. I handed over the SUV keys to the valet and ignored his nose curl. I'd still tip the man, but so what if I didn't drive a Maserati like the customer behind me? I filed the paperwork and tucked my phone in my purse as the late afternoon sky suffocated the air. My mother had told me to call right after the wake, but if I dialed, Ellie would chirp louder than the wild parrots in the palm trees above my head. Ellie Collins could wait. The tropical paradise of this deluxe hotel offered a stark contrast to the funeral home. The clear blue sky with spots of white clouds and happy birds and palm trees helped steal the tension from my body. I strolled past the fountain and into a marble-floored lobby. The Biltmore was iconic old Miami, built in the 1920s with lofted ceilings, an inner courtyard famous for its outside seating, unlimited Bellinis for Sunday brunch, and one of the best spas in the country. My heels sank into the plush red carpet as I walked toward the mahogany desk to check in. I gazed through the French doors to the outside tropical paradise, which enticed me with the sound of bubbling water. For one night, I was living it up, and I intended to take a long swim in the morning in that perfectly blue pool. A dip in the waters would help me forget all about John Morgan and that wake. Tonight, I dreamed that John Morgan's lips touched mine. Of course they hadn't, but my lips tingled with a long ago high school memory. My mother would tell me to never see or think about John Morgan. Ellie had serious issues with the House of Morgan that extended to all of their children. Mom hadn't even been sad when Vicky died. Instead, she'd been stoic and not said a word as I cried that my childhood friend was dead. I sighed. Perhaps I needed to think of happier moments. Above my head, the pillars to the high painted ceilings overwhelmed my sense of awe. This place smelled like money, which was strange for me since I needed to budget. With a nose twitch, I shook my head and realized that thought came from Jennifer's little jab about my black dress. Normal people budgeted and once in a while splurged. The superstarlet didn't get to judge my life. I reached the desk and waited for the man behind it to finish his phone conversation and then speak to me. Finally, his gaze met mine as he ended his call, and I told him, I'm checking in. Alice Collins. Ms. Collins. Another man behind the counter stepped forward as the original clerk stepped back. He wore a red uniform, but his was more formal. The clerk stepped aside, and the hotel manager with a pin on his name badge waved his hand to his right. We're happy you chose our hotel for your overnight stay. There is a gentleman here to see you. Impossible. My dad was in Homestead packing up his house, and my brother was still in the Marines. As that was the extent of the men in my life, I shook my head. A gentleman. Who is he? I'm not at liberty to answer, ma'am. Did you ask what he wanted? He averted his gaze. It wasn't my place. I swallowed. With a thump, I released the handle of my black rolling suitcase and leaned on the counter. And you didn't get his name to share with me? I cannot say. It had been a tiring day. I kept my tone even and said, "So he could be some crazy person." I assure you he's not. Clearly, I wouldn't get anywhere with this manager. I crossed my arms and stepped backwards. "I don't want to go meet strange men. I'd like to just check in, please." The man's expression fell, but I stood tall. The manager typed into the computer and said, "Your room won't be available for another hour. I'm very sorry, miss." How convenient. I wasn't fooled. "How much did this man pay you to get me to talk to him?" The clerk averted his face and stared at his computer as his manager said, "I don't know what you mean." Lies didn't invoke trust. I pressed my lips together. "Of course you don't. It was only perfect timing." He stayed silent. There was no other choice. I was in no danger except being annoyed with whoever delayed me. "If I go, will my room be ready sooner?" "I will see to it that your room is ready upon your return." I narrowed my stare until he flushed. "Sure. Okay. If anything happens to me, I'll sue and own this place." The man smiled like I'd just saved his life or the life of someone he loved. "Of course, miss, you will most assuredly be fine." I snapped my fingers at my sides. Of course. I let out a breath I hadn't known I held and followed him outside to the Cascade patio near the pool. Metallic chairs were filled with people lounging by the blue waters, but I didn't recognize anyone. If it was a stranger, I'd run the other direction. Without warning, my escort stopped near the bar. I scanned the area for someone I knew. Then my heart contracted as I stared into the blue eyes of John Morgan. My spirit lifted. He had asked for me. I had no idea why. Our last conversation made it seem like he'd never speak to me again. He'd been rude an hour ago, but it was hard to remember what happened as he gave me that gorgeous smile. John stood up as I walked toward him, and my heart skipped a beat. His broad shoulders and open smile invited me to throw myself into his arms. He wore the pants he'd had on for the wake and a white shirt that was now unbuttoned a few notches. The shirt melded to every hard muscle of his body. Along his travels to the hotel, he'd lost the jacket and tie, amplifying pure masculinity. I opened my mouth and tried to speak, but no words formed. Refusing to act like an idiot, I inhaled and forced myself to sound normal. "I didn't expect to see you." He kept his hands to his sides and offered a small smile without the dimples. "I am sorry, Alice. I was rude, and I wanted to tell you that in person." With a lift of my chin, I focused on my questions, and not on how my mind went blank near him. "How did you know I was here?" "After you left, I talked with Mr. Solis, and he told me." He was so tight in the shoulders. My gaze honed in on the slight bump from a break of his nose during a football game. "Mr. Solis? You mean Rafe? We went to school with him." I thought he looked familiar, but didn't remember from where. Figured. I stood on my tiptoes to get him to look me in the eye. It was time he stopped forgetting about the past. "What do you remember?" "That I was angry at my brother and myself for being at the wake. I was rude to you, and I came to apologize." With words like that, I'd fall to his feet and worship. He didn't have to say them. My body melted a little that he did, though, and I smiled. "Your dad just died. You're easily forgiven." With a nod, he said, "It's not your fault that my family bought you off." I winced, but then relaxed. How misguided his opinions were. Misguided and wrong. I kept my voice even. When someone signs a business contract to sell in the market, it makes them partners. It's called the free market, not the slave market. Outside the bar, someone splashed at the pool beyond the window. John's shoulders slumped, and my family takes advantage to control the free part. I tilted my head. He apologized for the entirely wrong things, but now wasn't the time to sound like a harpy. Now, that is true, but I don't blame you for that. No one forced my family into any contracts to make money. What offended me at the funeral parlor was how you acted as if you couldn't be bothered with someone who did business with your family. We were friends, John. Never think I'd betray anything you'd ever say or do. I didn't. Not really? His gaze remained full of judgment, but then I might be reading him wrong. I swallowed as he said, "I tend to jump to the worst conclusions when it comes to my family's business policies. I apologize. Would you like a drink?" "No, thanks. I want to know you're okay." "Why do you care?" "You're Vicky's brother." My chest tightened and I rubbed the back of my neck. Why not tell him the truth? Neither of us were children, and I'd never see him again once the funeral was over and he went back to wherever he was from. "I went to your football games because I had the biggest crush on you then." "A crush? You?" "Alice, I didn't know." His face softened and the outlines of his dimples puckered his cheeks. Sexiness was no reason to fall apart. I straightened the hem of my dress, wishing I'd worn something sexier, though he'd told me earlier that I filled out my dress just fine. Now you do. It was a long time ago. He appeared caught off guard by my declaration. I looked into his deep blue eyes and he took a step backwards. "Because of my family money?" No, don't be rude again. My heartbeat was so rapid that I feared losing my ability to speak, but I fought through because I needed to finish what I'd started. I held the back of my bar stool because you never treated me like a peasant that your sister brought home from the streets. His smile faltered as he studied me. I felt like an ice cube that had been out in the sun too long. For relief, I stepped into the shadows as he then said, Alice, you went to school with us. Your family is far from the peasant class in any century. The oranges up north ensured that my family stayed millionaires as long as the farm stayed productive. I blinked. Not everyone in your family agrees. He softened his voice. Peter? Guessed right the first time. His brother had said that my contract depended on getting John to the funeral. I coughed and then stared back at him. Yeah. His shoulders relaxed as he stepped closer to me with a genuine smile on his face. I'm glad I asked the concierge to bring you to me. Unsure how I became so lightheaded so fast, I hung onto my chair. The air around me smelled like cedar and pine trees and John. I hoped I'd get the thump of my heart under control before I lost my precious control. Is that what this was? I thought I was summoned. Summoned? I can't command anything from you. You can go if you wish. The last thing I wanted was to leave his side, and then he offered his arm. I hope you'll stay, though. I don't want to spend the night alone. I just spent the evening with people I no longer wish to know, and I could use your company. Heat rose to my cheekbones, and I'd have bet I was blushing. All my life, I'd dreamed John would be mine. To build a wall, I crossed my arms in front of my chest. I'm not inviting you into my room, if that's the implication. No. He smiled at me. His warm gaze sent my heart into a tizzy. I dropped my arms to my side as he said, I was hoping you'd have dinner with me here, and maybe a drink. I have a suite on the 13th floor. A drink and dinner with my Prince Charming. I must be dreaming. Maybe I should throw caution to the wind for one night with John. I was an adult now, and my reactions to him sent my body into overdrive. The House of Morgan always controlled the deck of cards, but soon enough he'd be gone back to wherever he came. In the future, I'd still be here and end up married to someone who could tolerate farm life. This night might be all I'd ever get of John Morgan. I shrugged my shoulders. If you are afraid of bad luck or Al Capone's hauntings, you might want to change floors. Nope. John held out his hand. Will you hang out with me tonight? Hang out was far too tame for my thoughts. I brushed my fingers down his thin, long-sleeved shirt until I reached his hand. My flesh seemed electrified. If he touched my bare skin, I'd wrap my arms around him, wanting to see every part of his body. This neediness was so unlike me. I wanted to agree with anything he said when I usually questioned everything. Sure, let me go change. Meet you here in an hour. At least I sounded normal. Earlier I couldn't even do that. I leaned into him as he said, Perfect, and thank you. I tilted my head. For what? His dimpled smile drew me into a dream as he said, For forgiving me so fast. The wake seemed a long time ago now. In the House of Morgan, no one taught you to let things go. The no he gave when he shook his head didn't match the humorous gleam in his eyes. No, that wasn't one of the lessons. I turned to leave the bar, but peeked behind me. John watched me, and his muscular body, combined with those blue eyes and dazzling smile, triggered something deep inside me. This was my fantasy coming true, so I'd enjoy every moment until it was over. Well then, welcome to Alice's worldview tonight. You might regret this tomorrow. He winked at me. Somehow, I doubt it. With a spring in my step, I sashayed from the pool and picked up my room key and bag. John said hang out, but this was one night where I could pretend to be Cinderella. Alone in the elevator, I licked my lips and wondered what John's kiss would taste like. I bet it was tastier than the freshest strawberries from our fields. Chapter 5. Once inside the elegant hotel room, I picked up my phone and stared at the screen. My mother had called. I rolled my shoulders. No, I didn't report in. I chose to let it charge instead. Tonight I had my fantasy date with John. My dreams mattered too. I wouldn't let anyone's opinion sway me, especially since it concerned a Morgan. Adrenaline pumped in my veins as I rushed around the room to get ready. Out of my two dresses, I chose the silky black one with the lower neckline and would keep the sweetheart with the flared hem for tomorrow. My just-in-case something happened backup dress was now my date dress. I had packed 2 pairs of underwear. If I wore the lacy silk ones tonight, tomorrow I'd be at the funeral in my plain cotton panties that might show a line across my backside. The cameras wouldn't focus on me, so I chose the sexier pair. Tonight I was the star. Tomorrow, I'd keep my hands to my sides and slink into a pew. I fixed my hair as straight as it could in this humidity. At the mirror, I ensured my makeup was flawless. Everything had to be perfect. Satisfied with how the neckline revealed my assets, I stared at my necklace. The Tiffany gold that Victoria gave me somehow glowed brighter. Should I take it off? Would Vicky be upset if I slept with John? So I asked myself, do I have your permission to go out with your brother? My face grew a wicked grin as I imagined Vicky saying, please take him off my hands. Vicky had a sense of timing and knew what to say to everyone. I left the necklace around my neck. I always asked myself WWVD, which meant what would Vicky do if she ever found herself shy? Done, I turned away and grabbed my pocketbook. With confidence in every step, I left my room. Tonight was never going to be forever, so I could be someone I wasn't. Tonight I was flirtatious and fun, not studious and reserved. This hotel, a blend of Art Deco of the 1920s meets ancient Italian villa, was one of the finest in the country. The paintings on the wall promised a fairy tale where fantasies came true. Exquisite angels etched in the walls watched over me as I called the elevator to take me down to the lobby. I had a date with one of the mortal gods on this earth. Fate decreed we both stayed at this hotel. Life, wherever I ended up, would never be a fairy tale. For once, I was transported into another world. Perhaps I'd even get to find out what my crush tasted like. As the elevators opened, I spotted John from across the hall. He hadn't seen me, so I studied him. He wore gray pants, a fresh white button-down shirt, and as always, his hair was flawless. I glimpsed his blue eyes in profile. Heat inched up my back. Then he half turned, and his smile widened the moment he saw me. My arms grew goosebumps. We could each be somebody else. I swung my hips as I stepped toward him. My feet itched to run, but I knew better. And I slowed my pace to seem in control, but halfway there, I barely missed the bellboy's luggage cart. I ducked. My big opening scene almost ruined. Then I laughed at myself. So much for those lessons on deportment that Victoria imparted from her actual etiquette lessons. I gazed at John. His blue eyes stared right at me. I stopped laughing, but then he broke into a small laugh. I turned my head to the side to hide my giggles. Without another incident, I made my way to where he waited. As I stared up, his bright smile dimpled with approval. My heart beat just for him. He took my hands in his and squeezed lightly. The skin he touched on my body sparked like I was a firework, though he simply said, "You look amazing, Alice." He towered over me, exuding pure male testosterone. He hugged me and kissed my cheek, which was how everyone in Miami greeted each other and never meant anything. My skin tingled again. Then I caught a whiff of cedar and gunpowder. I wiggled my nose to be sure. The scent was unmistakable. Then I crossed my arms. Why do you smell like a gun? Do I? I swallowed. Yeah, you do. Silence hung in the air, but I expected an answer. He stared hard at me. How do you know what a gun smells like? This wasn't happening. He hadn't answered. I'd better not be on a date with a man who became a mafia's boss, and he hadn't inherited his father's evil personality. My gaze narrowed. I grew up in the country where sometimes animals need to be put down. What is it you do? And don't lie, it's got to be something serious for you to smell like that. I shouldn't tell you. He peeked around the room and avoided my stare. I licked my lips. Otherwise, I stayed still. John Morgan was not the billionaire rebel without a clue. His cheeks reddened. The color in his cheeks showed he was in the prime of his life. Then he leaned down. My heart did a pitter-patter as he whispered in my ear, "I spent the past 3 years in the FBI, so I practically sleep with my gun." "You work as a government agent?" I kept my voice low, too. "Your father cursed the fact my dad served and that my brother went off to serve." Memories surfaced of how Mitch Morgan vocally hated all forms of government agents. "I remember your dad mentioning Colt's choice to go to basic training. I'm sorry you heard my father's rantings." His father didn't matter. Safety did. John was a man of integrity and honor. My lips craved to brush against his. "How did your family feel about this?" With a shrug, he said, "I don't want to talk about Dad tonight." True. The man had stolen enough of our day already, but my curiosity continued. "He couldn't have been happy you chose to serve your country." He threatened to cut me off. Did he? No, but he should have. I didn't touch a dime once I left. "He used money to keep you on a leash." You understand too much. Then he shook his head. "The money doesn't drive me or matter." I swallowed. It was impossible that a Morgan would walk away from the dynasty. In my own family, I couldn't walk away from the farm entirely, though I refused to ever touch a crop again unless it was to help in an emergency. My parents sacrificed everything for me, and I'd do the same for them. "Then why did you come back, Elite?" "Because Peter asked." Peter and John were all each other had. I kept the thought to myself. With a shrug, I followed him to the restaurant. "So, If Colt wants me to do something I don't want, then it doesn't happen. The hostess took his name and gave him a buzzer. On our way back outside, he whispered, I needed to see with my own eyes. If my father is dead, there is no way to take him down. Was that why you joined the FBI? Absolutely. Oh, I didn't make that connection. A conversation over dinner about his father was the opposite of fun. Besides, I needed to learn a few things in the here and now. Peter Morgan was the mystery to me. 4 years my senior, he'd never been home all those years I spent with Victoria. Is Peter like your father? John brought me to the terrace where people sat with their drinks. The live music drifted in the open air as he answered, I hope not. He's being kind, but he wants something, and he's mentioned the will reading. I don't know how ruthless he is. I might remember wrong, or he might have changed. He led us to a corner with black metal tables and chairs and fewer people to wait for our dinner buzzer to go off. What does that mean? He held out my chair, and a sigh escaped my lips as I noticed the taper candles near the small vase of flowers. I don't know, but he wants control of the business empire. Everyone knew Peter had spent years in training to take over the House of Morgan. My brain couldn't quite wrap around the fact that John took off to be a government agent. What do you want? He lifted his finger for the waitress to come to our table as he showed off his cute dimples. You? Did he? My face heated as I clutched my hands together under the table. The waitress came over and John told her, the Riesling. Alice has always enjoyed sweet. I massaged my wrist to stop trembling. He remembered my sweet tooth. The waitress left to get the bottle of wine, and I fixed my hair behind my ears, leaning close enough to John to sniff cedar, pine, and subtle gun residue. John was sexy before, but now he upheld the law. His untouchable hotness level skyrocketed. My skin ached for him. You avoided the discussion, I said. I don't understand how a man such as yourself would take a job that doesn't pay nearly as much as you have in your bank accounts. He tipped his head and my heart raced. How did you smell the gunpowder? I just bought these clothes. I liked the shirt. The change of conversation didn't sway me, but his investigation technique needed work. I didn't feel pressured in the slightest. His broad shoulders could make a trash bag sexy. My body melted like ice cream on a hot summer day. He'd leave soon, but he could have anything he wanted from me. The waitress came back with the bottle of wine and 2 glasses. I waited for him to pour with my hands under my legs. I tried to calm my heartbeat so I'd sound almost normal. I don't know. He set my glass before me. You're supposed to smell like cedar and pine trees. He stopped mid-sip. I'm supposed to smell like a tree. No. I shook my head. So much for smooth. I massaged the back of my neck with one hand and picked up my wine glass with the other. I gulped some wine, grateful I could swallow. The liquid only made me peek at John again and fall deeper under his spell. Slowly, my temperature grew and my gaze wandered to the hotel door. Air conditioning might help. It's how I remember you smelled. Reminds me of home, I guess. Silence hung in the air, leaving me empty and vulnerable. He sipped his white wine, his gaze unreadable. Coldness seeped through me and sent a shiver down my back. This was the worst moment in my life. Alice, why do you remember so much about me? My face heated, which countered the ice in my neck, but my brain didn't quite work. I was lightheaded. If I fainted, would the nightmare of this moment end? Not with my luck. I had to tell the truth. I leaned forward. You were my first kiss. Clearly shocked, his mouth fell open, my breath stuck in my throat. The earth needed to swallow me right now. He placed his drink on a cocktail napkin and my nerves tingled. Then he put his forearms on the table. What do you mean? There was no escape. No earthquakes appeared to save me. I placed my hands over his. He had to remember that moment as it was burned into my dreams. It didn't mean anything to you. I knew that then. I accidentally moved my face and you kissed my lips instead of my cheek. At that time, I didn't know what to do and I opened my mouth. His entire face gazed so intensely at me that I lost my ability to think. He had no idea what I was talking about. I ought to go jump in the pool fully clothed and cool off. Granted, I'd only been 14, but the memory was seared into my mind. To avoid him, I gulped a second glass of wine and said nothing. There was nothing else to say. The special moment was destroyed, so I pushed away from the table. I should probably go back to my room. Wait, he squeezed my hand. We were at Vizcaya for Vicky's birthday party. I had no idea it meant so much to you. I inhaled and scooted closer. He remembered. I took my hand back from him and clutched my necklace. You remember. He tilted his face so we were inches apart. You tasted like strawberries. At the farm, I always ate strawberry something. He remembered my taste. My mind was mush. To avert my gaze, I turned my head and tried to stop my limbs from shaking. For 1 second, I needed to breathe like a normal person. We grow them on the farm. Without a word, he picked up his drink and studied me. His perusal felt different from other men. There was no way I was worldly enough for a man like John. Then a smile that shined like the sun appeared on his face and brought out those dimples as he leaned back in his chair. I didn't know it was your first kiss. I'd have made it more special. My gaze flew to his, and the gleam in his eye made me feel like I was the only woman on the planet. That would have been more awkward, and I was already embarrassed. The buzzer on the table reverberated. He picked it up and took my elbow. Don't be embarrassed. I was the luckiest guy that day, and I didn't even realize it. If he thought like that, then tonight would end with fireworks and explosions. Really? Yeah, he said. You had just had a fight with your dad or something. Shall we go to dinner? My hotel room would be quieter. I would have been happy to skip dinner, but he seemed intent on a meal. He lifted me to my feet as I scooted back my chair. His hand brushed the base of my spine. This was it. My body trembled for his hand against my naked body as he escorted me into the dining room. I'm glad I came home, he said. We waited for the hostess to show us to a table, and John held my seat for me. I had told him my feelings, and he'd responded. It wasn't my imagination. John was flirting with me. I had to read this right. After the funeral, we'd go our separate ways, but for tonight, I'd be his Cinderella. I traced my throat with my forefinger. Why? You! He slid into the seat opposite me. A shiver of pleasure overwhelmed me. I lowered my eyes and giggled. My nerves were getting in the way. I'd never be sophisticated. The Morgan charm. His hand went across the table and brushed against mine. What? I picked up my drink. More memories played in my mind like a movie as I remembered the House of Morgan and how Vicky went to charm school. I tilted my head. Did you get lessons in how to be charming? For a second, his face lost all traces of that guard that was so high and jaded. Then his sexy dimples came back and his smile was simple and pure. No, I just like seeing you blush. Do the boys in the country not compliment you? I slid my drink back on the table and winked at him, not like you do. Without warning, he scooted his chair closer to mine. Alice Collins, if you keep looking at me like that, then I'm going to kiss you. Yes. My mouth fell open. He couldn't mean that. It was what I'd always wanted. My entire body felt light and airy, but despite my dreams, I'd never actually dragged John to my bed or anywhere. It wasn't who I was. Despite my claims, I couldn't pretend to be that much of someone else. I averted my gaze. It's way too soon. He leaned closer across our seats. Every second disappeared and time went still. My heart beat wildly. Then his nose brushed mine. Then turn away. I closed my eyes. Fairy tales weren't real and I needed to respect myself in the morning. I can't. His arms circled my waist. Nothing else existed in the world except us. My body ached for his touch all over. This was fate. Then his lips met mine. The feather-like brush against mine melted everything. This was heaven. His lips tasted like a fine wine or candy, but a million times more succulent. Chapter 6. My gaze lingered on her strawberry-scented hair, a perfect match for the sweetness of her kiss as I pulled away and leaned back in my chair. Tonight I felt ensnared by some unseen force, not quite myself. With Alice, the world transformed into something fresh and clean, a sanctuary where judgment faded away. As I looked into her light blue eyes, it was as if I had slipped into a dream, one where I felt safe, embraced by a sense of belonging that I hadn't known in years. I knew I had to take things slow with her. My body ached to pull her close, to lose myself in her warmth right then and there, but I fought against that urge. Raking my fingers through my hair, I struggled to regain control. The soft melodies from the terrace drifted into the restaurant, wrapping around us like a warm embrace. Sitting across from her felt oddly grounding, like I was finally anchored somewhere. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. As she toyed with her gold pendant, I caught a fragment of her murmured words, but they slipped past me. My attention returned to her lips, sweet and inviting, as she unfolded her napkin and placed it delicately on her lap. I couldn't help but imagine kissing the hidden parts of her beneath that alluring black dress. Then she leaned across the table and pressed her lips to mine. It was unintentional, but I found myself responding, opening up to her, pulling her closer. The rhythmic sound of steel drums echoed in my ears, and for a moment, I wondered if it was my own heartbeat racing. I let go of her chin just as the waitress approached. "John, I don't know what to say." I admitted, the words tumbling out without thought. Whatever had prompted them remained a mystery, but the lingering sensation of her kiss was still fresh on my lips. I sat back, crossing my arms, feeling the weight of uncertainty. "I don't either, Alice. I'm in the middle of changing my entire life." She shifted in her seat, the round table between us providing a welcome distance. Okay, don't worry about it, she shrugged, her demeanor casual. Tonight is a fantasy. Fantasies and I were a dangerous mix. I should have known better than to spend time with her. If I ventured too close to her room, I feared I wouldn't be able to walk away. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. She reminded me of a dream I'd never dared to have, a warmth I hadn't felt in years. The funeral is on my mind, I confessed, the heaviness of loss creeping back in. Of course it is. Despite everything, he was your father and the only parent you had. I don't want my dark thoughts to ruin your night too. Maybe once we finish our meal, I should let you go back to your room. I fiddled with my water glass, feeling the tension coiling in my chest. Don't run away on my account, she replied, a hint of challenge in her voice. I knew her words struck a nerve. My feelings for her soared, but I couldn't allow myself to believe in forever. In my world, vengeance ruled, and I held on to too much anger to ruin someone as bright as her. Breaking away from the FB, I wasn't as simple as handing in my badge. It was a labyrinth of complications. I drained my drink and finally said, "It's dangerous for me to involve myself in your life." Her fingers brushed against mine, igniting a spark of adrenaline. Who said involved? It was just a kiss. A moment ago, you were reserved. I didn't know how to navigate this. I searched her light blue eyes as she sipped her wine, then took my hand. Alice, don't be someone you're not, for me or anyone. You are too good for me. My heart ached as I saw her eyes glisten with unshed tears. You are being dramatic. The last thing I wanted was to hurt her. Well, don't brush off how we feel right now. We both know where this leads. Then don't turn this moment into something it doesn't have to be. Just relax. Relaxing near her felt impossible. She radiated sexiness, and I was painfully aware of it. Back when Vicky was alive, I must have been blind to what was right in front of me. One moment with Alice could open up a lifetime of possibilities. I pulled my hands back to my lap, reminding myself to respect her. My sister's memory loomed over me, a reminder that I should keep my distance. The heat surged under my collar. Every fiber of my being craved her. I stood up and extended my hand. Dance? Surprise flickered across her face, but then she smiled, lighting up like I'd chosen her for the school dance. I shook off the thought and helped her up, my hand enveloping hers. Okay, I want to be in your arms. Just for the dance, I reminded myself. I kept my lips sealed, focusing on her as she tucked her hair behind her ears and let me lead. Her curves felt perfect against me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that if I claimed this moment, I might just find the life I wanted. We found our positions on the dance floor where the vibrant salsa music wrapped around us like a warm embrace. I slid my arms around her perfectly shaped body, inhaling the sweet, fruity scent of strawberries that lingered in her hair. As I led her through the rhythm, I couldn't help but ask, "You are one of those women, aren't you?" She stumbled slightly, then let me take control, her frown deepening. What are you talking about, those women? I turned her, my fingers yearning to bring her closer. The beat pulsed like a heartbeat, and I finally said, "The ones men call sweetheart, it's in your eyes." As the tempo quickened, she shook her hips in time with the music, making my body feel weak yet ignited. Her gaze was open and inviting. What did you say? What's in my eyes? This dance was both exhilarating and torturous. My lips ached to taste hers again as I swallowed hard. How sweet and kind you are, and that you have a heart. I spun her around, taking a moment to regain my composure. Goosebumps erupted on my skin, every nerve ending hypersensitive to her presence. Oh, words failed me as she twirled back into my arms. I had dated plenty of women, but none had ever affected me like this. She felt like home, and the realization hit me with a force that left me rooted in place. The urge to keep her locked in my embrace intensified. No more kisses were allowed. I had to keep my distance. As she moved closer, rubbing her chin against me, I said, "I'm trying to figure you out. One minute you kiss me, the next you're stiff and not smiling. Does the FBI rip that out of its agents or something?" I tapped her chest lightly. This conversation was a dizzying merry-go-round. With the music blaring, it was hard to maintain a coherent thought. If she were anyone else, I'd be different, but she shattered my reserve. It took a moment for her words to sink in, the implication about my heart lingering in the air. I brushed my fingers across her face as I muttered, "The FBI leaves me cold." Her body pressed against mine, warmth radiating between us. "You're far from that. You don't know that." I could be ruthless, but near her, that part of me slipped away. My hips swayed instinctively, brushing against her, igniting a primal urge to sweep her off her feet and take her upstairs. Instead, I said, "I don't want to talk about work." "Then let's talk about us." "Us?" Absolutely not. There was no us or we in this lifetime. My hands trailed up her back, sending heat coursing through me. You are a more interesting topic. Funny, too. What's funny? Her expression shifted as if I'd crossed a line. The music surged, the tempo frantic, making it hard to hear each other over the chaos. I grimaced. Nothing. We can't. Her frown conveyed disappointment, but for now she held her tongue. The music whipped into a frenzy as I guided her in a circle. I pressed my lips together, feeling the tension build as she asked, "What's holding you back?" The song ended on a high note, and I felt the ache in my lips to kiss her again. Instead, I led her off the dance floor, unwilling to torture myself further. The night was creeping in, shrouding us in the shadows that made it easy to forget. My body couldn't handle being this close to her. I took her hand, adrenaline surging within me. Breaks would certainly help right now. My family... I brought her to stand between the wall and the dance floor, her brightness fading as she said, "Your sister liked me." She knew I liked her. I glanced at our table. The food was far less enticing than the woman before me. Part of me longed to push past my issues and just take her, but I leaned against the wall instead. The House of Morgan is unforgettable. Perhaps it's your father that holds you still. Her words hung in the air as I massaged her shoulders, the warmth between us almost electric. I leaned in, our lips tantalizingly close, but she turned her head away. I caught the mist in her eyes, a hint of something deeper swirling beneath the surface. Let's change topics. Why did you join the FBI? I could feel the tension in the room. I was the one with the issues. Every beat of my heart urged me to pull her closer and never let go. I looked into her blue eyes, searching for clarity, and saw a glimmer, maybe fear, maybe desire. It was enough to send my pulse racing. I shook my head, trying to regain control. To find out what lengths my father would go to. I know he had something to do with Vicky's death. My stomach twisted at the thought. Would he really kill his own daughter? If I stood in his way, he'd discard me without a second thought. I'd assume he'd do the same to her. Yet you joined the FBI to hunt down his associates, and still he didn't cut you out. Despite how miserable I remember Vicky being with him, I can't believe he'd kill his only daughter. I felt her touch on my forearm, a gesture of comfort. Don't think about him. Then she hugged me, her body pressed against mine, and I trembled, fighting the urge to hold her too tightly. Deal. I nodded, pulling back from the embrace. Vicky was distant and unseen for months before she died. I thought we were heading to college together, but she never showed up. She tilted her head, taking in my features, her beauty shining like a beacon. She never confided in you why she disappeared? I shook my head, squeezing her hand as we made our way to the table where dinner had just arrived. No, I hoped you might know. I held her chair as she sat, then pushed her in gently. Where did you go after the funeral? I was getting my master's at Stanford the day she died. I settled into my seat across from her, remembering how my father had assumed I was destined for science. When I moved to D.C. and distanced myself from everything, he hardly noticed. Right after the funeral, I enrolled in the FBI Academy. My father was furious. He threatened to disown me. Both of her hands enveloped mine across the table, grounding me, but he didn't. It felt good to share this with her. I hadn't had anyone in my corner for as long as I could remember. No, he kept the money flowing into my accounts, but now I have no idea what will happen. I guess I'll find out at the will. Maybe Peter disagreed with your dad. Her touch made the entire day worth living. I withdrew my hand and gazed into her clear, lovely face. Then I poured us both a glass of wine. I don't know. Peter was the oldest and the most distant. Out of all of us, he remembered our mother the most, and I think I was jealous of his memories. I took the glass from her as she squeezed my shoulder. You don't? I shook my head. Fragmented images flashed through my mind, but nothing concrete. I brushed my hand against hers again, feeling the warmth radiate from her. I can't imagine how that feels. Vicky always said your mom left you all the day she was born, but if you have memories, that must be hard. I'm so sorry. This conversation felt sacred, something only she could understand. I withdrew my hand, rubbing the back of my neck, unsure why I was sharing so much. The server interrupted, asking, Do you need anything else? No, thanks. I didn't take my eyes off her. I'm glad we're honest with each other. As soon as we were alone again, I smiled, feeling a warmth spread across my face. I could almost believe I was related to angels, if such things existed. 'Cause you can trust me, it's okay. John, I told you my darkest secret. I wish I'd known about your crush back then. I sipped my wine, feeling a rush of heat. She had no idea how I felt. We finished our dinner and I shook my head. I was just a tomboy and your sister's friend. That couldn't be the reason he hadn't noticed me before. If he had, the explosion of feelings inside him wouldn't be so overwhelming now. I drank my wine and she scooted closer. You turned out to be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. What had she said? My body reacted to her, every cell urging me to take her. I stared at her mouth, remembering how sweet she tasted, better than any fruit, like heaven. I opened my eyes and offered a smile. With a playful wink, I said, "That's it. We're getting married." Her entire body stilled. "What?" I laughed. Perhaps I could be flirty and fun. I'm joking slightly. I don't know how much more flirting I can do. John, we're both adults now. We should go upstairs. It wasn't a joke. The image of a simple life with her waiting for me at the door flickered through my mind like a film reel. If I married her, she'd be part of my life forever, and no one would suffer if I kept her close. It was a thought worth considering. I took her hand and guided her into the hotel. Then I'll make sure you get back to your room. Alone. I noticed her wince, a flash of hurt crossing her face. "Okay," she said, shrugging it off. "Thank you for tonight." As we walked toward the elevator, her hand remained in mine, and I could feel the warmth radiating from her soft skin. I pressed the button to summon the elevator. "At the funeral tomorrow, I'll need to keep my distance. The press will be there. Please don't take it personally." "So you don't want people on television to see me with you?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "It's for your protection. You need to be safe, away from Peter and Jennifer and their narrow worldview." The elevator doors opened and we stepped inside. I pressed 13 while she pressed 12. Part of me yearned to go to her room and tear that dress off her body, but I gripped the elevator door to restrain myself. "Why?" she asked, her brow furrowing. The doors closed, sealing us in our own little world. I wouldn't kiss her again, not here. I swallowed hard. "I'm attracted to you, and that's not something my brother or the world needs to witness." I rubbed my arms, meeting her gaze. Her eyes sparkled with a question she didn't voice. Should I lean her back against the elevator wall and kiss her fiercely? Not right now. I intended for forever, and forever doesn't begin with seduction. A potential wife was far different from a fleeting hookup. I stood taller, needing to embody strength for both of us. "You really don't trust him, do you?" she asked, her voice steady. What had I said? Something about my brother. My mind caught up with the conversation, though my lips still ached to taste hers. "I don't know. He might be fine, but in the House of Morgan, signs of affection can be weapons. You're too sweet." Without thinking, I captured her lips in a kiss, and an electric jolt surged through me, a powerful sense that we belonged together. My hands found her waist as she wrapped her arms around my neck. I pulled back, gasping for air, as the elevator stopped and the door slid open, and for a heartbeat we lingered in silence, neither of us moving. The elevator dinged again, and I instinctively reached out to stop the doors from closing. "Okay, good night," she finally said, moving like an angel as she stepped off the elevator, and then I blurted out, "Coffee afterwards?" The words slipped from my mouth before I could think. She turned, her smile lighting up the dim space. "Where?" I fumbled for my phone, praying my hands didn't betray my nerves. "I'll text you if you give me your number." A laugh danced on her lips, though it was silent. "Smooth, John." She took my phone and typed in her number, handing it back to me. The air was filled with a scent reminiscent of strawberries, and I could almost taste her sweetness lingering on my tongue. I stepped back from the elevator, whispering, "Good night." "I'll see you at the funeral," she replied, leaving me momentarily speechless. She was incredible. If I could bottle her essence and keep her in my life, I'd be happier than I'd been in years. Once inside my room, I stared at her number, a smile creeping onto my face. I knew I would find her again, but I refused to spend the evening like a lost puppy dog fixated on her name. I closed the phone app and checked my email, where a second message caught my eye. "John Morgan, you're the reason my family is dead. Now that I know your name, nothing can stop me from taking away everything you ever loved, starting with the brunette." My body froze, instincts kicking in. I forwarded the message to my ex-boss at the FBI, my hands clenching into fists. I might have quit, but this was likely job-related. Pain shot through my chest like a heart attack. All that mattered now was ensuring her safety. The FBI was my best option. With the Morgan fortune, I could hire whatever security necessary. Rejoining my father's world meant facing my choices, but I wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Coldness seeped into my bones. I'd never go out with Alice Collins again if it meant keeping her safe. The threat mentioned her specifically. I had to protect her. No one would ever hurt her. Grabbing my bag, I headed for the door. Tonight, I'd sleep in the hall. Chapter 7. Last night had ended too innocently to be my ultimate fantasy. All I had was the promise of another date and a few spine-tingling kisses. It was more than I'd had previously, but my skin felt icky, like I missed something. A frown didn't budge from my lips, and the bright sun from the window did nothing for me except wake me up. The coffee in my room helped as I checked my cotton granny panties and prayed the line wasn't that noticeable. The clock read later than I intended, so I walked out the door. No morning conversation with my mom was also perfect, as my phone was still off and I kept it that way. At the hotel, they let me sit inside until the valet had my SUV, and then bellboys packed my one bag in the back. The cloudless blue of the morning sky lifted my spirits. I poked my tongue into my cheek as I drove. Another date with John might seal the deal. A funeral should have cooled my libido, and John was the man's son. I tapped the steering wheel to the beat of the radio. As I turned my SUV into the church parking lot, bright lights from the streets blinded me. I'd passed so many video cameras that my eyes were dazed. I killed the ignition, a frown on my face. I'd never lived like this. It was still morning and the coffee hadn't kicked in. I ran my hands through my short hair and kept my head down to avoid the flashes of a mob from the gate I had just passed. I sighed. Nothing good happened at funerals. John would be in the procession later, and he'd warned me that he wouldn't spend time with me today. Not until after this was over. I made my way to the front door, though I realized I was early. The glass doors closed behind me, leaving me in a white hallway. A flutter grew in my stomach. I turned right and swore I saw a blonde woman who looked like Victoria float into an adjoining room. I blinked, knowing that was impossible. Denied sex never brought people back to life. I rubbed my eyes. The church was warm. Hopefully, when people arrived, they would blast the air conditioning. I swallowed and felt overheated as I entered the main room. A few mourners sat in the light brown pews, but the place was still pretty empty. Mitch Morgan's casket had so many flower baskets around it. He appeared like a king as he lay in state at the front of the room. This was why John had been in no mood for me last night. If the situation were reversed, I'd be a total mess too. I hugged my stomach and chose instead to go wait in the greeting area for more people. With the scattered amount of guests who milled in the halls, I'd blend better. If I missed seeing John this morning, I'd be fine. Coffee afterward would make up for everything else. With that thought, I turned on my phone. There were a dozen voicemails from my mother. I pursed my lips, flicked it back off, and returned to the bright hall. Though the sun was shining brightly, my arms had goosebumps. It felt like someone was staring at me. I turned around completely, but saw no one. Whatever it was felt familiar, not frightening. Perhaps Mitch had more children than the 3 he raised, and John would meet half-brothers and sisters at his funeral. Not that I wished that on him, but my gut said something was about to happen. Noise outside caught my attention. I folded my arms in front of my black dress as a large group of people walked in. The lights flashed brighter than fireworks on the 4th of July, so Peter and John must have arrived. The explosion in my heart begged to lock eyes with John. I didn't see him, but the surge of hope never wavered. I blinked at Jennifer in a magnificent black gown that could double as a dress for the Academy Awards. Her long black hair, dark eyes, and pale skin made her the star that she was. Mortals did not look like Jennifer Gonzalez. Other people passed by, but I never saw John. The lights were too bright. As shoulders passed in front of me, goosebumps rose on my arms. Then my stare froze as I gazed at the outline of my fairy tale prince. John's light blondish brown hair, blue eyes, and dimples blew every other man out of the water. My lips tingled as I remembered our kiss. I averted my gaze and blended into the crowd that walked into the chapel for the ceremonies. Peter Morgan suddenly appeared at my side. I gazed up at John's brother. My mind didn't register anything at first, but then Peter's words acted like a knife to the bread that was my brain. Consider our contracts canceled at the end of the term. My mouth dropped open. My father's retirement depended on that contract. My fingers felt like ice and my skin grew cold. What? Peter continued past me in the rush and took Jennifer's hand. He acted as if he hadn't just destroyed me. Jennifer, obviously in on the plan, added, "You were never important, Alice. No one knows why you're here." My stomach twisted. Sharp pains poked through my skin. The pair of them walked away in the throng of people. I blinked and could do nothing but stare. I'd come here to pay my respects to the House of Morgan and keep my family safe. Instead, I'd lost my family's contract to sell our produce in supermarkets around the country. My parents were retiring and needed the income. My father was recovering from a heart attack. My brother was leaving the Marines to raise his daughter. The weight of responsibility rested on my shoulders, and my very independence depended on my business skills. This was impossible. I folded my freezing hands together. I had to think fast. John's fingers brushed my back. A spark of electricity woke me. "Alice, you look like a ghost. Are you okay?" "Your brother..." My voice trailed off. I shouldn't tell him, not here at the funeral. I pressed my lips together. I gazed at the floor to count the marble tiles. Never mind, we can talk about it later. His warm hands pressed against my back. I turned toward him as he took my hand. Forget what I said last night. Sit next to me and tell me what happened. This wasn't smart. I swallowed. I'd be in the same row with Peter and Jennifer. No real conversation could be had there. Besides, the entire world might see me if I sat next to the President of the United States or the former one. I kept my legs from buckling by locking my knees. I don't think I should. John's hand kept me warm. The blush in his cheek suggested he was happy to see me. It was something at least. He held his hand on my back as he walked me down the aisle. Tell me what happened. I must be having an out-of-body experience. As I followed him and my hand took his, my mind was a complete blank. Honestly, I couldn't think. This was so strange. My backside sat down before I realized I was exactly where I feared, in front of a president and in the row as part of the family. With those cameras, my mother would definitely see me, and I had no explanation to offer on what happened with John Morgan. Not here. John's hand stayed on mine as we stood up so the former president could pass and get a seat. John's face paled as he stared at a television camera. I didn't know Peter allowed cameras in here. At least he thought about what this looked like, too. Jennifer shook her head at me in disapproval. I refused to cower because of her, and I held my head higher. Your brother is dating an actress. I wouldn't be surprised if the engagement was a television reality show. No, John whispered in my ear, and his warm breath tickled my neck. That wouldn't be fitting for a Morgan. Peter would not sink that low. Then, in the corner of my eye, I swore I saw Victoria again. I rubbed the back of my neck. I squeezed John's hand enough for him to ask, "Are you okay?" To avert my gaze, I brushed my hair behind my ears. Yes, you're right about your brother and trust, by the way. What happened? Vicky would be here if her father was dead, but I didn't believe in ghosts. There was no explanation for what I thought I saw. I touched my forehead. Right now, this isn't about me. Your brother just dropped a bombshell that I'll have to figure out how to handle. John's gaze turned cold as he stared over my head. I followed the direction and saw Peter. Peter's face appeared confused for a split second, but then he nodded at his brother. The Morgan attitude of, they own everything, took over. John whispered to me, "Tell me what happened with him the second we escape this. Peter has no right to bully you." Bully was a strong word and untrue. The contract wasn't with John. Peter had every right to walk away, though. My heart constricted at the thought. I'd have to scramble fast to find another client. Then lights blinded me as people gasped. My arms had goosebumps. John's eyes lit up as he gazed at something behind us. The glow of his entire demeanor emanated happiness. I bit my lip. Someone shocking must be here. Then I turned my head around and followed John's stare. His mouth gaped and he took my hand closer to his body. Even Peter's cheeks were rosy with excitement. The people around me blocked whoever everyone stared at. John's fingers laced around mine. I followed the direction of his gaze. The heads finally swayed out of my way and I pressed my free hand against my chest. My entire body went numb. Victoria Morgan walked into the room and made her way down the aisle. Like both her brothers, her cheeks were rosy and her blue eyes shone with life and vitality. I swallowed. Oh my goodness, my best friend was alive. Chapter 8. I flinched and I couldn't quite stop blinking. Victoria and Alice hugged like they were sisters while the entire world watched everything live on television, including whoever intended me or Alice harm. My sister would be a target too. I stood back in thought until Vicky called, "Don't I get a hug? Or are you mad at me?" Without one word, I wrapped my arms around my baby sister, and her soft skin and fresh, clean smell told me she was indeed alive. I hadn't quite believed it. I closed my eyes as a sea of emotions racked my body. Victoria's death had been the hardest part of my life, but it didn't matter now. She was here. Peter coughed. "Let go, John, so I can hug our sister." I stepped out of the way and brushed my hand down Alice's back. I tried to hold her steady because she was shaking like a leaf in a windstorm. Peter and Victoria hugged. Jennifer didn't budge from the first row for a few seconds. Then she trembled as she joined them. Alice tried to slip her hand free, but I kept her close. I glanced down at her and Alice whispered, "This is a family moment, John." Jennifer's eyes watered as she walked over to Victoria and Peter, though Alice braced as the woman glided past them. I shook my head, holding Alice tight. Victoria would want her best friend, and I needed to keep them all safe. Together. Everyone watched through the rolling cameras, and Victoria and Peter stepped out of their hug. She asked, "Is Dad really dead?" "We should have checked your casket." Peter smiled, then stepped aside. I tilted my head. My brother's face read like he had already known that Vicky was alive. There was no shock, not like everyone else. Had Peter known all along? His sister's funeral had been faked, and he'd fallen for that. Their father must have been laughing in his grave at how gullible he'd been. My spine turned ice cold. "You're hurting my hand." Alice twisted her wrist, and I let go. Alice needed to be protected. I turned to her and again placed my hand on her arm. "I'm sorry." "It's fine." She smiled with a warmness that felt like concern. "We all thought Victoria was dead." "You turned into an icicle, John, sweetie. Are you okay?" I gazed over her and stared into the network news camera that was aimed right at my face. "Yes." I looked beyond her and toward a camera that recorded the entire funeral. There was no way I could let Alice leave, not now. She'd be in danger. "Come, help me get the family out of here." Victoria hugged Jennifer as the television actress cried in front of the cameras. At Castle Morgan, the family home that wasn't truly a castle but an estate, they'd be safe. Alice wouldn't like that arrangement. I held her elbow and guided her as I said, "Peter, let's take Vicky to the back room, away from the cameras." Jennifer took Peter's hand, and the five of us pushed past my father's casket and out the side door. Alice stayed with me until we were at the exit. I let go so she could enter, but she stepped to the side. I tried to call her back, but she slipped into the crowd. Vicky would be safe with Peter and Jennifer, but Alice wasn't. She had no idea about the danger. I rushed into the crowded room to get her. Walking fast, she'd already reached the front room near the main door, and I called out, "Wait!" Her face was red as she turned around and glanced at the crowd of people around us. "Why did you follow me?" At least she stayed still as I approached. I needed to explain so she'd understand. With my palms up, I tried to sound reasonable. "Don't go." She shook her head, her fingers on the door handle. "What are you doing? You should be with your family right now." I reached out to stop her. "Stay with me." She averted her gaze and looked over my shoulder at the people around us. "Victoria is in there. She'll call me later. Be with your family." The thought of Alice outside alone sent a chill down my entire body. "I can't let you go." Her face turned a deeper shade of red. "John, our date last night was great, but it was just a fantasy. Our worlds are different." As she spoke, a red laser appeared on her face and my mouth dropped. Without a word, I grabbed her and positioned her between my chest and the wall as a bullet crashed through the glass doors right beside us. Alice screamed and then put her palm over her mouth to stop. I covered her head with my arms to block any shattered glass. Shouts sounded behind us. I patted her strawberry-scented hair as her smell helped block out the stench of gunpowder. From both sides of the church foyer, Secret Service came out of the funeral with guns drawn. Alice shook. I held her tight as I called, "Bullet came from outside." At least I hadn't given back my gun or badge yet, as my training was why I wore my weapon. One of the agents had his finger to his ear as he answered, "We have 2 presidents to protect. Our men are en route." Alice trembled in my arms, and I rocked her to keep her calm. This was my fault. No one would get to her. In the security mirror near the entrance, I saw she was pale. "Can I take her to sit down?" One of the men in sunglasses said, "I need to see identification." Her lips shook. "My license is in my purse, John." No one should scare her like this. I'd have to find out who did this. I nodded but held her waist to keep her close as I opened my jacket to reveal my FBI badge. "She's with me." She was almost shot. The men with the guns pointed at us held their weapons higher and let us pass. I took her toward one of the rooms to the back and away from the funeral. Alice stayed in my arms as she followed. She stayed close until I closed a side door, then she blinked, tried to stand taller, and swallowed. "Who shot at me?" My heart constricted in my chest. I had no idea how much to reveal. I couldn't tell her that this was a threat against me. Could be anyone. She took my bicep in both of her hands. "Did you see a laser on my face? I thought I saw a red light." "Yeah, it's why I dragged you in my arms." Her blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and fear. Her cheeks grew red. "Your skills as an agent were spot on perfect." "No, that wasn't what happened. I was lucky." She shook her head, placed her palm to forehead like she recalled the feel of the red laser, and then closed her eyes. "Wow, I'll be fine. It was probably someone trying to shoot the president." She walked away from me, and I reached out to keep her close. Again, the smell of strawberries played in my throat. "They almost shot you." Her face went pale as she stiffened. "That doesn't make any sense. I'm not the president. I'm no one important." My hands froze on her back as I realized I had to tell her. I gazed into her eyes, wishing I didn't have to reveal my true feelings. "Someone threatened to kill anyone I loved." Her lips parted. "What? I still don't qualify. You don't love me." I let her back away as my spine stiffened while I waited to be knocked out from a punch I had no power to stop. What I said sounded extreme, but my heart knew the truth. I promised myself that no one was going to hurt her because of me. Just now, on national television, we appeared close. She frowned. So someone thinks you love me? It shouldn't be that hard for her to believe that I had feelings. I took a deep breath and steered the conversation back to the point. We need to focus on your safety. Her arms stayed at her sides as her eyes grew wider. What about my family? Alice should think more about herself. I nodded. I'll keep a patrol at your parents' farm. She shook her head like it wasn't enough. They have to be safe. As she wasn't a fan of my family, I wouldn't mention the Morgans had their own security that rivaled any government-run organization. By staying out of sight, no one should go after her parents. I crossed my arms so I wouldn't attach myself to her. You're the primary target. They'll go to them if they can't get to you, but you have to be kept out of sight. That wasn't very reassuring. I don't know how to soften my words or lie to you. My mother pretty much hates your family. Only Alice would spend this long worrying about others and not herself. Her sweetness was more palatable than sugar. I stayed still so she wouldn't jump. Good. Whoever hears her tell that to the world won't bother with her. Right now, I want you with me until I find out who is behind the threats. If you go home, you risk putting your family in danger. It's safer if I put a patrol on the outside while you're with me. Her eyes misted like she might cry, though her pale cheeks stayed dry. She stared at me like I'd set out to hurt her. So I can't go home? I'd have to go slow with her and not push too hard too fast, but no one would get to her on my watch. I have to insist you stay with me. Her lips twitched. You don't have a place, and I'm not staying at Castle Morgan. My brother's home would have state-of-the-art security where no one would get to us, though I'd rather not bunk with Peter. I had my own version of a Morgan home that I never used, and the family service just stocked for me. I don't want to go there either. I won't be your shield from your brother. You need a better plan if I'm staying with you. The hotel? No. I rubbed my chin. Let me think. She crossed her arms too, as if this was an argument she could win. I finalized buying my condo next week. I dropped my arms to my side so I wouldn't close her off. She needed to agree to be with me. I missed the rest of what she said and blinked. She turned to leave. I said, "What?" She turned back around, shook her head, and threw her arms to her sides. Yeah, I do have a life, John. I reached out with both hands and stroked her arms until she calmed down. She gazed up at me and her blue eyes welled with tears. I lowered my head and the scent of strawberries caught in my throat. I spoke softly but firmly as I vowed not to bring up every type of criminal out there and what they might do. If you intend to keep that condo, then you stay with me. We don't know who is after us yet. She licked her lips but shook her head. This is insane. I texted the service my family used to ensure that the house was livable. With Morgan security, it would be the safest place for us. Victoria poked her head into the room I was in with Alice. I saw Peter and Jennifer in the background. Peter had his hands in his pockets, wearing a confused expression as he looked at Alice. Vicky smiled at us and opened her arms. John, Alice, come join us. I've missed you both so much. I had no words. Perhaps my family hadn't heard the shot or they were pretending again. The attack had used a silencer. My sister wasn't a ghost, but I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing either. I took Alice's hand. A spark of fire grew in my belly. No harm could come to Alice because of my stupidity today. I'd find a way to keep her safe until this was over. My gaze returned to Peter. For Victoria, we'd work together. Chapter 9. Alice's entire body shivered. My mind replayed the bullet that blasted through the door and shattered the glass above my head. John had protected me with his massive, muscular chest by shoving me against the wall. I could have died. Everything else right now was a complete blur. John's strong arm was still on my back, and his presence helped steady my fast-paced heartbeat. I rubbed my arms with both hands. This whole day was like a dream come true. Vicky was alive. My childhood crush now held me. A bullet to the head wasn't part of that fantasy. I sighed. The others were talking about what had happened. Perhaps John was wrong about the threat against those he loved. Who knew what happened to Victoria and how she'd escaped to come home? The beat of my heart overshadowed my hearing. I moved closer. Peter Morgan was on the phone with someone and Jennifer stroked Vicky's hair. I stayed near John and asked, Vicky, did your dad kidnap you and keep you from all of us? No. Victoria averted her gaze and looked toward both her brothers. I faked my death. I turned to John as his mouth formed the shape of an O and his eyes grew wider. His hand stayed on my back. John asked, why would you do that? Victoria's face grew white. I had to get away from Dad and everything he'd done. Peter stepped in and blocked her view as he took his sister's hand. What happened between you two? John snorted. You don't know? Peter shook his head and then turned toward us. When it came to our sister, Dad never said anything. You weren't surprised to see Vicky today. John's accusation caused silence all around. I saw him an hour before the funeral. He was surprised then, Vicky explained. He couldn't track you down for a private meeting. I'm sorry. John's fingers pressed into my arm and I turned to take his hand. You don't have to pretend our family is normal, Vicky. Vicky rocked on her feet and hugged her waist. I stepped away, but John's fingers circled the small of my back. If he needed me right now, I'd stay. I needed his strength too, as my mind was a whirlwind and I couldn't quite feel or think. John said, Peter, in many ways you are just like him. You should have told me when we were walking in. Peter stood still. Vicky wanted to surprise you. John's palm heated. Dad would have said that too. He trained me since birth to be who I am. Peter returned his attention to Victoria. I never thought to escape as you did. Vicky's face paled until she almost matched her all-white dress, but then she licked her lips, which had the only trace of pink color. I see my brothers both decided to keep my friends as girlfriends. My face flushed. John and I are just friends. Jennifer rolled her eyes. Sure, and I'm applying to be a nun next week, Alice. We're adults now. You don't have to pretend to be an angel. I clenched my hands. Jennifer was too much. Not everyone is like you, Jenny. Jennifer's nose curled at her old nickname. I bit my lip and then realized I had nothing to be guilty for. One kiss didn't make a relationship. This whole thing was crazy. I had avoided Jennifer for years and would again once we all left this room. Victoria smiled and nodded at how John and I held hands. I approve of you two, if that means anything to either of you. I broke into a laugh. This was a ridiculous conversation. Someone was out to kill someone, me, and they spoke about dating. We were no longer teenagers. John released my hand and my body chilled. He went to the door to speak to security as I glanced at the bulge on his spine that must be his gun. My heart almost stilled as he returned to me, placed his hand on my spine and addressed his brother. Our family reunion needs to be better planned. Peter, ensure that Vicky is kept safe tonight at Castle Morgan. I'll plan our escape from here and see the rest of you tomorrow. I opened my mouth and almost asked, what about me? But clamped my lips together. My mind returned to the fact that I was at a funeral where 2 former U.S. presidents showed up, and the current one had sent his apologies. The shot had to be related to that and not some threat to John. No one was going to kill me or my family. John took my hand and dragged me out the door. My feet stumbled to keep up, but he held me close as he went to a Secret Service agent. He spoke to the man so fast that I turned toward the funeral and tuned out their conversation. Guests sat in the pews of the church talking animatedly. She's alive. It's better than a soap opera. Do you think the old man is dead, or will he wake up later today? Once again, Mitch Morgan set off a firestorm in his family at his own funeral. My mother would say he was stirring trouble from the grave. My face heated. Victoria's funeral had been with a closed casket while Mitch Morgan's waxy face beamed from his silken coffin. He had been the richest man in the world who craved power over the rest of mankind. John told the agents, my father loaned the government money to pay the national debt. This threat is either against the president, me, or my family. I'm heading to a safe house with this woman. Cover us until we make it out of the parking lot. Woman? I said as he turned me on my heel and we headed back where someone had almost killed me. He opened the door and didn't bat an eye. My heart raced. The Secret Service cleared the parking lot to get the presidents out. I'll have your car brought somewhere safe later, but we're heading to my car. John kept my hand in a tight lock, and I shivered as I ran to stay beside him. Don't call me woman, my name is Alice. He stopped at a brand new black Mercedes-Benz with tinted windows. My white SUV on the other end of the lot was dusty from the road, but right now it seemed like a shrine toward home. John opened the passenger door and waved for me to get in. Alice, I didn't mean to offend you. My shoulders curved inward. Part of me wanted to run toward my SUV and take off for the family farm. The other part didn't think that was a good idea. My body shook. I don't feel safe outside right now. He placed his hand on my shoulder and I jerked back at the touch. Then I took a breath and relaxed. John said, I'll protect you, but we can't camp out at the church. Noise behind us caused me to spin on my heel and stare at the Secret Service taking one of the presidents to a limo. I rubbed my arms and turned back to John's strong profile. His 5 o'clock shadow somehow soothed me. Where are we going? He tilted his jaw in the air. I can't tell you. I wasn't a child, and that was not a good answer at all. I shook my head. Why not? John leaned closer, in case someone is listening. What? He opened the door. We're outside, open targets. Alice, please get in. I stared into his blue eyes. Then I slowly nodded and ducked into the passenger seat of his car. John, okay, I'm going to trust you. He locked my door and then swung around the car and joined me. He found his sunglasses and then sped out of the parking lot. I massaged my forehead. Your brother canceled his contract with my family. What? This was a topic I'd have discussed with him over coffee. The original plan sounded like a dream. Peter spoke to me before we all went in. He canceled the contract. It was why I was upset earlier when you came over to me. I have no idea how my parents can retire without that. I have to get to work. The engine purred and I paused. He kept his gaze on the road and clutched the wheel. And we have more important things to discuss. No, I wouldn't think about myself or the bullet that almost lodged itself in my brain. I played with my gold pendant. My parents are my priority. I'll speak to Peter for you. If Peter Morgan changed his mind, then I could breathe easier, but it wasn't wise to hope. There had to be another production company that would buy our oranges up north. The cash crop was a commodity many people around the country craved. If he doesn't change his mind, then I have to go shopping for a new shipper. That's going to be my priority. His hand crossed the seat and squeezed my arm. It's not as important as your life. John Morgan was bringing up things out of my comfort zone. My body tensed as I wrapped my head around what I could handle. I don't have a life if I don't find a new contract. Alice, you have your priorities backwards. I stared out the window. Today was something out of a movie. The funeral, my best friend returned from the dead. Someone almost shooting me, my lost business contract. While my body buzzed with awareness of John, and it was altogether too much to handle. John wasn't being reasonable right now, and my muscles were so tight that I couldn't breathe. Let's not talk anymore for a while. I'm not in the mood. Today has been insane. Chapter 7. Last night had ended too innocently to be my ultimate fantasy. All I had was the promise of another date and a few spine-tingling kisses. It was more than I'd had previously, but my skin felt icky, like I missed something. A frown didn't budge from my lips, and the bright sun from the window did nothing for me except wake me up. The coffee in my room helped as I checked my cotton granny panties and prayed the line wasn't that noticeable. The clock read later than I intended, so I walked out the door. No morning conversation with my mom was also perfect, as my phone was still off and I kept it that way. At the hotel, they let me sit inside until the valet had my SUV, and then bellboys packed my one bag in the back. The cloudless blue of the morning sky lifted my spirits. I poked my tongue into my cheek as I drove. Another date with John might seal the deal. A funeral should have cooled my libido, and John was the man's son. I tapped the steering wheel to the beat of the radio. As I turned my SUV into the church parking lot, bright lights from the streets blinded me. I'd passed so many video cameras that my eyes were dazed. I killed the ignition, a frown on my face. I'd never lived like this. It was still morning and the coffee hadn't kicked in. I ran my hands through my short hair and kept my head down to avoid the flashes of a mob from the gate I had just passed. I sighed. Nothing good happened at funerals. John would be in the procession later, and he'd warned me that he wouldn't spend time with me today. Not until after this was over. I made my way to the front door, though I realized I was early. The glass doors closed behind me, leaving me in a white hallway. A flutter grew in my stomach. I turned right and swore I saw a blonde woman who looked like Victoria float into an adjoining room. I blinked, knowing that was impossible. Denied sex never brought people back to life. I rubbed my eyes. The church was warm. Hopefully, when people arrived, they would blast the air conditioning. I swallowed and felt overheated as I entered the main room. A few mourners sat in the light brown pews, but the place was still pretty empty. Mitch Morgan's casket had so many flower baskets around it. He appeared like a king as he lay in state at the front of the room. This was why John had been in no mood for me last night. If the situation were reversed, I'd be a total mess too. I hugged my stomach and chose instead to go wait in the greeting area for more people. With the scattered amount of guests who milled in the halls, I'd blend better. If I missed seeing John this morning, I'd be fine. Coffee afterward would make up for everything else. With that thought, I turned on my phone. There were a dozen voicemails from my mother. I pursed my lips, flicked it back off, and returned to the bright hall. Though the sun was shining brightly, my arms had goosebumps. It felt like someone was staring at me. I turned around completely, but saw no one. Whatever it was felt familiar, not frightening. Perhaps Mitch had more children than the 3 he raised, and John would meet half-brothers and sisters at his funeral. Not that I wished that on him, but my gut said something was about to happen. Noise outside caught my attention. I folded my arms in front of my black dress as a large group of people walked in. The lights flashed brighter than fireworks on the 4th of July, so Peter and John must have arrived. The explosion in my heart begged to lock eyes with John. I didn't see him, but the surge of hope never wavered. I blinked at Jennifer in a magnificent black gown that could double as a dress for the Academy Awards. Her long black hair, dark eyes, and pale skin made her the star that she was. Mortals did not look like Jennifer Gonzalez. Other people passed by, but but I never saw John. The lights were too bright. As shoulders passed in front of me, goosebumps rose on my arms. Then my stare froze as I gazed at the outline of my fairy tale prince. John's light blondish brown hair, blue eyes, and dimples blew every other man out of the water. My lips tingled as I remembered our kiss. I averted my gaze and blended into the crowd that walked into the chapel for the ceremonies. Peter Morgan suddenly appeared at my side. I gazed up at John's brother. My mind didn't register anything at first, but then Peter's words acted like a knife to the bread that was my brain. Consider our contracts canceled at the end of the term. My mouth dropped open. My father's retirement depended on that contract. My fingers felt like ice and my skin grew cold. What? Peter continued past me in the rush and took Jennifer's hand. He acted as if he hadn't just destroyed me. Jennifer, obviously in on the plan, added, "You were never important, Alice. No one knows why you're here." My stomach twisted. Sharp pains poked through my skin. The pair of them walked away in the throng of people. I blinked and could do nothing but stare. I'd come here to pay my respects to the House of Morgan and keep my family safe. Instead, I'd lost my family's contract to sell our produce in supermarkets around the country. My parents were retiring and needed the income. My father was recovering from a heart attack. My brother was leaving the Marines to raise his daughter. The weight of responsibility rested on my shoulders, and my very independence depended on my business skills. This was impossible. I folded my freezing hands together. I had to think fast. John's fingers brushed my back. A spark of electricity woke me. "Alice, you look like a ghost. Are you okay?" "Your brother..." My voice trailed off. I shouldn't tell him, not here at the funeral. I pressed my lips together. I gazed at the floor to count the marble tiles. "Never mind. We can talk about it later." His warm hands pressed against my back. I turned toward him as he took my hand. "Forget what I said last night. Sit next to me and tell me what happened." This wasn't smart. I swallowed. I'd be in the same row with Peter and Jennifer. No real conversation could be had there. Besides, the entire world might see me if I sat next to the President of the United States or the former one. I kept my legs from buckling by locking my knees. I don't think I should. John's hand kept me warm. The blush in his cheeks suggested he was happy to see me. It was something at least. He held his hand on my back as he walked me down the aisle. "Tell me what happened." I must be having an out-of-body experience. As I followed him and my hand took his, my mind was a complete blank. Honestly, I couldn't think. This was so strange. My backside sat down before I realized I was exactly where I feared, in front of a president and in the row as part of the family. With those cameras, my mother would definitely see me, and I had no explanation to offer on what happened with John Morgan. Not here. John's hand stayed on mine as we stood up so the former president could pass and get his seat. John's face paled as he stared at a television camera. I didn't know Peter allowed cameras in here. At least he thought about what this looked like, too. Jennifer shook her head at me in disapproval. I refused to cower because of her, and I held my head higher. "Your brother is dating an actress. I wouldn't be surprised if the engagement was a television reality show." "No," John whispered in my ear, and his warm breath tickled my neck. "That wouldn't be fitting for a Morgan. Peter would not sink that low." Then, in the corner of my eye, I swore I saw Victoria again. I rubbed the back of my neck. I squeezed John's hand enough for him to ask, "Are you okay?" To avert my gaze, I brushed my hair behind my ears. "Yes, you're right about your brother and trust, by the way." "What happened?" Vicky would be here if her father was dead, but I didn't believe in ghosts. There was no explanation for what I thought I saw. I touched my forehead. "Right now, this isn't about me. Your brother just dropped a bombshell that I'll have to figure out how to handle." John's gaze turned cold as he stared over my head. I followed the direction and saw Peter. Peter's face appeared confused for a split second, but then he nodded at his brother. The Morgan attitude of "they own everything" took over. John whispered to me, "Tell me what happened with him the second we escape this. Peter has no right to bully you." Bully was a strong word and untrue. The contract wasn't with John. Peter had every right to walk away, though. My heart constricted at the thought. I'd have to scramble fast to find another client. Then lights blinded me as people gasped. My arms had goosebumps. John's eyes lit up as he gazed at something behind us. The glow of his entire demeanor emanated happiness. I bit my lip. Someone shocking must be here. Then I turned my head around and followed John's stare. His mouth gaped and he took my hand closer to his body. Even Peter's cheeks were rosy with excitement. The people around me blocked whoever everyone stared at. John's fingers laced around mine. I followed the direction of his gaze. The heads finally swayed out of my way and I pressed my free hand against my chest. My entire body went numb. Victoria Morgan walked into the room and made her way down the aisle. Like both her brothers, her cheeks were rosy and her blue eyes shone with life and vitality. I swallowed. Oh my goodness, my best friend was alive. Chapter 8. I flinched and I couldn't quite stop blinking. Victoria and Alice hugged like they were sisters while the entire world watched everything live on television, including whoever intended me or Alice harm. My sister would be a target too. I stood back in thought until Vicky called, "Don't I get a hug? Or are you mad at me?" Without one word, I wrapped my arms around my baby sister, and her soft skin and fresh, clean smell told me she was indeed alive. I hadn't quite believed it. I closed my eyes as a sea of emotions racked my body. Victoria's death had been the hardest part of my life, but it didn't matter now. She was here. Peter coughed. "Let go, John, so I can hug our sister." I stepped out of the way and brushed my hand down Alice's back. I tried to hold her steady because she was shaking like a leaf in a windstorm. Peter and Victoria hugged. Jennifer didn't budge from the first row for a few seconds, then she trembled as she joined them. Alice tried to slip her hand free, but I kept her close. I glanced down at her and Alice whispered, "This is a family moment, John." Jennifer's eyes watered as she walked over to Victoria and Peter, though Alice braced as the woman glided past them. I shook my head, holding Alice tight. Victoria would want her best friend, and I needed to keep them all safe, together. Everyone watched through the rolling cameras, and Victoria and Peter stepped out of their hug. She asked, "Is Dad really dead?" "We should have checked your casket." Peter smiled, then stepped aside. I tilted my head. My brother's face read like he had already known that Vicky was alive. There was no shock, not like everyone else. Had Peter known all along? His sister's funeral had been faked, and he'd fallen for that. Their father must have been laughing in his grave at how gullible he'd been. My spine turned ice cold. "You're hurting my hand." Alice twisted her wrist, and I let go. Alice needed to be protected. I turned to her and again placed my hand on her arm. "I'm sorry." "It's fine." She smiled with a warmness that felt like concern. "We all thought Victoria was dead." "You turned into an icicle, John, sweetie. Are you okay?" I gazed over her and stared into the network news camera that was aimed right at my face. "Yes." I looked beyond her and toward a camera that recorded the entire funeral. There was no way I could let Alice leave, not now. She'd be in danger. "Come, help me get the family out of here." Victoria hugged Jennifer as the television actress cried in front of the cameras. At Castle Morgan, the family home that wasn't truly a castle but an estate, they'd be safe. Alice wouldn't like that arrangement. I held her elbow and guided her as I said, "Peter, let's take Vicky to the back room, away from the cameras." Jennifer took Peter's hand, and the five of us pushed past my father's casket and out the side door. Alice stayed with me until we were at the exit. I let go so she could enter, but she stepped to the side. I tried to call her back, but she slipped into the crowd. Vicky would be safe with Peter and Jennifer, but Alice wasn't. She had no idea about the danger. I rushed into the crowded room to get her. Walking fast, she'd already reached the front room near the main door, and I called out, "Wait!" Her face was red as she turned around and glanced at the crowd of people around us. "Why did you follow me?" At least she stayed still as I approached. I needed to explain so she'd understand. With my palms up, I tried to sound reasonable. "Don't go." She shook her head, her fingers on the door handle. "What are you doing? You should be with your family right now." I reached out to stop her. "Stay with me." She averted her gaze and looked over my shoulder at the people around us. "Victoria is in there. She'll call me later. Be with your family." The thought of Alice outside alone sent a chill down my entire body. "I can't let you go." Her face turned a deeper shade of red. "John, our date last night was great, but it was just a fantasy. Our worlds are different." As she spoke, a red laser appeared on her face and my mouth dropped. Without a word, I grabbed her and positioned her between my chest and the wall as a bullet crashed through the glass doors right beside us. Alice screamed and then put her palm over her mouth to stop. I covered her head with my arms to block any shattered glass. Shouts sounded behind us. I patted her strawberry-scented hair as her smell helped block out the stench of gunpowder. From both sides of the church foyer, Secret Service came out of the funeral with guns drawn. Alice shook. I held her tight as I called, "Bullet came from outside." At least I hadn't given back my gun or badge yet, as my training was why I wore my weapon. One of the agents had his finger to his ear as he answered, "We have 2 presidents to protect. Our men are en route." Alice trembled at my arms, and I rocked her to keep her calm. This was my fault. No one would get to her. In the security mirror near the entrance, I saw she was pale. "Can I take her to sit down?" One of the men in sunglasses said, "I need to see identification." Her lips shook. "My license is in my purse, John." No one should scare her like this. I'd have to find out who did this. I nodded but held her waist to keep her close as I opened my jacket to reveal my FBI badge. "She's with me. She was almost shot." The men with the guns pointed at us held their weapons higher and let us pass. I took her toward one of the rooms to the back and away from the funeral. Alice stayed in my arms as she followed. She stayed close until I closed a side door, then she blinked, tried to stand taller, and swallowed. Who shot at me? My heart constricted in my chest. I had no idea how much to reveal. I couldn't tell her that this was a threat against me. Could be anyone. She took my bicep in both of her hands. Did you see a laser on my face? I thought I saw a red light. Yeah, it's why I dragged you in my arms. Her blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and fear. Her cheeks grew red. Your skills as an agent were spot on perfect. No, that wasn't what happened. I was lucky. She shook her head, placed her palm to forehead like she recalled the feel of the red laser, and then closed her eyes. Wow, I'll be fine. It was probably someone trying to shoot the president. She walked away from me, and I reached out to keep her close. Again, the smell of strawberries played in my throat. They almost shot you. Her face went pale as she stiffened. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not the president. I'm no one important. My hands froze on her back as I realized I had to tell her. I gazed into her eyes, wishing I didn't have to reveal my true feelings. Someone threatened to kill anyone I loved. Her lips parted. What? I still don't qualify. You don't love me. I let her back away as my spine stiffened while I waited to be knocked out from a punch I had no power to stop. What I said sounded extreme, but my heart knew the truth. I promised myself that no one was going to hurt her because of me. Just now, on national television, we appeared close. She frowned. So someone thinks you love me? It shouldn't be that hard for her to believe that I had feelings. I took a deep breath and steered the conversation back to the point. We need to focus on your safety. Her arms stayed at her sides as her eyes grew wider. What about my family? Alice should think more about herself. I nodded. I'll keep a patrol at your parents' farm. She shook her head like it wasn't enough. They have to be safe. As she wasn't a fan of my family, I wouldn't mention the Morgans had their own security that rivaled any government-run organization. By staying out of sight, no one should go after her parents. I crossed my arms so I wouldn't attach myself to her. You're the primary target. They'll go to them if they can't get to you, but you have to be kept out of sight. That wasn't very reassuring. I don't know how to soften my words or lie to you. My mother pretty much hates your family. Only Alice would spend this long worrying about others and not herself. Her sweetness was more palatable than sugar. I stayed still so she wouldn't jump. Good. Whoever hears her tell that to the world won't bother with her. Right now, I want you with me until I find out who is behind the threats. If you go home, you risk putting your family in danger. It's safer if I put a patrol on the outside while you're with me. Her eyes misted like she might cry, though her pale cheeks stayed dry. She stared at me like I'd set out to hurt her. So I can't go home? I'd have to go slow with her and not push too hard too fast, but no one would get to her on my watch. I have to insist you stay with me. Her lips twitched. You don't have a place, and I'm not staying at Castle Morgan. My brother's home would have state-of-the-art security where no one would get to us, though I'd rather not bunk with Peter. I had my own version of a Morgan home that I never used, and the family service just stocked for me. I don't want to go there either. I won't be your shield from your brother. You need a better plan if I'm staying with you. The hotel? No. I rubbed my chin. Let me think. She crossed her arms too, as if this was an argument she could win. I finalized buying my condo next week. I dropped my arms to my side so I wouldn't close her off. She needed to agree to be with me. I missed the rest of what she said and blinked. She turned to leave. I said, "What?" She turned back around, shook her head, and threw her arms to her sides. Yeah, I do have a life, John. I reached out with both hands and stroked her arms until she calmed down. She gazed up at me and her blue eyes welled with tears. I lowered my head and the scent of strawberries caught in my throat. I spoke softly but firmly as I vowed not to bring up every type of criminal out there and what they might do. If you intend to keep that condo, then you stay with me. We don't know who is after us yet. She licked her lips but shook her head. This is insane. I texted the service my family used to ensure that the house was livable. With Morgan security, it would be the safest place for us. Victoria poked her head into the room I was in with Alice. I saw Peter and Jennifer in the background. Peter had his hands in his pockets, wearing a confused expression as he looked at Alice. Vicky smiled at us and opened her arms. John, Alice, come join us. I've missed you both so much. I had no words. Perhaps my family hadn't heard the shot or they were pretending again. The attack had used a silencer. her. My sister wasn't a ghost, but I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing either. I took Alice's hand. A spark of fire grew in my belly. No harm could come to Alice because of my stupidity today. I'd find a way to keep her safe until this was over. My gaze returned to Peter. For Victoria, we'd work together. Chapter 9. Alice's entire body shivered. My mind replayed the bullet that blasted through the door and shattered the glass above my head. John had protected me with his massive, muscular chest by shoving me against the wall. I could have died. Everything else right now was a complete blur. John's strong arm was still on my back, and his presence helped steady my fast-paced heartbeat. I rubbed my arms with both hands. This whole day was like a dream come true. Vicky was alive. My childhood crush now held me. A bullet to the head wasn't part of that fantasy. I sighed. The others were talking about what had happened. Perhaps John was wrong about the threat against those he loved. Who knew what happened to Victoria and how she'd escaped to come home? The beat of my heart overshadowed my hearing. I moved closer. Peter Morgan was on the phone with someone, and Jennifer stroked Vicky's hair. I stayed near John and asked, "Vicky, did your dad kidnap you and keep you from all of us?" "No." Victoria averted her gaze and looked toward both her brothers. "I faked my death." I turned to John as his mouth formed the shape of an O and his eyes grew wider. His hand stayed on my back. John asked, "Why would you do that?" Victoria's face grew white. "I had to get away from Dad and everything he'd done." Peter stepped in and blocked her view as he took his sister's hand. "What happened between you two?" John snorted. "You don't know?" Peter shook his head and then turned toward us. When it came to our sister, Dad never said anything." "You weren't surprised to see Vicky today?" John's accusation caused silence all around. "I saw him an hour before the funeral. He was surprised then," Vicky explained. "He couldn't track you down for a private meeting. I'm sorry." John's fingers pressed into my arm and I turned to take his hand. "You don't have to pretend our family is normal, Vicky." Vicky rocked on her feet and hugged her waist. I stepped away, but John's fingers circled the small of my back. If he needed me right now, I'd stay. I needed his strength too, as my mind was a whirlwind and I couldn't quite feel or think. John said, "Peter, in many ways you are just like him. You should have told me when we were walking in." Peter stood still. "Vicky wanted to surprise you." John's palm heated. "Dad would have said that too." "He trained me since birth to be who I am." Peter returned his attention to Victoria. "I never thought to escape as you did." Vicky's face paled until she almost matched her all-white dress, but then she licked her lips, which had the only trace of pink color. "I see my brothers both decided to keep my friends as girlfriends." My face flushed. "John and I are just friends." Jennifer rolled her eyes. "Sure, and I'm applying to be a nun next week, Alice. We're adults now. You don't have to pretend to be an angel." I clenched my hands. Jennifer was too much. "Not everyone is like you, Jenny." Jennifer's nose curled at her old nickname. I bit my lip and then realized I had nothing to be guilty for. One kiss didn't make a relationship. This whole thing was crazy. I had avoided Jennifer for years and would again once we all left this room. Victoria smiled and nodded at how John and I held hands. "I approve of you two, if that means anything to either of you." I broke into a laugh. This was a ridiculous conversation. Someone was out to kill someone, me, and they spoke about dating. We were no longer teenagers. John released my hand and my body chilled. He went to the door to speak to security as I glanced at the bulge on his spine that must be his gun. My heart almost stilled as he returned to me, placed his hand on my spine and addressed his brother. "Our family reunion needs to be better planned. Peter, ensure that Vicky is kept safe tonight at Castle Morgan. I'll plan our escape from here and see the rest of you tomorrow." I opened my mouth and almost asked, "What about me?" but clamped my lips together. My mind returned to the fact that I was at a funeral where 2 former U.S. presidents showed up, and the current one had sent his apologies. The shot had to be related to that and not some threat to John. No one was going to kill me or my family. John took my hand and dragged me out the door. My feet stumbled to keep up, but he held me close as he went to a Secret Service agent. He spoke to the man so fast that I turned toward the funeral and tuned out their conversation. Guests sat in the pews of the church talking animatedly. "She's alive." "It's better than a soap opera." "Do you think the old man is dead, or will he wake up later today?" Once again, Mitch Morgan set off a firestorm in his family at his own funeral. My mother would say he was stirring trouble from the grave. My face heated. Victoria's funeral had been with a closed casket while Mitch Morgan's waxy face beamed from his silken coffin. He had been the richest man in the world who craved power over the rest of mankind. John told the agents, "My father loaned the government money to pay the national debt. This threat is either against the presidents, me, or my family. I'm heading to a safe house with this woman. Cover us until we make it out of the parking lot." "Woman?" I said as he turned me on my heel and we headed back where someone had almost killed me. He opened the door and didn't bat an eye. My heart raced. "The Secret Service cleared the parking lot to get the presidents out. I'll have your car brought somewhere safe later, but we're heading to my car." John kept my hand in a tight lock, and I shivered as I ran to stay beside him. "Don't call me woman. My name is Alice." He stopped at a brand new black Mercedes-Benz with tinted windows. My white SUV on the other end of the lot was dusty from the road, but right now it seemed like a shrine toward home. John opened the passenger door and waved for me to get in. "Alice, I didn't mean to offend you." My shoulders curved inward. Part of me wanted to run toward my SUV and take off for the family farm. The other part didn't think that was a good idea. My body shook. "I don't feel safe outside right now." He placed his hand on my shoulder and I jerked back at the touch. Then I took a breath and relaxed. John said, "I'll protect you, but we can't camp out at the church." Noise behind us caused me to spin on my heel and stare at the Secret Service taking one of the presidents to a limo. I rubbed my arms and turned back to John's strong profile. His 5 o'clock shadow somehow soothed me. "Where are we going?" He tilted his jaw in the air. "I can't tell you." I wasn't a child, and that was not a good answer at all. I shook my head. "Why not?" John leaned closer, in case someone is listening. "What?" He opened the door. "We're outside, open targets. Alice, please get in." I stared into his blue eyes. Then I slowly nodded and ducked into the passenger seat of his car. "John, okay, I'm going to trust you." He locked my door and then swung around the car and joined me. He found his sunglasses and then sped out of the parking lot. I massaged my forehead. "Your brother canceled his contract with my family." "What?" This was a topic I'd have discussed with him over coffee. The original plan sounded like a dream. Peter spoke to me before we all went in. He canceled the contract. It was why I was upset earlier when you came over to me. I have no idea how my parents can retire without that. I have to get to work. The engine purred and I paused. He kept his gaze on the road and clutched the wheel. And we have more important things to discuss. No, I wouldn't think about myself or the bullet that almost lodged itself in my brain. I played with my gold pendant. My parents are my priority. I'll speak to Peter for you. If Peter Morgan changed his mind, then I could breathe easier, but it wasn't wise to hope. There had to be another production company that would buy our oranges up north. The cash crop was a commodity many people around the country craved. If he doesn't change his mind, then I have to go shopping for a new shipper. That's going to be my priority. His hand crossed the seat and squeezed my arm. It's not as important as your life. John Morgan was bringing up things out of my comfort zone. My body tensed as I wrapped my head around what I could handle. I don't have a life if I don't find a new contract. Alice, you have your priorities backwards. I stared out the window. Today was something out of a movie. The funeral, my best friend returned from the dead. Someone almost shooting me. My lost business contract. While my body buzzed with awareness of John, and it was altogether too much to handle. John wasn't being reasonable right now, and my muscles were so tight that I couldn't breathe. Let's not talk anymore for a while. I'm not in the mood. Today has been insane. Chapter 10. John's gut clenched as if I'd been sucker punched. Alice Collins had almost died today, and it was because of me. I shouldn't have spent the evening with her the night before my father's funeral. Alice stared out the window and refused to look at me. Mitch Morgan ruined everything, and even from his grave, he'd ensure that his children did as they were told. My mind flashed back to my father's opinion of Alice he'd shared one night to Vicky at the dinner table. "Alice isn't good enough for you." "Dad, she's my friend and nice to me. No one is nice to me." People shouldn't be nice to you. People should fear you in the house of Morgan. I had stayed quiet, but the message was always the same. Fear was the weapon of choice for the Morgans. Unlike my sister, I snuck out of the house and did what I wanted. My father never knew how I played high school and college football, as it didn't bring anything substantial to his business. It had been better to simply not bother him, as I was the spare son. It had been easy to disappear. Peter and Victoria had had it different. "Where are you taking me?" Alice turned toward me. My heartbeat quickened as I stared into her pretty eyes that now seemed almost green and not her usual deep blue. I tugged my ear and turned south. "I own a house in Pinecrest." Her gaze narrowed. "I thought you didn't have any property here." "My dad bought it for me." "Must be nice." My shoulders tensed. I never wanted it. Houses in rich areas are tough to give up as a present. The harshness in her tone disappeared and she reached over and caressed my arm. "I'm sorry, it's been a long day. What did you want?" I turned off Biscayne and down a side street. From my father, absolutely nothing. Then why are we going to the house? I made another turn. Soon enough I'd have her at my place. It's safe. The House of Morgan has better security than the Secret Service, and neither of us wanted to go to Castle Morgan. True. She crossed her arms. Now that your dad is dead, you'll take your place in the house of Morgan and everything will go back to normal. Fast. I don't have my own place here yet, or a final decision on my career. My body still burned. I licked my lips to cool down. I don't know anything other than you need to be safe. She shook her brown hair, and a piece of shattered glass glinted from the strands. I reached behind her ear and removed it as she said, "Don't pin your inheritance on saving my life." I clutched the wheel and drove into the driveway with huge trees that blocked the view of the black gate that I clicked open. You know way too much, Alice. She gazed at the modern home where I parked the car in the garages to the right, and her eyes widened. I followed her gaze toward the Spanish-style open-air courtyard. Then she unlocked her own door. I paid attention. I clicked the garage open and drove the last few feet so no one would see my car from the street. Behind me, the garage door closed and the lights came on automatically. I turned off the engine. I should have paid more attention a long time ago. She crossed her arms beneath her breast. Why don't you just take me to the farm? We'll know if anyone steps foot on our dirt. The garage was fully closed now. I unlocked my door and stepped out. Alice, you know I can't. She unbuckled her seatbelt and then jumped to follow me. I don't know anything. I walked toward her even though it was the wrong side of the house. She took a step back. Her eyes were so big. I opened my hands, palms showing, and nodded. I was in the FBI and investigated bad people. Her gaze narrowed again. I'd have to remember Alice was really sharp. Was? Are you or are you not? With her, I was honest and not holding back. I am making new plans for my life. There's no point staying in the FBI. Except for the threat on your life. She moved nearer to me, and even though the garage still had the car engine smell, my nostrils picked up her strawberry scent. The house of Morgan, tempting you back. I gestured toward the house, but she stayed still. John straightened his back. I left Miami because of Victoria. Her voice softened. She's alive. I nodded, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. She came closer. My world went from gray and lifeless to full color. Her brown hair had a shine to it, and her pert lips tempted me. She clearly wasn't affected because she acted angry. Live. It's what we're all supposed to do. We find a way in the world to give back to our community and shine as the individuals we truly are on the inside. She was like a big human puzzle. I tilted my head to try to figure her out. What if I turn out like my father? Impossible. But if I planned on making the money to prove my father wrong, I'd need someone next to me to remind me. A smile spread across my face. No one ever said that with so much conviction. I almost believed her. Why? 'Cause you care too deeply. My heart did a double beat in that second. Most people think I'm cold. She shook her head. That's because you went into the law where there is black or white, no room for color. Alice was the most fascinating woman I'd ever met. She must spend her evenings thinking up witty answers, and if so, I hope she carried the pen in her purse. Will you come inside now? I opened the door and said a silent prayer that she approved of the mansion I had keys for but never saw. From the living areas, we could see Key Biscayne and the clear blue bay of Miami. I flipped on the lights and she followed me into my house. Okay, but John, I can't stay long. I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to my mother. We weren't in high school anymore. I spun on my heel. We're adults, Alice. She sighed and ignored the house. Her stare was on my face, and my entire body lit up from her interest. I moved home to take care of my father after his heart attack. Now, Mom and Dad are moving to the beach. Besides, until I'm married and with children of my own, then there's no excuse with her. I'd marry her tomorrow if it meant she'd never disappear, but now wasn't the time to say that. Instead, I tugged on my ear and went into the kitchen. I'd get wine and help her unwind. I wish I had your mom. She rubbed her arms and walked into the living room. The ocean was dark now as evening fell, but tomorrow with the sunshine, life would be good. Alice's smile kept my every attention. She was beautiful in her black dress with the sweetheart neckline that modestly hid her curves. Chapter 11. This mansion with the view of the bay made my body tremble. I hadn't been in a home this austere since I picked up Victoria from her father's house to go to school. Modern art gave splashes of color on the walls, but the entire space was sterile and lifeless. I rubbed my arms. I couldn't live without warmth for long. Unlike his family, mine was in my life and not going anywhere. My parents and brother checked on me every day. John called out from the right, "Are you hungry?" He must be in the kitchen. I turned and followed his voice, but then my phone rang. I saw my mother's number. My heart raced as I answered. Mom? Where are you? Are you okay? I saw the news. I touched the pendant. I couldn't lie to my mother ever, and I wouldn't start now. I gazed out a window that overlooked the blue water. I'm fine. I can't come home tonight. Why? What happened? I had no idea how to explain I wasn't a child, but my mother was the closest thing I'd had to a friend for some time. I held my breath and chose my words with care. Someone was shot at the funeral. My mother's voice had an edge of steel. Come home, I want you here. I paced back to the living room. Mom, I'm fine. Then why aren't you with your family? It's complicated. Which of those Morgan brothers is trying to steal you? Score 1. I gritted my teeth and cleared my throat. Mom, you'd be home if that wasn't the case. Peter is just like his father, and you never liked Jennifer. John? That's not it. I should have moved out long ago. My mother had no idea. Other women my age moved to the city and had sex every night, maybe even with a different guy. I swallowed. My television probably lied about that life, but that didn't stop how my face heated. Mom, I'm staying with John tonight. The disgust in her voice was palpable. Where? I'm coming to get you. This wasn't happening. I went back to pacing. I can take care of myself, Mom. Victoria's alive. Don't divert this conversation. I envisioned my mother with her arms crossed and blowing smoke like a dragon. It's true. Vicky is alive. Is she there? Put her on the phone. I knew my mother had her hand on her hip like she didn't believe a word. I shook my head and swayed on my feet. That wasn't on the news? I don't believe you. If you don't tell me where you are, I'm calling the police. Dad's health meant I had spent too long at home. To help, I remembered the 4 wonderful years I'd been away to college when no one questioned anything I did. Mom, I'm fine. I'll explain everything soon. You'd better. If John hurts you, then I'm having your father shoot him. This was ridiculous. I lifted my chin. You're being silly. Don't include Dad in your insanity. We want him to live a nice, long life. You were holding John's hand and the news reporter said you were his girlfriend. I swallowed. Reason always won with my mother. Stop. You know better. The last time I saw any of them was at Vicky's funeral. Right now, what I do doesn't concern you. Yes, it does. I'm your mother. This conversation was too much. And I'm an adult. I hung up, shaking my head. So much for being reasonable. I put my phone on the small end table by the couch and turned back toward the windows. If this were a week later, then my mother wouldn't even know that I hadn't returned home. I'd be at my own condo in Brickell and living a city life. My temples ached. John's arm brushed against my back. I closed my eyes and the scent of cedar and pine filled my nostrils. I leaned into his back as he rubbed my shoulders. That didn't sound like a fun conversation. Did you know we're dating? He massaged my shoulders. We are? His hands took away some of the stiffness in my back and my body grew warm and soft. It was on the news. He stopped and my body craved the warmth of his touch. And your mother wouldn't approve. My mother didn't matter. I stepped out of his strong personal space and turned to gaze into his blue eyes. I played with my necklace and ignored how my heart and body acted like I had no cares near him. I'm famished. What's for dinner? His dimples appeared as if he was amused that I changed the topic. I'm having food brought in. I rolled my eyes and pretended shock as I covered my lips. The refrigerator isn't well stocked. Will a country's children starve because the House of Morgan isn't satisfied? You were nicer at the church. Score 1 for him. I swallowed as I realized how deep my mother's words scarred me. Plus, my Cinderella fantasy was just that. I couldn't stay near the hottest man I ever met without being affected. He was a crush, and I didn't do carefree and meaningless anything. I hugged my waist. I was free then. You'll be free again as soon as we catch the shooter. I looked out over the dark bay. I have to go home tomorrow. It might not be possible. Turning toward him with a pleading expression, I blinked against his hypnotic blue gaze. If I can't go by myself, then you have to take me. Why? One moment with John and my mother in the same room would kill any amorous thoughts he might have toward me. Perhaps then we could be friends, but I wouldn't be another random woman in his bed. Because I don't want to alienate my family the way yours is. He slipped out of his black suit jacket. My world has spun on its heels. His world and my world had collided and I lost my own sense of balance. He came closer to me. I stepped backwards and placed my hands behind my back. Did you join the FBI to punish your father? He unbuttoned the bottom of his shirt near his wrists. You asked too many questions, but yeah, I wanted to arrest Mitch. I smiled and waited to see his dimples in return. When I saw those cute indentations, I nodded. Tell my mom about your job if you have to take me home tomorrow. I should stay with him indefinitely and not tell my mother anything. He loosened his black tie. Alice, we're not really together. Why am I explaining anything to your mother? My mother was my friend, and by next week I would be free of parental interference like most 20-somethings. Besides, my mother only became prickly when the Morgan name was mentioned. She was usually cool as a cucumber. Because if you intend to keep me here, we have to tell her why, and if she knows that you are an FBI agent, that will ease her mind. I don't want her worried someone might shoot me because of you. He undid the top button of his shirt. Then I'll tell her we're getting married. The House of Morgan and my family would never blend. My face heated. My mother might pass out cold. Don't you dare! My mom has old-fashioned ideas on forever. His eyebrow quirked and his dimples grew wider. Why not? I tried to untangle my legs to prove I wasn't stuck permanently in one spot. This made me sway. Marriage isn't something you should joke about. He crossed his arms and stared at me. Do you have a boyfriend? I shrugged and mimicked his body language. What if I did? Then I'd have to prove he's the wrong choice. My jaw dropped. John Morgan could have any girl he'd ever desire, and last night he turned me down. I'd not repeat that scene. My eyebrows quirked. And you're the right one? He rubbed his temples like he was confused. Don't spin this conversation. You're bringing up marriage and my love life. My arms flew outward away from me as I anchored my feet into the ground. And I'm not. You frustrate me. I'd rather kiss you. I slipped out of my high heels as I gripped the edge of the table. I can't. Not until I can center myself without swaying like the wind can push me around. You confuse me. He let out his own breath. That makes two of us. I needed space and a bucket of ice to cool my heated body down. John, where is my bedroom? I should go. He gestured toward a long hall. I don't know. I never lived here. Pick whatever you want. I turned and started down the massive mansion hall that might rival the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles. Again, this house was a showpiece and not a home. The coldness returned. I rubbed my arms and let my body cool. Which one is yours so I don't take that one? He shrugged. I've never slept here, so I don't have one. I refused to turn around and stare at him. Instead, I took one step forward and glanced at myself in the mirror. My cheeks were rosy. He saw how I reacted, and I carried my heels by 2 fingers, my soles cool against the marble floor. I turned my head to the side and called out, I need 20 minutes to close my eyes and lose my headache. Dinner will be here when you're hungry, Alice. I opened the second door and slipped into a bedroom. I closed the door behind me and rested my head on the wood. I'd never survived staying here for more than one night. My crush on John Morgan needed to fizzle out as fast as it sparked back. I hadn't thought about him since he left for college years ago, and now I was out of control. The offer of that kiss had my lips tingling with desire. I wouldn't kiss him again, but my body ached to do so much more. Chapter 15. John's 5 o'clock shadow tickled my face as I started the car toward her family farm. I should have shaved this morning. I grimaced as I realized my Mercedes wouldn't like the dirt roads, but I kept that to myself. If I had my car in Atlanta, I'd have my shaving kit with me. Alice sang along to the radio, and my heart grew lighter. 24 hours with most women was torture, but Alice was unlike every other woman I'd met. She wasn't needy and was generally happy. The song changed and she adjusted herself in the seat. My mother will want to hug me and I'll grab a few personal things. Try not to speak to her if possible, but don't be rude. I won't leave you alone with her for too long. Her big blue eyes implored me as I turned down a side street. I'd do what I could to ensure that her mother approved. I can handle your mother. She shrugged, but then bounced in the seat to the new song. You have no idea what you're saying. We'll be fast. Unlike most people I met, Alice clearly loved her family and worried about them. I drove along a paved road bearing a sign for her family farm. I can bring down major criminals. Your mother won't be a problem. My mother is dramatic and over the top. Just remember, her opinions have never been mine or Colt's. I smiled. Colt had been the star of the high school football team. Your brother was the quarterback of the team. She nodded. And you were a lineman. We were at your games. My mom, in time, will remember that about you. She isn't always a hater. Hater? I faced her as my jaw ticked. Hate wasn't something easily brushed aside. My gaze narrowed. How? She closed her eyes as if carefully choosing her words. She resents your family. Told me to kick over your father's casket at the funeral. A laugh escaped my lips, and then I turned onto a dirt road toward her farm. I'd have kissed you if you had. Her cheeks turned red as if she was embarrassed. Stop. That's not helping. I reached out with one hand and squeezed her arm. Your mother will like me. Her pretty mouth parted and she shook her head. You're part of the House of Morgan. That's the stupid way we were taught to say family. Alice sat up straight in the leather seat. It's intimidating. I clutched the wheel tighter. Just imagine if your father drilled it in your head. That would have sucked. I nodded at the White House with blue trim in the distance as the Mercedes bounced along the dirt road. Debris flew in the air behind us. Doesn't matter, is this your place? She scooted forward. Yeah, this is the local base of the Collins Organic Farm. Our orange trees are up north. I replayed all the houses of all the people I arrested in my mind as I sniffed the orange-scented air. I had never arrested anyone on a farm. The few plantation-style homes in the South I'd been on didn't grow anything. I parked the Mercedes behind a pickup truck. Alice frowned. Colt's truck is gone. They had been teammates, but Colt had never been my friend. I remembered her brother as a good leader. I also remembered the brown-haired, brown-eyed intensity Colt had used to intimidate the other team. Does this mean your brother is back from the Marines? She opened the car door and got out. He was due back. Let's go see. Alice eased as she spoke about Colt. Her family might like to know my intentions. My plan became more tangible and palatable. I'd reassure them that I'd keep her safe. Clouds gathered in Alice's eyes. I reached over to touch her shoulder. Alice, don't forget, you are going home with me as you promised. She turned on her heel and didn't smile at me as she stepped onto her patio. Her hair blew in the warm breeze, making her even prettier as she called over her shoulder, Let's go, John. I followed the sway of her hips. Other than my family, you're the only person who calls me that. She blinked as if I'd said something stupid. It's your name. I caught her elbow to stop her. Morgan is the label. Take my hand. She let me lead her as her other hand fell to her side. My mother. I squeezed her arm. Is not your keeper anymore, Alice? Her small hand slipped into mine and her face flushed. Without another word, she turned and guided me into her house. At the door, she called out, Mom, we're here. Her hand stayed in mine and she didn't let go. I gazed around the empty farmhouse, saw how spacious and warm the empty walls felt. Outlines remained where pictures had recently hung. The windows still held yellow curtains, though most of the house was packed into piles of boxes along the walls. I had never been here to see what her home looked like before, but my mind noted the difference between a real home and a show house. A moment later, an older lady with Alice's nose and profile walked in the room. She stopped and placed a hand on her hip. We? Alice's face paled, but she eyed her mother. Yeah, John brought me home. Her mother's arms crossed. You have the SUV. I stepped forward. Alice looked weather-beaten. She does, ma'am. I'm Mrs. Collins to you. Her mother shook her head. Don't pretend to have manners. It's doubtful anyone in your family taught you any. Manners ensured that my father made a business deal. I bowed, but stayed next to Alice. True. Mom, your name is Ellie, and that was so rude. Alice's voice shook. Ellie Collins tapped her foot on the floor. And don't pretend to agree with me. Alice had been 100% correct in her description of her feisty mom. Mom, where are both trucks? I turned toward her with a grateful smile. She'd changed the course of the conversation. Her mother fisted her hands on her hips and looked out the picture window. Your father will be here shortly. He went to the doctor. Colt took Clara north to check on the orange crops. Colt made it home? Yes, he flew in yesterday as he knew how worried we were about you. Was Clara glad to see him? Of course. Alice smiled, dropped my hand, and took a step forward. Great. I'll just go pack a few things so we can get going. We? Her mother practically jumped in her way. Pack? This is your home. Alice walked around her. Yeah, we're moving anyhow, so I'm staying with John for the next few days. Her mother made the sign of the cross, even though she was never religious. Excuse me. Alice's hands clenched and she met her mother's gaze head on. Did something happen to your hearing? She didn't need to get defensive. I coughed. Mrs. Collins, I need to make sure Alice is safe. Her mother held her head high. We look after our own here. Then she reached over and patted her daughter like a trained nurse as she searched for battle wounds. The shooter might be after your daughter personally. My gaze went toward Alice, who took a deep breath. This is bigger than hating me. We'll keep her safe. She's safest with me until we locate the shooter. Alice went to her room. This time her mother didn't stand in the way. Instead, Ellie came toward me and her hand went to her hip once again. How? My husband was in the Marines and then my son is fresh out. We can handle things just fine without a Morgan as our overlord and master. At her door, Alice called out behind her, Mom, Dad has a heart condition and you are so out of line. She half turned around, but then I said, Mrs. Collins, I intend to marry Alice. What? Both women said in unison. Alice came out of her room as her mother's eyebrows lifted. The words flew out of my mouth, unplanned. But I recognized the truth. Alice would be mine forever. I pressed my lips together, nodded, and stared into Mrs. Collins's brown eyes. I'd marry Alice. It had more appeal than years in the FBI. Alice's blue eyes misted. Her mother's brown eyes held streaks of fire in them. Alice Collins will make a beautiful bride. Her mother shouted, "She's not a toy you just pick up and then toss away when you're done. Her life is valuable and far more than you deserve." Dramatic and powerful. I'd have paid to see Mrs. Collins tell off my father years ago. If I had known she existed, I might not have joined the FBI. I swallowed. I agree. Then her mother stared back and forth between us. She sniffed the air as if smelling for the truth. "My daughter doesn't have a ring on her finger." Alice took a step closer. "Stop, Mom." I breathed deep and nodded. "She hasn't said yes yet." This all had to be a cruel joke. My insides quaked that I might hurt her mother with this wordplay. Alice shouted at me, "John, I told you not to tell her." Her mother spun to greet her with her arms crossed. "You knew he intended to marry you?" Alice threw her hands in the air, but her eyes still held shock and disbelief. "Be right back, I'm getting my bag." Alice stormed off. Her mother stayed right on her heels into her bedroom. "I'll help you." She shut the doors. I realized that my heart wasn't racing. If I married Alice, then I'd have what I always wanted, a place where I belonged with someone who made me feel warm as I started my own business. Alice would make a perfect wife. Chapter 16. Alice's mother slammed the bedroom door. "You cannot marry him." I found my suitcase in the closet and kept my gaze on the bag. "Mom, you're being overdramatic as usual." Ellie walked in front of the dresser drawer, so I returned to my closet to get my dresses for the bag. "I'll die right here in this very spot. My daughter is marrying the enemy." I wasn't really engaged, but that wasn't the point. I threw my clothes in the bag. "John is not my enemy, and you're healthy." I turned around and glared at the dresser with my stuff. I crossed my arms until my mother stepped aside. "Alice, the Collins and the Morgans should not mix. You're my only daughter. I can't lose you too." I stormed past her and opened the drawer with my bras and underwear. Luckily, most of my stuff was already in storage for my move next week. Colt officially took possession of the house as soon as the rest of us moved out. I scooped up the last of my clothes and huffed by. "Mom, I'm an adult. You haven't lost any of us, and you have to trust me at some point in my life." My mother shook her head, not hearing a word I had said. "If you marry him, then you will destroy us all." "Why, Mom? How will my marriage destroy you?" "Mitch Morgan almost ruined us." My mother's flair for the dramatic made her impossible. The past was over and the man was dead. "You didn't answer the question, Mom." My mother's voice became soft and it sounded like she would cry. "I can't answer that, sweetie. I need you to trust me that the House of Morgan is too big for us and that you can't get involved." Ellie Collins would always be irrational when it came to the Morgans. I closed my eyes and tried to sound reasonable. I probably should tell her that it was a lie, but my mother should respect and accept my choices, whoever he might be. John makes me feel special. My mother reached out to stroke my hair. "You are special, but your head is being turned from the size of his bank account. John is not good for you." "At least you remembered that his name is John, not Mitch Morgan reincarnated." I stepped back and refused my mother's touch. My temper soared. "And I'm not a gold digger. Have some respect. We didn't stay at the mausoleum. John has his own house. I don't care if he lives on the farm next to ours." My mother paced the room and threw her hands in the air. "He's his son and wrong for you." My bedroom used to be full of all my worldly possessions, but now all that was left was an empty room with a bed. My things were packed and gone, which told me I should pack my necessities and go too. I ground my heels in the floor and calmed my tone. "Mom, John's been in the FBI. He had an honest job that doesn't pay millions." My mother sighed. "He is young and sought adventure." I rolled my eyes. Reason was not a good option. Then I took a deep breath and tried to keep the steam out of my voice. "I doubt that. And now you claim Victoria is alive." I squared my shoulders. "She is alive. I saw her." "I can't take this. No one comes back from the dead." My mother shook her head. "And if that's true, then that's more trouble for our family." Vicky had spent years in this house with her family, away from the House of Morgan. My mother cooked dinners for them all right in this kitchen. I shouted, "She was my best friend." "I thought you outgrew your childhood fantasy to be a part of the House of Morgan." I zipped up my bag and rolled it on the floor, heading toward my door. "Mom, this conversation is over." My mother's plea clung in the air like the heavy weight of humidity outside. "Are you leaving with him?" I refused to turn back. "Yes." "Then you're not welcome back in my house." I stopped and turned. Inside, every part of me wanted to shake, and I'd probably cry the second I was alone. I lifted my chin to not let my mother see. "You're kicking me out of the family." The corner of my mother's lip ticked. "You left me with no other choice. I have to protect the rest of us." "I'm not the enemy." I gripped the suitcase handle like it was a lifeline. "You can respect my choices." My mother's eyes misted like she was about to cry. "You don't know what you ask." Crocodiles use tears to manipulate people, and I was tired of the dramatics. It was not nice to strike out like I did when upset. "And you don't explain, so there is nothing else to say?" My mother's face grew wet and she sniffled. "Alice, your father and I will always love you. When that Morgan breaks your heart and leaves you broken, come home." Families were supposed to trust. My mother missed the memo. My jaw began to loosen and my eyes welled. I'd not cry in front of my mother and let her comfort me. It was all part of the plan to control, but I was not buying it. "You could have some faith in me." Ellie opened her arms to hug me. "Likewise, I need you to trust me." Number one, I stepped back and turned on my heels. Manipulation wasn't part of this. I was no longer a child. I left my bedroom. Goodbye. I went to the living room where John straightened and took my bag from me. He had no idea of the drama he'd caused, but I decided I'd deal with him later. Right now, I marched for the front door. I had everything I needed to run the finances virtually. I'd never darken my mother's door again. I let John help me, but that didn't ease the pain in my chest. Not everything in life needed to be a movie or a horrible telenovela. I turned around and glared at my mother, who dried her eyes. The puppy dog look was all an act. John placed his hand on my back. "Are you okay?" I turned around, took his hand in mine, and a spark of electricity shot through me. "Let's go." At least my mother said nothing else, probably because John was a Morgan, but at the moment I needed the silence. I kept my back straight as I headed to the door. My mother had disowned me over John. The marriage comment was inappropriate, but it was time I made the choices in my life. Angry, I picked up my phone and blocked my mother's phone number. In a few days, I'd think about talking to her again. John followed me, and once we reached the patio, my mother slammed the door behind us. John's hand on my back made my skin prickly. I'd get no peace. I didn't budge or move from my spot in the driveway. Then he said, "So your mother didn't like me. I told you to keep quiet near her." I swallowed as my eyes misted, but I wouldn't let my mother see my reaction. "Let's just get in the car." "I'm sorry, I don't know why that came out of my mouth." John opened the trunk to place my bag in the back. "Are you upset?" I hugged my arms and waited at the passenger seat for him to unlock the Mercedes. Yes." He rushed to my side, and the wind he created cooled my cheeks. That wasn't my intention. He'd lied about marriage to my mother for some reason that I couldn't even fathom. That lie was horrible, but he didn't know my mom. I kept my chin from trembling as I sucked in the inside of my cheeks. "It's not you, but what you said was wrong too. Please hurry, I don't want to cry until we're off the property." He opened my door and I slid into my seat, my body numb. This wasn't what I'd intended. I shivered despite the heat. John's presence set off my heart in a different way, but I was glad when he drove away from my old house. Lies about marriage only made everything worse. My mother was ridiculous, but then so was I. Marriage to John in jest was like being offered one piece of chocolate instead of the whole bag. We'd never be together. Kings of the world did not spend eternity with peasants and farmers. Chapter 17. Alice closed the door to her house as they parked the car in the garage and left her bag beside him. Outside the walls, the security gate still closed automatically, but her ears mostly burned as she stormed down the hall. In the distance, she heard John enter the house and lock the door. First, my heart had to accept my mother's actions, but what he did was wrong on so many levels. I took a deep breath, ready to finally speak after that silent car ride, so I turned to face him, though I only reached his broad shoulder. "Why did you tell my mother we're getting married?" He covered his face with his hands as he studied me. I swore his blue eyes seemed to glow with regret. Finally, he said, "I didn't exactly." "What? I heard you." This was outside the box of acceptable. I shook my head. "You never asked me, and you told my mother we were. She already has a thing against your family, but this made it so much worse." He took my hand in his. "I said I intend to marry you. If it was anyone else, I'd take him seriously. But this was John Morgan, son of one of the wealthiest families alive, and potential heir to a business kingdom. People like him did not marry people like me, so there was no way he'd be serious about marriage. I wasn't a complete idiot." "That's insane. My mother officially wishes you dead now." I tried to take my hand back, but he asked, "Does your mother's opinion matter so much?" I stilled and averted my gaze. Maybe John didn't understand because he never had a family that cared. No, yes, I want my mother to retire and be happy with my dad while I live my own life. His fingers traced my knuckles. So you gave up your freedom when you moved back home? John would never get it. My dad had a heart attack. Colt was serving overseas. They needed me. And when you love your family, you give up a little freedom in exchange for their well-being. His hand left mine and traced my face. So that's noble and sweet, and you're right. I wouldn't know how that feels. His touch sent my body into overdrive. John, our lives are different. I hoped he'd rip off my clothes and take me right here, right now. I ached for another kiss, but he dropped his arms to the sides and shrugged. Our lives shaped us, but they don't define our future. I caught myself from forgiving him carte blanche. My lusty thoughts for John clouded my judgment again. I rubbed my neck and tried to cool down. My mother fit into the Morgan family. True, I don't want to talk about my mother and her dramatics anymore. We go to your family tomorrow. He reached backwards and picked up my bag. I followed him down the long hall as he said, "Yeah, we do. The reading will not be fun." I must have misread him earlier. He hadn't even thought about a kiss. "Are you sure you want me there?"
He turned around at my bedroom door and I gazed right into his clear blue eyes. "Victoria asked for you."
John opened my door and dropped the bag on the inside. I stepped closer to him and caught his hand in mine. "What about you?" He swallowed and the smell of cedar and pine mixed in my nose. My lips tingled in hopes of a kiss. "I don't know if I can handle being in the room with Peter," he said. "I don't know if I can trust him." Perhaps there was a book I could read on how to get over a crush with pointers that might clear my head. Right now I was acting like some dog in heat and not myself. I stepped back and wondered if I spoke to Peter one-on-one. Would that change anything with the contract? "You have to listen to your heart on that one. Is he like your father?" John shrugged and closed my bedroom door. "He might be. I hardly know him." I talked to Colt all the time. I watched his daughter for him without complaint. I blinked as I tried to understand. "He's your brother." John's face turned red. "He stood right next to my father all my life. He's 2 years older than me, but I have no memory of Peter on his own without my father." Strange. Colt led his own life, but I'd do whatever I could for him too. Despite how Peter canceled our contract, family was family. Maybe he's not that bad. Maybe he's worse. I don't trust him. Then you've made a decision. No, I'm just talking it through. I'm not sure how to take Peter or if I want a position in my father's company. I reached out and touched his arm. Fireworks exploded inside me, but I stayed sharp. "You have to try. What happened to the determined guy I met at the hotel?" He nodded. "You're right. I'd still like you with me tomorrow." With luck, his family might bond now that Mitch was gone. "Of course, I'll be there for you. We're friends." He turned and my back went against the wall. My entire body ached with need as he leaned closer to me. We're more than friends. My toes curled as his hands surrounded me. My eyelashes fluttered. "I don't know, John." He lowered his head as if he'd like to kiss me. I closed my eyes and waited for his lips to brush against mine again. Then he said, "I don't know what I'm doing near you." His mouth brushed mine and I saw stars all around us. His body pressed against me and nothing else existed except the two of us. He stepped back and looked like he was selected in a military draft, unable to escape. I tried to stand taller but swayed on my feet from the too brief kiss. His face was red. "Alice, you're someone who believes in happy ever after." I shook my head, not wanting him to take on responsibility for my feelings. If I let my wild side dictate my emotions, I'd happily accept whatever small amount of time he offered me. Then I'd stop whatever fantasies I had of what might happen between us that sparked from my old crush. I don't believe in love. His eyebrows quirked like I said the silliest thing he ever heard. I straightened out my dress. I'd have to be more convincing. "You have 2 stable parents." I nodded. Parents didn't mean I was needy. "Yeah, and they love each other despite how they drive each other crazy." His blue eyes clouded. "I never knew my mother. I have sketchy memories of a woman who might have been her, but I was 2 when she disappeared." Disappearing wasn't the story that I remembered being told. I tilted my head. "Didn't she die?" John shrugged. "So my father says. He said Vicky died too, so I don't believe anything he ever told me. Tomorrow's reading might be where he finally kicks me out of the Morgan family and does what he promised to do years ago. His mind had to be on the reading of the will tomorrow. His father wouldn't cut him out. It would make it look like he'd been unable to keep his family, and Mitch Morgan was all about family appearances. In how many magazine pictures did Mitch Morgan present himself with his son or sons? I ran my fingers down his bare forearm and caressed the blonde hairs near his wrist. "John, I don't envy you." His dimples returned and the fire inside me flamed. "It's why I think you're the sexiest woman I ever met." I shook my head. He was being ridiculous. "What?" He inched forward, his hip pressing mine against the beige wall. You are. His hands traced my arms and my body tingled, hoping he'd kiss me again. I asked, how? His head lowered and I wrapped my arms around his neck. Your blue eyes haunt my dreams. Your kiss is embedded on my lips. John Morgan kissed me like I was the most important person in his life. My toes curled as my entire body craved him. He tasted better than honey or chocolate or anything I'd ever had that was sweet. Then I pulled my head back and whispered, stop. He froze, though. His blue eyes had flecks of lightning inside them. Why? I tightened my hold and I tugged him close. Regrets were for tomorrow. Right now, I lived. Because I want you to do it again. He pressed me back against the wall, kissing me so deeply that I lost sight of everything else. All that mattered was how we'd become one. Chapter 18. In the kitchen, I set the table for breakfast in my designer jeans and short-sleeve button-up white shirt. I stood and watched John as he added coffee to a tray. Why would he take such good care of me, but then interfere with my mother all at the same time? I lifted my chin. He added fruit to the tray as I walked in. With my hand on my hip and no smile on my face, I gazed at him. Why didn't we sleep together last night, John? He fixed the silverware. You deserve better. I came closer and placed my hand on his. Our eyes met. How? I asked. And who would be better? I had to know how he felt. I deserved someone strong and capable of falling in love with me and wanting to spend the rest of his life next to me. Then he said, I just quit my day job and I'm about to start from zero. My gaze narrowed. Would that bother you? He shrugged. I knew Mitch Morgan had never once said a kind word to John, training Peter to be his replacement, but he hadn't cut out John either. Why would John expect him to change after death? I wouldn't expect anything less from dear old Dad. I fiddled with the gold pendant Vicky gave me. Then I picked up some toast and sat. What does that have to do with me and you and last night? Everything. He stood as tall and still as one of the orange trees on the farm. If there is to be a future, then we should know our finances. My mind whirled. Money was not a reason to say no to sex. I don't care about that. I was cut off in all things except a bank account that was always supplied. I've never been poor a day in my life. What happened to the money then if you didn't touch it? My rebellious side kicked in and I set up an investment portfolio. The millions grew much higher as my way of showing him that if he kept sending it to me, then I'd not touch a dime. I never told him though. So even if you get nothing, you're far from poor? Let's not talk about the billion. Wrong answer. He clearly didn't wish to clarify his vision of a future, though billion meant he could afford whatever happened to him. I picked up my toast and walked toward the garage to get in the car. Is it empty now? His booted steps sounded behind me. Absolutely not. The interest alone keeps building the stockpile. I squared my shoulders and turned around to glare at him. Then I saw how he slumped and my heart softened. Today he had enough on his shoulders without me adding to it. Then it doesn't matter what is in the will. It matters to me. I almost ripped open the car door and listened to the exterior house door slam as John closed and locked it before getting into the driver's seat. Why? He started the car, but his body was stiff. He swallowed, refused to look at me, and backed out of the garage to the driveway. Today, we go to my brother's house. It used to be mine, too. The will reading might be a reason for the no last night, if it weighed on his mind. I uncurled my fists, realizing I was tense, and tried to relax. I stared out the window and reminded myself that I was not Cinderella. I had my own issues to deal with, like finding a new buyer for my farm goods and calling my brother to talk about Mom. He turned onto the highway toward Star Island. The home where you grew up has already transformed in your mind. His grip on the car wheel tightened. We were heading to Peter's house unusually fast for Miami, but we'd missed rush hour. Yeah, I wouldn't call the place a home. Most days it felt like a prison. Most people's prisons aren't nearly so nice, and Vicky is there now. There is a reason to be happy. I had so many questions for my old best friend, but John's hardness right now took up all of my emotional room. I tugged my dress to my knees. You haven't even talked to Peter yet today, and you already have that guard up. If you walk in this way, you're liable to snap. He turned off the highway. We were close to the mansion now. Silence filled the air until he parked in front of the house that looked the same. John said, I don't trust him. Happy times. I had to help him stay positive. Okay, then who cares what you get in the will then? Peter is the only one left. He removed his sunglasses and tossed them on the dashboard, turning to me with his blue eyes that sparkled with righteousness. I don't care. Why are you here? He gulped, and some of the tension left his body. Curiosity. I'd lay odds that Dad left me nothing but a note of contempt. I shook my head. He wouldn't. His brow wrinkled. How can you be sure? He should know his father better than me. Mitch Morgan's reputation was well known. He wanted to be remembered as a god amongst men. I can't imagine he'd cut you out of the will. What if somebody found out? The last time he spoke to his father, he had accused him of murdering his sister. His father's lie included a funeral, and with that track record, anything was possible in the will reading today. He sat in his seat like my words were bullets. I don't want to think about it. Let it go. We should go inside. I opened my car door. A second later, he did the same and stood up. He slammed his car door. As he walked over to me, I asked, "Where do you see your sister living once this is over?" I accepted his offered hand, receiving strength that empowered me to do almost anything. He didn't answer my question until we'd reached the door. "Not here." He pressed the doorbell. I fixed my dress as the walls made me feel inferior and forbidden from the entrance. "Any ideas why Vicky wanted me here?" He turned toward me. Our gazes met. "You'll have to ask her. Please remember every word she says to you about why she pretended to be dead." Footsteps echoed from right outside the door. I lowered my voice. "Do you want me to spy on her?" He answered fast, "No, I want to compare notes. If something happened to her, then I want to help her if I can." A Hispanic older woman answered the door. I felt a chill as we walked inside. I kept his hand in mine. "Okay, I'm not going to worry about it, but I'm hoping Jennifer isn't there." John's hand brushed against my shoulder. "Don't let the actress get to you." I stared at his broad chest and let his words float into my heart. He was right. I know I shouldn't. "I saw you handle your mother. You can handle Jennifer." I smiled. Other than the constant teasing and lying to my mother, John Morgan tried to take care of me and watch out for me. Perhaps once this was over, I'd get answers to my own questions. "After everything goes down here, can we relax and go out to dinner? I want to go to your favorite place growing up." Laughter echoed from upstairs. Victoria was close. John gazed up the flight of stairs, but then returned his focus on me. He lowered his voice. "That's dangerous." The tension in the car had been palpable, and I hoped that with the right atmosphere he'd relax and laugh again. John had to be wrong about being a target, as the FBI never called. Soon I'd end this farce, but for now I shrugged my shoulders. "You'll protect me." High heels clicked on the stairs above us. "Anywhere I want to go?" Vicky's bare legs in her floral sundress came into view. I placed my hand on John's arm. "I want to see the world you grew up in and your favorite hangout, so take me someplace that the House of Morgan frequented without me. Vicky's tag-along." John smiled up at Vicky and then frowned as Peter, in his usual power suit, followed right behind their sister down the flight of stairs. He scooted closer to me. "Vicky never said that." I squeezed his hand. "Your dad did." Peter ushered Vicky and John down the hall, but John kept my hand firm in his as I shied back. "Stay with me." Peter walked ahead of us and into the lofted ceiling dining room. I whispered, "You are capable of handling your brother by yourself, but I'm here if you need me." John's shoulders were tense, as if he'd rather be anywhere else. Standing at the end of the table, Peter beckoned us into the room. "Please sit." I turned around to greet my friend. Vicky had been right behind us. I raised my hand to my chin and asked, "Where is Victoria?" Peter sat in their father's chair and opened a file like he was about to run a business meeting. Then he arranged his seat to ensure it was more like a throne and acted like their father. "She's coming." John followed his brother's gestures, crossed his legs like he was the challenger in a boxing room, and took a seat beside him. Two lawyers in black suits and carrying briefcases walked into the room from the kitchen door and sat opposite us. Peter's reflection shone in the polished wood, and even his posture mimicked their father as he stretched in his chair. John raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why is this so formal?" Peter refused to answer the question. Instead, his gaze met mine as I sat beside John. Peter then asked, "Are you sure you wish Miss Collins to be with you right now?" John held firm, and his gaze never wavered. He said, "Absolutely." Peter said no more. I wasn't sure what to do, so I stayed silent. Then Vicky walked into the room, and her dress floated as if she were an angel. She passed both of her brothers, who offered her small smiles as she sat next to Peter. Her smile was the only warmth in the room. I sat straighter in my seat as all the Morgans turned to stare at the lawyers. One of the lawyers said, "Let's get this started." I scooted my chair so my hand could stay in John's. The chair squeaked as I moved, and everyone glanced at me. My face heated, but I said nothing. John's fingers locked with mine. The lawyer continued and read the will as the other took notes on a yellow sheet of paper. "Being of sound mind and in the presence of witnesses, I hereby bequeath my estate as follows." John shook his head. "This should be so much fun." Peter's entire body stilled. Whatever the paper said affected him the most, at least in my view. He placed both his hands on the table as he whispered, "Don't be a hypocrite. We skipped the burial." John's eyebrows quirked. "Because someone might shoot us." Neither of us wanted to be there. To my son, John. John's hand tugged on mine, and I tried to be his rock. He held his head high, as the lawyer said. He never proved in his life that he could take care of himself or anyone else. I leave him $100 million and 10% stock in all my companies, so he'll never have to. John released my hand. His body so tight if he turned he might break. I always loved the faith he had in me. I massaged his leg until he took my hand again and then whispered to him, "John, don't worry about what he thought." Our knees touched and John's temple pulsed. "I have a plan, Alice." I pushed his water glass in front of him and urged him to drink. "Let it go." I said, "You're fine." John pressed his hand on my leg that I entwined with his and said nothing else, and the lawyer continued. "In memory of my daughter Victoria, who was a disappointment in the end, I leave $100 million with no stock shares to various charities for unwed mothers and adoption agencies. May newborns benefit from her tragedy, as she always told us to care about children first." Victoria scoffed and gazed around Peter toward John. "He's a total jerk. Is it too late to dance on his grave?" John turned his chair to stare at our sister. "Oh, what does this mean to you, Vicky?" Victoria shook her head and refused to reveal what happened to her years ago. Instead, she said that Dad doesn't deserve one more second of my time. Peter must have done the math in his head of the billions left over. He said, "I'll match the 100 million, Vicky. Don't stress about money." Victoria beamed her happiness. "I'm going to open a dress shop, be creative, and design wedding dresses. In life, he'd never have allowed me to go into retail." Peter scowled. I swallowed. The idea of a Morgan working must have soured his mood. John saw the same reaction. He tilted his head and said, "I'll fund your business idea, Vicky." Vicky shrugged and didn't seem to notice any issues between her brothers. She simply said, "Thanks." I pressed my knees closer to John. Neither John nor Victoria might have the power to change Peter's mind about my own contract. I had to search for a buyer and probably shouldn't be here. What kept me glued to my seat was that John might need me. $600 million was left to various people that I won't read unless requested. No one said anything. The lawyer then continued. "And finally, my son, Peter. He has proven a sound mind in business and will do well with my business ventures. I do hope he forgets his promise to remain a bachelor and finds himself a wife. He receives the remainder of my estate, my house, my various holdings, and everything else I own." Peter took in a breath as if he'd held it the entire time the lawyer read. He smiled at last. "I figured. I'll have the money drawn up for you, Vicky. And John, there is always a place for you in Morgan Enterprises if you want it." Vicky shrugged her shoulders as she stood up to go. "Doesn't matter, Peter. Right now I want to open my dress shop, but thank you." John pushed his chair back to get up as well. I followed him, happy this was over. "It's not done," the lawyer then said. They all readjusted their seats. The other lawyer held his pen like his life depended on it. "If Peter ends up childless, the remainder upon his death should go to John's heirs. If neither of my sons has children, then the remainder should convert to the designing I left in my lawyer's files that is only to be opened on these conditions." John sat straighter and asked the lawyer, "Who would Dad leave everything to if we all wind up childless?" Peter leaned in his chair like he too wanted to ask, but then he straightened. "Doesn't matter." John turned to him and argued, "Yes, it does." Peter glanced at Vicky and then closed his eyes. "No, it doesn't. This doesn't matter at all." John shook his head, clearly upset with his brother. He whispered to me, "I'm going to find out." My mind raced. "How?" John pushed his chair back again, ready to leave. "Darling, I don't want to be here anymore." I followed. "Agreed." Peter's fingers tapped on the table as he clearly considered this a threat of some sort. "If the money and company are mine, then it's mine to do with as I see fit at my own death." "Legally, that's true." The lawyer sat up straighter. "Your father just wanted you to know he had a plan." Peter leaned back in his chair as if satisfied he'd won the argument as he said, "I don't care what my father intended. I'll still leave the company to a pet monkey if I want to, and he doesn't get a say from the grave." "You don't have a monkey." Vicky placed her hand on his. "I might when I get older. I told him I'd never have an heir." John stood and the tension in his body snapped. He pressed his hands on the table and shook his head. "That's what you focus on. As long as you get the money and the company, then who cares about everyone else? Aren't you curious who Dad would leave his fortune to?" "You didn't ask about the $600 million, which are probably half siblings." Peter stood and leaned on the table as if we were opponents. "And so we're clear. I'm already investigating a few people who are probably our family as well. Dad used to take me to a woman's house. She had children our age. Whoever Dad designated doesn't matter. The money is ours. The House of Morgan continues through whatever children we have." The lawyer shrunk in his chair. "This part is unenforceable." There was no way to enforce Dad's wishes, but John's shoulders hunched and I could tell he wanted to know who was next on our father's list. "You are unbelievable." Peter leaned closer, ready for a fight. "It's my life, John. I worked too hard for this." I glanced at Victoria for 1 second, who nodded at me, indicating we could talk later. I grabbed John's arm and tugged him toward the door. "Let's go." He stared at Vicky and Peter, then took my hand. His hands shook with his emotion, but he said nothing. We walked out in silence. Chapter 19. Hours later, evening began to set, and I was done with the paperwork that the lawyer had chased me down to sign. I tried to think of the right words to say to Alice as we got into my car, but nothing came to mind. I had promised her a night out. The image of the red laser pointed to her head replayed in my mind, and I didn't want to go anywhere but home. The heaviness in the air wasn't the humidity. I turned toward the Rickenbacker Causeway to take her to Harry's, which was at least exclusive. If we sat in the back near the wall, we'd be safe enough. My own mood might get better with fresh air. The restaurant staff ensured that only certain people came inside. I'd been there many times as a child, so it fulfilled Alice's request. The one thing that kept my shoulders from bowing beneath the weight of oppressive heat and the emotional day was the chance to enjoy the sunset with this beautiful woman next to me. Alice had been quiet during the ride. I asked, "Do you think Peter knows who the alternate beneficiary might be?" "I don't know," she said. "I don't know if I can trust him." If you accepted the position within the corporation, you'd get insight into his day-to-day. You'd see for yourself if he can be trusted. I'm tired of secrets. "So, you don't care if Peter's theory is correct about more Morgans?" "I haven't thought about it." A smile grew on her face as I entered the parking lot. The waterfront restaurant had a valet that guarded the lot. An assassin would have to be on a ship or stop the car on the highway. I assessed the entire place. The cars in the lot were Maseratis and Aston Martins, with a few BMWs and Mercedes-Benz. The Miami well-to-do were here. Near the water, if we sat by the wall, we'd see through the screen all the people on their yachts as they passed. The 10-foot walk from the lot to the restaurant was the hard part. My stomach clenched, but I tried to ignore it. My brother's words that there were more Morgans out there replayed in my mind as I stepped out of the car, and the implication that I didn't care about my family rang in my ears. Nothing stirred in the air. If we could walk fast the few feet to the door with the pressing humidity, my heart might calm down. As the valet opened her door, Alice stepped out of the car. Sweat had formed on my forehead. She said, "Relax." I swallowed and gazed one more time at the valet as he came to my side. Then I stepped out and visions of a crime scene I had once seen at a restaurant flashed in my head. "I'll try, but we probably should have gone home." Without a word, she walked toward the restaurant door, and I shadowed behind her. As the doors opened, she turned around and waited for me. "I can't live my life worried about who is out to get me. Besides, you are overreacting. It was probably someone after the president." I crossed my arms. She needed to take this seriously, even if my boss hadn't updated me. Tonight, I'd send an email, but I let the thoughts go. "Alice, I'm not..." She turned and walked toward the maitre d'. I stayed right on her heels. "I think you are the target. We're here because you wanted to unwind after today, and I promise." She winked at me and said, "Get the frown off your face then, and remember we're following my plans for some fun tonight. You need to relax." I shook my head, in no mood for levity. "We always follow your plans." She raised her eyebrows at me. "This is a special place for you? Did your family take you here?" She only knew the high school football player and the FBI part of me. Perhaps I should take a job at Morgan Enterprises and be a Morgan. The thought left me speechless, and I let out my breath. I heard a few political and business speeches here. The air around her smelled like strawberries. The hair on my arms rose. At first she said nothing. I held my silence, then she tilted her head. "So, this place holds no romantic history for you?" I laughed in surprise. "No." She stayed close. "I remember you dated Cindy in high school." The pressure I'd felt being outside dissipated as Alice's blue eyes captured my attention. "Not for long. She wanted my name and the money of my world. I think she married a real estate developer." "So what about in college?" The hostess motioned that our table was ready. We followed her and I sat opposite Alice. We sat outside near the wall I requested, but had a great view of the ocean from our seat as screens kept our faces cloaked. She sighed as I ordered a bottle of red wine. When the server retreated, I told Alice, "I never met anyone I was serious about. What about you?" She sat back in her chair. The waitress returned quickly, pouring us both wine in crystal glasses. I sipped as the server waited, then nodded my approval. Alice stayed quiet until the server left with our orders. Then she said, I always assumed I'd marry someone who knows about farms." Automatically, I scanned the area. The table closest to us had grandparents with their grandchildren all dressed up. The table after that had another couple, and the table near the end had a group of women clinking glasses and laughing. No one seemed suspicious. I left my hand on the table and then gave Alice my full attention. I picked up my glass. Why? Does that turn you on? She sipped hers and lowered her gaze. Not really, but it's the life I know. I waited for her to place her glass back on the table before capturing her clear blue eyes. What about the life you don't know? Perhaps the guy is right in front of you. Giggles burst out of her throat. John Morgan, you are being silly. I didn't move at all. Why? Her hand shook as she pushed a piece of hair out of eyes. Because it can't be you. My eyebrows arched. Last night she'd been tempting as she kissed me back. It took all of my self-control to keep my hands to myself. Why? She played with a strand of her hair. It can't be. My heart constricted in my chest. Either she wasn't into me or she didn't take me seriously. You said you had a crush on me and that I was your first kiss. How are these not signs for you? She shrugged. Silly daydreams and heart-racing kisses don't equal true love with a happy ever after, and that is what I want. I folded my hands on the table. The sweet taste of her lips tingled as the memory of her lips on mine burned through me. I'd find a way to prove my feelings to her. Why not? She reached for the bottle, but I said, "Let me." I poured her more of the fruity red, and as she accepted her glass, our fingers intertwined. Her lightest touch sent a jolt through me. I always assumed I'd have what my parents have, she said. I had to ensure nothing my father did haunted Alice or me from his grave. Perhaps I should have listened to her mother and kicked over the casket to see if Mitch was truly dead. But either way, I had to keep things slow with Alice until I knew she was safe. I settled in my seat and decided I'd delay the rest of the conversation until later. What is that? My dad is a stable guy who never gets upset about anything. Colt is the same way. So in this logic, I wasn't stable. She continued like she hadn't said anything offensive. I always assumed I'd find a no-drama type of guy to settle down with. I reached for the badge that I no longer carried. Memories flooded me of people who acted like they were fine only to be arrested moments later. The air around me cracked, and I shouldn't be here, but at no point in my life did anyone think me rash. I lifted my chin and asked, "I'm dramatic." She gulped her second glass of wine. I sat straighter but didn't want to push her. She then said, "Your entire family is constantly in the headlines and supposedly someone wants you and anyone you love dead. So yeah, you qualify as dramatic. It wasn't me, but the lifestyle I was born in. I couldn't change my past, but I had a say in my future. You can't look beyond that?" She sighed. "I'm with you right now because you think someone pointed a gun to my head." The kisses hadn't registered as important enough. I'd have to test that. "That's it?" She leaned closer. "John, you and I are not a long-term thing. You're going to get bored and leave." I settled my elbows on the table so we were eye to eye. "You have no faith in me." She reached out and touched my arms. Electric bolts shot through me. She kept her voice low. "Don't take it like that." The waitress came back over with another bottle and the prime rib dinner. She set the table. Both of us sat back until the server left. I picked up my fork and nodded. "Let's just enjoy our dinner." Bon appetit. Silence hung in the air while we ate. I finished my meal first, wiped my lips clean, and glanced at her. "My father's death upset me more than I realized, Alice. You being here is the most important part of all this, and I don't want to lose what we could have." She picked up her fork. "Let's enjoy tonight in this beautiful setting. The future doesn't have to be answered right now." My gut twisted like she'd stabbed at my manhood. Every other woman at this point in the relationship wanted more than I'd give. Once again, Alice was different. She picked at her food, unaware my mood was off. I tried to follow her lead, but then she said, "I hope tonight made you feel better after what happened at your brother's place. You asked to go out." I shook my head and massaged the bridge of my nose. "I'm here because of you." She closed her eyes. "John, you confuse me." My hands fell to my sides. "Likewise." She swallowed like she tasted something bitter. "Maybe I should just go back to the farm." No, I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you. Everything was wrong right now. This started because of my foul mood. Please don't make this worse. She picked up her fork and ate in silence. Then she placed the fork back down but stared at the silverware. "I'm trying to make everything better. I don't know if I believe anyone is truly after me. I still think it's the president that was the target at the funeral." Something else had to be bothering Alice. My mind raced through everything she ever said to me, and then the math clicked in my head. When is your condo available? Tomorrow it becomes empty. Her gaze flew to meet mine. Her eyes were crystal clear blue. Whatever she said next was something she believed. As no one has taken any shots at my head in the past few days, I think I should just move into my condo. I sat absolutely still. The email threat had been real. I vividly remembered the glass shards that flew through the door as the bullet passed over her head. I kept my tone even. That's not a good idea. Why not? It's not a good idea for me to stay with you. She should have the same memories. She was there. I dropped my napkin on the table. We should have just gone home. Her gaze narrowed. Why? I leaned forward, but she took her hand off the table. You are not safe on your own, not yet. I'll contact someone else in my old department other than the boss first thing in the morning. She squared her shoulders. It's my choice. This was insane. She acted like she wanted to get killed. Don't you care about your own life? She shrugged, but then stayed still. Of course I do, but the Morgan family's taking all my energy. I froze. What did my family have to do with anything? Don't let it. Your money means you're the star of everything. She sounded jealous, which made no sense. I leaned closer again. What are you talking about? My money buys security, and that's what I'm talking about. She pressed her lips together. Whatever I said wasn't getting through to her. Let's just go. I stood up and waited for her to follow. Okay. Once home, I'd find a better way to keep her there. If something happened to Alice, I'd never forgive myself. Chapter 20. I hugged my waist, my gaze lingering on a vibrant piece of Spanish art from old Cuba that hung just inside the door. I'd watched it through the window as we pulled into the driveway, its bold, defiant colors clashing with the quiet melancholy settling in my chest. This was it, my final night under John's roof. As he parked the car, I kept my head down, watching his profile through the safety of my sunglasses. Tomorrow, I moved out. Tomorrow, my life as an independent woman truly began. I hoped Victoria would visit. I hoped, with a desperate ache I didn't want to admit, that John might show up too. Our date had been a disaster, a mess of grief and sharp words where I'd kicked him while he was already down. The engine cut out, leaving us in a heavy, ringing silence. I studied the sharp line of his jaw. Despite the emotional whiplash of the last few weeks, his presence still felt like home. Maybe once the shadow of the funeral faded, we actually stood a chance. Dating John was the prize I'd spent a lifetime wanting and a lifetime assuming I'd never have. I didn't dare to hope for a future, but tonight, I just wanted him. John took my hand, his grip firm and grounding as he led me from the garage into the house. The click of the door locking behind us sounded so final. I looked at him, the urge to simply throw myself into his arms nearly overwhelming my common sense. Before I could say a word, John turned. He didn't hesitate this time. He caught my face in his hands and kissed me with a sudden, searing intensity that made the rest of the world drop away. I stumbled back, nearly jarring a vase of flowers by the door, but he didn't let go. He pulled me closer, his lips demanding and desperate, as if he were trying to memorize the taste of me. My hands raked up his chest, needing to feel the reality of him. He tasted of the wine we'd shared and the crisp night air. My fingers found the hem of his shirt, seeking the warmth of his skin, and I felt a shiver run through him that echoed my own. John, I breathed against his lips. He pulled back just an inch, his voice a low, rough growl. Tell me to stop. I lifted my chin, looking directly into the blue of his eyes. Take me to your room. I let my purse drop to the floor, forgotten. Hand in hand, he led me down the hallway. When he pushed open the door, the room was dimly lit. The bed unmade, a rare sign of disarray in his otherwise disciplined life. You haven't had anyone in to clean? I asked softly, stepping into his private sanctuary. I haven't wanted anyone else in here, he admitted, his voice dropping an octave. He stepped toward me, his expression softening into something raw and protective. I just wanted you to be safe. I reached out, placing my palms against his heart. It was racing. Don't talk about threats tonight. Just kiss me. He didn't need to be told twice. His hand brushed my cheek, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through me that made my breath hitch. He swept my hair back, his gaze lingering on my face as if I were something precious, something he was terrified to lose. When his lips met mine again, the fireworks weren't just a cliché. They were a total eclipse of everything else, the house, the move, the uncertainty of tomorrow. It all faded into the background. There was only the scent of him, the heat of his body against mine, and the steady, rhythmic thrum of two hearts finally syncopating. happening. He moved with a sudden, urgent grace, his hands finding the zipper of my dress. I leaned into him, surrendering to the weight of a lifetime of longing. Every touch was an answer to a question I'd been too afraid to ask. As we moved toward the bed, the air between us felt charged, thick with the kind of gravity that pulls stars together. I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw the reflection of my own need in his eyes. In that moment, there were no more barriers, no more secrets. There was only the quiet music of our breathing and the promise of a night that belonged entirely to us. As he drew me down onto the sheets, the rest of the world vanished, leaving us alone in the soft velvet dark. Chapter 21. Alice woke up entwined in John's strong arms. Cedar and pine tickled her nose. I felt protected and warm as I lay beside him. I turned and stared at John, whose eyes were still closed. The sheets were entwined around our naked bodies, revealing the tattoo on his arm. The black ink of roses was something I hadn't expected. The last time I saw him in short sleeves had been at a high school football game. One day, I might get to ask him where the tattoo came from. I hugged my waist and flipped toward the edge of the bed. If I stuck around, I'd buy him a muscle shirt to let him show it off. He must have done it out of protest years ago. Until last night, I had never found tattoos exciting. Right now, I shouldn't either. I had to get on with my life. I untangled myself from the sheets, careful not to wake him as I kissed his forehead. Time to leave the fairy tale. No more designer dresses that were way out of my budget. No more fantasy dates, no more Prince Charming. None of it existed long term, and it was time to get my life together. I dressed in last night's clothes and slipped out the door. The hallway was still dark as I made my way back to my room. As I packed, the sun peeked above the horizon, sending light through the blinds in the guest bedroom. Finished taking what I'd come with, I zipped my bag. If I stayed, I'd never want to leave this life. Or John. One day, once the funeral was a memory, he'd realize that he belonged to the House of Morgan. He could never be just mine. My mother would tell me that the real world required toughness. I let out a sigh. For the past few days, I hadn't solved any of my own problems. The Morgans had taken over my every thought. Now I needed to be there for my parents and myself. At my new condo, I'd be able to think clearly. I peered through the sliver of window at the front door into the dim morning light. The house at my back was pitch black, but the sound of the waves as they splashed against the shore played outside. In the dream, I'd never leave this place, but Alice Collins never lived in a dream. First, I went and released the security code. Then I unlocked the door and departed. The grass was wet with dew as I passed through the lawn to where my SUV was parked in the driveway to the right of the house. I threw my bag in the back seat and rushed to get inside myself. A chill raced up my spine, but I ignored it as I realized my keys were in the car waiting for me. A moment later, the car engine roared to life. I glanced up and down the street and then at the house one more time. John Morgan was the man I would always crave, and my crush on him had grown into love. I backed out of the driveway and headed toward my new condo. I refused to get mopey or weepy. I was not Cinderella. No one forced me to do anything. If John and I were to have a future, it would need to be much later after we'd gotten our lives sorted. I wasn't against dating, but I had to live for myself too. Before I met John, I spent months picking my first condo, painting it in yellow and white with a blue trim. The furniture was soft golden oak to let more sunshine in, and my place was the first thing that would ever truly be mine. First and foremost, after coffee, I'd brainstorm and then reach out to new fruit buyers for the farm. I refused to let my mind wander back to John Morgan for 1 second, and my phone rang, and I rummaged through my pocketbook. On the second ring, I fished out the phone and saw a number I didn't recognize. If it was John calling from his house phone, I would do the right thing and turn around to talk to him in person. My heart hammered in my chest as I answered, "Hello." "Alice, I would love for you to join me and Jennifer this morning. Please?" Vicky's voice bubbled with the happiness I remembered from the old days. I touched my best friend necklace. "Where are you going?" "The Miracle Mile for coffee, and then I want to show you both my new idea for my future." Vicky's take-charge attitude might rub off. It's what I needed to do too. I shifted the wheel to turn in my new direction as I agreed. "We'll meet at the bookstore like we used to, but I can't stay for long." "Deal," Vicky said. I danced in my seat. A friend was what I needed. Vicky ended the call, and I threw my phone onto the passenger seat. Today I'd find out where Vicky had spent the last few years and avoid all conversations about John. No one pretended to be dead without a good reason. Chapter 22. Near my ear, something rang on the bedside night table. For a few seconds, I ignored it, but then remembered it might be the FBI. They hadn't called me. I woke up and glanced at the number on the voicemail message. No caller ID available might mean it was the FBI or a telemarketer. I licked my lower lip and tasted strawberries. Alice's scent was in the air. I turned to my side, but where she'd slept was cold as if she'd been gone for a while, and I rubbed my forehead. I never slept like this. Then I picked up my phone and hit play. A garbled voice that had been processed through a changer spoke. John, your girlfriend was smart enough to leave you. You're the reason she'll die now. Prepare to live with what you've done. My body went still. Why had the FBI done nothing? This was something I needed to solve on my own or use more of the Morgan security. I stood and walked to the window. Money was power. The sun was in the morning sky. I clutched my phone, threw on my pants, and then made the one call I'd never wanted to make. And Peter answered, "This is a surprise, was what I said. I need your help." How? The coldness between us didn't deter me. I had to get my brother's help. The FBI wasn't working fast enough. Let me play you a message. The repeat of the threat to Alice made my blood freeze. Peter sucked in an audible breath as the voicemail played. My heartbeat quickened as the deadly voice sent a chill down my spine. I shrugged into a shirt. As the voice finished, I said, "I need to find Alice before anything happens to her." Peter didn't hesitate. What do you want me to do?" I ran one hand through the left side of my hair. "My brother would help. You have the staff to find her fast." "You need me to employ our handlers to get her back." My mind raced. Peter had our father's confidence, but not the venom that implied I was the always in trouble son. I'd call the local police once I finished with Peter. "Yes, thank you." "Why did she leave you in the first place?" I straightened my back. Now was not the time for this. "I've no idea, and it doesn't matter right now. Alice's safety is on the line." "I'm on it. I'd recommend you talk to Vicky. They were friends." My eyebrows arched. Now that was a good idea. "Is she up?" "She's not here. She left the house early this morning. She mentioned that dress shop again and a future fashion empire she'd build." I changed my screen while I spoke to my brother so I could make a note. "Does she have a cell?" "I bought it for her yesterday. I'll text you the number, but it's the same as when she left." Even better, Peter wasn't completely our father. "Thanks. We are family. Dad was right about one thing." I rolled my shoulders. I might have spoken too soon. "What was that?" "I don't want children or a relationship, John. I'm more than happy if you live that life, and then I will leave money to nieces and nephews." My mouth opened and wouldn't close all the way. "Why?" "I don't want to be like our dad. I wish I didn't remember Mom." I scratched my head. We'd talk once everything was over. I might have been too hard on my brother. "Peter, once I find Alice and make sure she is safe, then let's sit down and talk." Deal. We hung up. My brother would have specialized guards a phone call away, and the local Miami PD would be on my side. I probably should have called them already, but I thought the FBI and Morgan security would be enough. I held myself together and dialed. "This is the emergency line. How can we help you?" I swallowed, aware that every word I spoke was recorded. "Someone left me 2 threats that they intend to kill Alice Collins. Now she's disappeared, and I don't want anything to happen to her." The word kill must have been all I needed to say. The second I finished my sentence, the woman on the phone responded, "Dispatch is on its way, Mr. Morgan." Of course, everyone knew who I was. Today I'd have to use the name. "Thanks." I hung up the phone and gazed out at the morning sun. The smell of coffee from the automatic machine permeated the air. I went to the garage, but Alice's SUV was gone. I picked up my phone to call her, but the squad car squealed in the distance. In the front hall, I put on my socks, but left my sneakers at the door. My mind ran through everything. Alice would likely go to her parents. Her mother hated me. If I went to her as I was, I'd smell of sex. A shower would cure me, but there was no time. Instead, I walked into the kitchen, picked up my phone, texted Vicky and Alice to call me, and poured 2 mugs of coffee. One was an offering to the officer who would arrive any moment. The silence in the house made my skin itchy. I sipped my coffee. The caffeine sent my blood into overdrive. I had to do more. I picked up my phone again. No text from Alice, no missed calls. Her mother might have answers. As I dialed her house phone, I prayed everything was fine and that Alice was there. On the second ring, her mother Ellie answered. "Hello? Mrs. Collins?" The gasp held obvious disdain. "John Morgan." Now wasn't the time to win her over. My words rushed together. "Is Alice there?" "She's not with you?" The more people that looked for Alice, the safer she might be. I had to tell her. I blinked, and no police cars were on my street yet. I know you don't like me." "Like is too soft a word, Mr. Collins. My daughter deserves better than you." "I agree. She deserves everything the world can offer her." "Then let her go." A lump formed in my throat, and I couldn't get rid of it. "I can't." Her loud breath said, "Plenty." "Why are you calling me?" I closed my eyes. I wished I didn't have to say this. Alice is in danger. Someone wants to kill her because of me, and now I don't know where she is. What do you mean, kill her? I thought the news said that was because of the threat to the president, and that was your brother, Peter Morgan, who sent that security car outside our farm. Her words were crystal clear. I blinked, and in the distance I saw the lights of police cars. Someone wants to murder her. Who? There was so much to say, but I had no answers. I don't know. The police are on their way to my house to pick up the threats. She's gone. I don't know where she is, and I was wondering if she contacted you. Oh my goodness. You're not making this up. My daughter had better be safe. I walked toward my shoes and slipped them on. Call her. She's not answering my calls or texts. She'll answer mine. Give me your address, John. I'll send her brother to you to get as much information as possible. Unlocking the front door, I stepped outside. The blaring sun made my skin heat. I told her my address and then said, "The police are here now, Mrs. Collins. Please let me know if you find her." The sirens stopped in my front lawn, but the black SUV behind them held a camera crew. I pressed my lips together and stared into the tinted windows of the police cruiser that was followed by a local station. Years of training told me television cameras might make everything worse. It would illuminate angles that the bad guys shouldn't know. With luck, Alice was fine, but I'd not take that chance. The officer who had been speaking to Alice at the wake got out of the patrol car. Good, at least this man knew her and knew she was a sweetheart. Rafe, Alice is in danger. The man stepped closer on the grass as cameras took our picture. How? With my head down, I led them to the front door. I sent this to the FBI the other day. I slipped the letter in the plastic bag into the other man's hand. I stared at the camera crew and then said, "Please come inside." Rafe walked inside and I closed the door. The officer put on plastic gloves and I handed him my phone to listen to the message. "Here, this is what I heard this morning." I hit replay on speaker, knowing there was no way to recognize the distorted voice pattern. Rafe read the note and listened to the short message. "Where is Alice now?" My heart beat in my chest, loud. I don't know. Alice was always a kind-hearted girl. I don't want her in any sort of trouble. My gut twisted, but I ignored the pain. Instead, I simply asked, "Will you help me find her?" Rafe sucked in his lower lip and tapped his pen against a piece of paper. "We solve crimes after they happen. I can release an APB to be on the lookout for her, but I can't promise anything. What I can do is track the voicemail and try to match the handwriting and any fingerprints in the database." No, they'd not find Alice's body somewhere in the bottom of a swamp picked apart by alligators. "Do what you can. I can't let anything happen to her." Rafe's face paled as he said, "Alice Collins will turn up fine. She's smart, sweet, and a loyal friend. She used to tutor me in math." I put my hand on the knob, feeling determined. "And someone wants her dead because of me." I opened the door. Rafe walked outside but turned back before he reached the patrol car. "I will do everything I can. She was always a good girl." Was meant past tense. I lifted my head. "She is a good woman. Thanks again, Rafe." Rafe lifted my phone. "Just doing my job. Can I keep this?" "Answer if it's Alice." No real choice existed. I shrugged as that was the only answer I could give, but then I stared at my brother's men who appeared on the street. I nodded at Rafe. "I'll get another line connected." I'd send one of them to get me a phone as I went in search of Alice myself. Chapter 23. Alice parked my car and got out into morning sunshine. Palm trees lined the fashionable street where I intended to go a few hundred feet to meet my friend. I dropped my phone to the bottom of my bag and stopped to find it and hold it in my palms. My neck grew cold like someone watched me. I turned around but didn't see anything. I took my phone and walked forward. Then footsteps echoed in the alleyway behind me. My limbs shook as the image of a laser pointed to my head emerged in my mind. I ran fast down the street. The shuffle of footsteps followed me. My stomach was rock hard as I went as fast as I could. I turned onto the busy street with children eating ice cream, but my insides quaked. The heavy steps behind me became louder, and I blinked as I ran to blend into the people on the Miracle Mile. A large hand brushed against my back. A scream got stuck in my throat. Then Vicky grabbed my arm and dragged me into the bookstore. She pushed me toward the carpet between aisles of books like she might protect us both. Books wouldn't stop a bullet, I thought. I stood up and dusted off my jeans but said nothing as my voice wasn't able to function at the moment. Perhaps John was right that someone wanted me dead. A pair of designer heels and a black pencil skirt joined us. I rocked on my feet and then gazed toward Jennifer. My hands trembled as I waited for the insult. Vicky, pale, asked, "Are you okay?" "Now, I'm here with you both." I walked to the window and looked out. So many people were outside and I had no idea who had frightened me. I'd have to call John. Without another word, Vicky dragged me farther into the bookstore and away from the glass. Who was that? I wiped my hands on my pants. In a minute, my heart would stop the frantic pace now that I was safe. I don't know. Some guy was following me. I have it on video from my phone. I'll text it to John and Peter. The guy chasing you had a cap on. You saw him? I couldn't make anything out, but perhaps the police can. I hate stalkers. Jennifer stood with her arms crossed, but then she sniffed the air. You smell like sex. My entire body heated. Leave it to Jennifer to change the subject. Vicky turned her small frame from where she'd been staring out of the window and looked at both her friends. She sniffed the air. You mean she smells like my brother's cologne? I stepped away from the pair of them. This was not a good conversation at all. My face warmed. Stop. You slept with John and then left him in bed. Jennifer tapped her foot and I realized we stood in the romance section. I thought good girls like you never did anything like that. There was no way a normal person would ever assume such a thing. I lifted my head and dared Jennifer. Like what? Jennifer laughed as if we shared a secret and didn't really hate each other. Like sleep with a man before marriage. Isn't that what you hated about me in high school? No, it was all in her superior attitude. I kept my hands crossed. You slept with every guy in our high school. Jennifer lifted her eyebrow. Not every guy. My feet grew apart. Like, who did you miss? Jennifer traced the neckline of her dress. Not your John or Colt. I opened my mouth, but Vicky cut me off. My brother had said someone was after you from the funeral. I didn't think about that when I invited you this morning, and I don't like you here without protection. Let it go, I shrugged. The further my mind went from those few moments, the better my sanity, though I quickly texted John. With only one bar of service, I could only hope it went through. My mind flashed to the gunshot through the glass doors of the funeral. I sighed. Creeps don't get more than a second of our thoughts. I'll be more careful from now on. Jennifer's grin grew wider. Yes, let's talk about you and John. I wouldn't run away from more sly insult. I took a step forward. We could talk about you and Peter. Jennifer shrugged. Old news. Vicky then tilted her head and stood next to me. No, I want to know too. What is going on between you and Peter? Jennifer's grin fell and she shifted toward both of us. Peter and I are not in a relationship. I'd assumed they were. At the funeral, Jennifer had been on Peter's arm. You're not? Jennifer's perfectly formed nose on her flawless skin gave off an effervescent air that her long dark hair silhouetted with her angelic face. No, we're friends with benefits. Vicky's face went white. And you're okay with that? Jennifer flicked her hair behind her ears. Of course, it was my idea. I didn't believe a word. I'd never agreed to that with John. I'd die if another woman entered the picture. Maybe Jennifer never worried about that. On the outside, no one competed in looks with her. It was strange John hadn't texted me back right away. The tower hopefully sent my signal through as it read, sent. Vicky asked, does he not want a relationship? Poor Vicky had no idea what her brothers were like since she'd been dead for the past 6 years. It was time to ask what happened. Jennifer took Vicky's hands. As I said, I don't want one, so it doesn't matter. Part of me liked that Jennifer's life wasn't perfect. It might be wrong to say that out loud, so I kept my lips sealed. Jennifer continued, I'm not the one who walked out of your brother's bed today without a word. Why don't we ask Alice what's wrong with her relationship with John? Nothing's wrong. I hugged my waist. I had answered too fast, then I tried to spin out of it. My life isn't working as it is right now. I've not solved one of my problems. I have to help my parents, and I've always wanted to be independent. Vicky stared at Jennifer for a moment longer, and then she turned all her attention to me. Her calmness yet attentiveness were new characteristics. My skin prickled as Vicky said, there is a time for independence and a time for your heart. What is it you want? I decided the latest bestseller needed to be held, and I read the back blurb. I want both. For years I've told myself everything will be better when I move out on my own. It's time I do that. Today, my condo is ready for me to move in. I ordered the furniture and the moving trucks months ago. All I have to do is pick up my key and walk in the door. Jennifer tapped her foot. Then she stared down her nose. So how does John factor in? I turned toward Vicky, but I had no sympathy from her either. I put the book back on the shelf. I'd like to see him. Jennifer rolled her eyes. That's it? Guilt iced down my back, though I hadn't done anything wrong. I stared into Vicky's eyes. John doesn't love me. Vicky smiled, and the brightness caused a chain reaction inside of me. My insides quaked as Vicky said, I don't believe it. My body heated again, even if John hadn't called me immediately. You are saying that because he's your brother. Vicky took both of my hands in hers and waited for me to gaze into her pretty blue eyes. Exactly. Who knows him better than me? Alice, I have never seen John look at another woman the same way he looks at you. My heart hammered in my chest. Then maybe he'll want to date, but for today I have to do this. Jennifer's sigh interrupted the moment. What about me and Peter, Victoria? Vicky dropped my hand and her best friend's face flushed. Jennifer, I love my brother and I want you both to find your happiness. Jennifer's rapid voice sharpened as she spun on her heels. You don't know anything. The bookstore had customers in our aisle. It was more than time to go. I said, I thought we came here today to see the store Vicky wants to open. Vicky walked down the aisle to gaze out the big window. I didn't see anything unusual in the morning crowd that was shopping on the $1 Million Boulevard. I scanned the street for signs of another bad guy, but nothing clicked in my head. Okay, I think the coast is clear. I joked, you sound like your brother, the FBI agent, with that sentence. Both women chorused, John was in the FBI? I almost tripped over my feet. John had joined because of me. I hadn't realized I'd divulged state secrets. You didn't know? Vicky, he's your brother. I love my family. Vicky stood at the threshold, but I've been MIA for a while now. Jennifer joined in. Peter never said anything. I quipped, friends with benefits doesn't exactly inspire communication. Jennifer's tongue came out of her mouth like she'd swat this conversation in the butt. Then she sucked it back in and rolled her shoulders. Like you have any answers, Alice. I don't remember anyone ever finding you the least bit interesting. Vicky crossed her arms and turned toward Jennifer. You're both my friends, so stop that. Jennifer would never be my friend, but Vicky was always friends with everyone. Alone, she might end up adopting a 3-legged dog and every down-on-their-luck person we passed. I chose to smooth things over. Okay, let's go. Jennifer shook her head, but said nothing else. Instead, all three of us walked outside, and a few minutes later, we stood in front of an empty building on the Miracle Mile. I asked, is this where you want your shop? Vicky smiled and nodded her head, and Jennifer shrugged. I don't get what you want a shop for. No. I understood Vicky's plan to be independent and peered inside the empty window. This place has potential, Vicky. All the brides will want to come to you. Come. Vicky rifled through her pocketbook and found a key. She unlocked the door, and as she threw it open to the sunshine of the morning, she said, I bought this place yesterday to be the base of my fashion empire. The address is perfect. Good. Independence was something we should all enjoy. Jennifer had it with her telenovelas, Vicky would have it with her store and fashion world, and I would have it too once I found a buyer for the farm products, moved into my condo, and the potential threat was gone. The three walked inside, and Vicky locked the door right behind us. I twirled on my heels. I could imagine the mirrors on the walls and rows of changing rooms. The aisles would be filled with white dresses designed to help a woman feel beautiful on her special day. Right now, the place was completely empty of everything, but it had lots of potential. I've already sent the designs for how this place will look to my decorator. Victoria nodded, eager for someone to say something positive. I'll have it open in 2 weeks. Jennifer's face pulled back. You're crazy. That's a lot of work. I jumped forward. Vicky deserves someone's support. The Morgans can have this place open in an hour. Vicky added, and the store is just the start of my plans. Jennifer turned toward me. You have a point. My heart grew lighter that my friend was alive. My life had all the people I loved in it. One day soon, John would stop his emotional seesaw and recognize how beautiful his life could be. He had his family, and it was a miracle. Victoria paid neither of us any mind. Instead, she hugged herself and said, see, my friends can get along. Police sirens echoed in the air. My heart froze. My limbs grew goosebumps as I looked out of the glass. Jennifer pressed her nose against the window. I wonder if they arrested your stalker. The police cruiser stopped right outside the dress shop. I bit my lip and took a step into the shadow. The memory of the man who had followed me replayed in my mind. Then a split second later, John's car stopped in the street behind the police. My breath caught in my throat. Maybe that's why he hadn't returned my texts. Then my brother Colt got out of the passenger side. As John stepped from the driver's seat, I held the pendant at my neck. I hadn't seen Colt in months, so I had no idea how he stood right next to John like they were old friends. They had played football together. Perhaps my brother stopped at John's house, but that didn't seem right. I hadn't told my mother the address, though I had blocked her number the other day, which prevented her from calling. My brother hadn't asked for an address either. The two men walked toward the store. I asked, what are they doing here? Jennifer whistled and nudged my side with her elbow. Is that your brother? Yeah. I turned around now. I expected Vicky to be right behind us, but the two of us were alone. I scratched my head. Where is Vicky? Jennifer pushed my arm toward the door as the men knocked. It's better if you go out to the street and not let them in here. Why? My friend had vanished as if she were a ghost. Since she was alive, it was impossible, but I had no idea why Vicky would just take off. Surely the police were not here to arrest Vicky of all people. Okay, I'm leaving then. Jennifer smiled and stepped into the doorframe like she'd block anyone who entered. Something strange was going on, but right now I'd solve one mystery at a time. I stepped outside into the suffocating humidity. John didn't wait for one word. He reached out, grabbed me, and kissed me. The world faded to black with his touch. All that mattered was the fireworks inside me. Leaving John without a broken heart was no longer an option. Chapter 24. Get in the car, Colt gestured to John's Mercedes, and this made no sense. The last time I had seen either man was years ago at a football game. We never spoke, and we were not friends. My brother was in the Marines. If he was here in Miami, then he'd be with his daughter. My gaze shifted from Colt to John. John's expression seemed relieved. I bit my lower lip, held John's hand, and asked, well, why are you both here? You and Vicky texted me. Then John repeated Colt's message, get in the car. That wasn't an answer. I tugged my hand to take it from him, but he held firm. I shook my head. I have my own car in the parking lot. Colt worked in unison with John. He opened the back seat of the car. John walked me and placed his hand on my head as if he could protect me with his body from a shooter. Colt assessed the crowd. Sis, don't be an idiot. Get inside. The hand that brushed against my back burned in my memory. So did the moment the bullet broke through the glass. I sucked in my breath. I don't know what's going on, but it must be big if you are both here. Without another word, I squeezed into the back seat of the car, which I quickly realized was overdramatic. The legroom was more than ample, I thought, as both the men in the front seat were all muscle. They stared at each other. I crossed my arms as the men closed their doors. What? Colt turned to me from the passenger seat. John revved the engine. Colt asked, why weren't you at John's plan? Did you two have a fight so you put your life in danger out of anger? My skin prickled and my forehead felt hot. This discussion was not to be had with Colt. I shook my head. No, and what a question. His gaze narrowed like he was a hawk and I was prey. Then why did you leave? Today is move-in day with my condo. It's time I do what I need. John gripped the wheel and I caught his gaze in the mirror. His blue eyes looked haunted. Then he handed me his phone. I stared at the newest model of the phone and realized this wasn't what I'd seen before. Whatever it was that brought us together had better not be technology related. This looks brand new. John shook his head. Then he returned his attention to the black tarred road. I had to give my old one to the police. Listen to the voicemail. The police. The thought that something had happened to my father replayed in my mind. He couldn't have had another heart attack. No. Okay. I hit play. This couldn't be happening. A chill raced through my body. The man had been a real threat. I coughed as the message replayed again. Someone was following me. At least he didn't shoot me on the street. My entire body had a chill that ran through it. I could have been shot on the street where people buy wedding dresses and walk in their finest outfits to be seen. John's hand went to my spine and he quickly massaged my shoulders. Don't think about what might have been, Alice. You called and Vicky sent the video. The police are on it. Victoria dragged me inside the bookstore. Jennifer has the original footage of the man on video. Again, both men shared a look. Colt nodded. I'll deal with Jennifer and get that to the police with her sworn statement. John told my brother, thanks. This was all my fault. I should have listened and stayed at John's home. John sped his car down the street. Colt shook his head, stared back at me, and said, you have two options until this all clears up, sis. You come home with me to the parents' house, or you stay with John. You cannot be alone. No. I gripped John's new phone like it was a lifeline. My condo would only have locks, not the House of Morgan protection. I stared at John's profile. He kept his eyes on the road so I couldn't see them. I shook my head and turned my attention to my brother. This is idiotic. John tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. My head snapped toward him, and then I met his blue eyes for a moment in the mirror. My house has security that the farm doesn't have. To go back with John made my heart race. I recalled my fear at how close the stranger had come and decided I'd stay without one more complaint until the man was caught. It wouldn't be too long, not with video evidence, I nodded. John's house is free of Mom and her constant negativity. Colt stared at John next to him in the front seat. John nodded back, and then Colt ran his hands through his hair. Mom has good reasons for not trusting the Morgans. She tried to call you. I reached for my phone and unblocked my mother's telephone number. As my fingers clicked, my mind did the same. Whatever happened to fuel my mother's opinion of the Morgans, my brother knew. John didn't have a clue how much my mother despised his family. I pressed my lips together as John told Colt, you were the quarterback the year I was running back. Remember? Football seemed to be John's argument that Colt could leave me with him. My mind prepared an argument for when that didn't work. Then my brother shrugged. Which is why I can let my sister stay with you. I don't think you're like your brother or father. How did football translate into trust? I blinked, but kept my silence. And John said, Alice, you didn't have to leave alone this morning. Yes, I did. Though it hadn't worked out in my favor, I'd had to reach out for my independence. If I'd stayed in his bed, I would have turned into a needy sex slave who begged for another moment of John's time. Not how I envisioned myself. I lifted my chin. I'll stay for a few more days. A few days I could handle. I dropped the phones on the seat beside me like they were heavy bricks. John stopped at a light. Colt, want to stay for dinner then? John seemed relieved as the light turned green and he accelerated the car. He had to know how he affected me. All my life I'd had this overreaching crush on him that never wavered. My brother's brown eyes met mine. He nodded. Yeah, John, we should catch up. Strange. They drove back into the driveway of John's house where cameras waited outside. I kept my head down until the garage door closed. Despite the walls, I rushed inside with both men on either end of me. Once inside, I rushed to pick up the flowers that John and I knocked down last night with the stand before my brother saw it. A minute later, he walked in with John and I squared my shoulders. Colt nodded at me and said, Text Mom, you're here and you're safe. My mind went blank. Mom? Colt again met John's gaze, then he turned to me. Yeah. Again, I was hit with a jolt. Colt knew something I didn't about our mother. John asked, anybody want something to drink? Water, coffee, soda? I took off my shoes and left them at the front door. Colt walked in like he'd been here all morning. He slapped John on the back and smiled. Iced tea. Me too, I said. John went toward the kitchen, so I tapped my brother on the arm. I'd asked my questions before John came back. Come on, Colt, let's go to the living room and sit down. He followed me. The sun shone bright in the window that faced the bay. I took a step toward the clear glass, but then my brother blocked the sun. Now you can tell me why you left here without John's listening in. My face heated. No, I'd not tell him that. I wanted my independence. I've lived with Mom and Dad for a while, and Mom always drives me crazy. I asked why you left John's side, not Mom's. Adrenaline rushed in my veins. I like him. He shrugged his shoulders like I was the one that needed to see reason. That's not a reason to put yourself in danger. The birds chirped out the window as palm trees rustled in the breeze. I hugged my waist. I'd steer this conversation now. Yeah, it is. You know our mother hates his family. Instead of looking at me, he turned toward the blue waves outside the window. She doesn't hate John. She doesn't know him. I don't even hate John. I stood next to my brother, staring up at his profile. Even you should hate the others? His face turned red. Let's not talk about me. What's going on with you? I'm angry she disowned me. Again. I took a step backwards. In the background, John put on some music. She's been like that all our lives. Don't let her get to you. Easier said than done. I tucked my hair behind my ear. I was supposed to move into my condo. Colt crossed his arms. Why didn't you discuss it with your boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend. That just blurted out as a defense. I wished I could take the words back. My feelings for John were too complicated. He's not? So I should go in there and beat him? I grabbed my brother's arm with both hands. No. Colt called out over the music. John, would you date my sister? John walked inside with 3 glasses of iced tea and placed them on the table next to him. Yes, I already said I'd marry her. The last time you said that it didn't end well. Again, he told the same lie to my family. Everyone was liable to believe it. I shook my head. This was ridiculous. Colt, stay out of my life. Wait, don't you have to get back to Clara? You want me to leave so you can talk to your guy? Stop it, Colt. Sorry, I can't stay for dinner, John, Colt said. My entire body heated. I pushed my brother to the door. He stalled and dug his heels in. If you want this guy, then go for it, sis. Don't let what Mom says get in your head. No answers on what charged up my mother against John in the first place. I'd ask later. It was more important to get Colt out the door before he had it in his head to speak to Mom about wedding planning. Thank you. He stalled again. Perhaps talking to Colt was a bad idea. He placed his hands in his pockets. For what? The Marines had transformed my brother into someone nicer, but he was still my family. I nodded. For support, no matter what I choose. Colt glared at John, who stayed quiet throughout all this. You're my sister. I'll kill him for you if I have to. Colt then kissed my forehead. Too much discussion about death. Everyone's heads stayed attached to their bodies in my mind, and no bullet would graze any of them. Personally, I like John's head on his body. We do have to talk about something else. John ducked out of the room, scratching the back of his head. What? I lowered my voice. Peter Morgan wants to end our contract. Colt's gaze turned to ice. He reminded me of our mother as he said, then let's find new buyers. It's one of the things I wanted to work on at my condo, away from distractions. Close your bedroom door and use the computer. Colt crossed his arms. You think John will stop you from working? John's footsteps echoed behind me. My body tensed. No. I had already prepared this. Wish you could stay. John came in with a cheese tray. As neither of us were speaking, he asked, "What's going on?" My brother shrugged. "We're talking business. Alice just told me that your brother canceled the contract." I took the tray from John and set it next to the iced teas as he said, "I'll buy all your products and get them into stores." I waved my arms in front of the men. No one would shake on that offer. You don't have the business to do that. You're not Peter. John's expression steeled. I hope I'm not. Then don't try to throw money at us like we're desperate. We'll find a buyer. I know what I'm doing, and my family will not take charity. My voice was sharp and left no room for argument. John took a step back, his expression confused as he tried to understand me. He nodded but countered, "Can I approach this again if I have a business plan you approve of?" If I said no, I'd sound like a harpy. I rubbed my arms. Sure. John's smile dazzled the room. Perfect. It gives me a reason to get to know the farm better. Did Colt get you to say why you left? This was not going to happen. I stood between the men and crossed my arms. We should talk alone. Then I turned and gave my brother a slight nudge toward the door. That's my sister's way of telling me to leave. I'll go home to Clara. Do we still have that patrol car around the farm? Absolutely. John nodded. Stay safe, sis. Colt opened the door to slip out. From the window, I blinked and saw a black car across the street from John's house. John's gaze must have followed mine as he pulled me inside and locked the side door. Those are Morgan men. Don't worry. Good. His family intended to save me. I sucked in my cheeks and walked away. John followed me without another word. In the living room, I slumped on the couch. He sat next to me. What's up? Why did you run this morning? My heartbeat grew loud in my ears as I said, I have wanted to be independent for years, John. My hand shook, but I hid it to my side for him not to see. He scooted closer to me. I played with my necklace as my heart raced. He then said, Last night we ended up in bed. Did I disappoint you somehow? All I could do was blink. That was definitely not it. I reached out and brushed his arm. Absolutely not. It was the best night of my life. He nodded. Mine too. Then what? His too. My head became dizzy as I stared back at him. I can't be one of those girls who forgets everything they are supposed to do because my childhood crush finally noticed me. The light in his eyes dimmed as if my words might have hurt him. He asked, What are you saying then? The last thing I wanted to do was hurt him. John was like the sunshine that fed the plants at my farm. My mouth went dry. That I want to take things slow. He shrugged. You could have told me that this morning. The right words did not bubble forth. If I apologized and said I'd stay forever, then I'd be a fool. I rubbed my arms and changed the topic. I intended to talk to you. I didn't know you would get some threat against me. I told you someone threatened you before. My lips were dry. I swallowed the entire glass of iced tea, but it didn't help. Nothing had happened since I moved in. You never gave me any updates. I assumed it was a misunderstanding. He reached for his tea as I placed my glass down and our hands touched. Instead of pulling back, he laced his fingers through mine. As soon as I find out who it is that is threatening you, then we can go as slow as you like. The hum in my veins begged for him. John, if I'm going to stay here, then we're going to have to be honest. His voice lowered. What do you want to know? I tugged my fingers back. If they touched, I'd be all over him within minutes. What is it about me now that was missing before? Nothing. I was just young and foolish, which made me blind. The boom in my soul woke me up, though I listened to the ache in my chest. So this isn't about sticking it to your father, even though he is dead? No. That one word held so much depth that I didn't know if he was sincere or if I overread the strong negative reaction. I lowered my gaze. He didn't like me. I am not him. I straightened out a wrinkle in my jeans. Have you let go of his shadow? Seems to me you made your life choices because of him. On a hunch, I gazed at him. The light was gone, and in its place was a riot of emotions. That's really deep, Alice. Let me sort that out. Had I pushed too far? Overthinking never helped anything grow. Taking my own advice, I decided it was time for levity. Safe at the house meant no outside forces would get me. The only issue was how I was falling for John Morgan. I stood up and smiled. Deal. Now what are we having for dinner? I'm getting hungry. John rose after me, and we walked into the kitchen together. I fell behind to memorize his strong, broad shoulders and his squeezable butt. Last night, my hands had raked all over him. Tonight, I'd hold back. Last night, I realized how much I loved him. Now I was tied to him, but he couldn't know how deeply. Chapter 25. With a flutter in my belly, I sautéed the vegetables as John finished with the chicken in the frying pan. The flutter had everything to do with the man next to me. He added a few spices to his dish. I decided to test John's fortitude and reached for the pepper, adding it to the vegetables. My brother and father said that real men handled spices. Pepper wasn't much, but I was curious. After our conversation on the couch, I decided that everything would be all right if we did end up dating. John walked away from the meat and set the table. I found a bowl and added my vegetables. Then I opened the refrigerator and grabbed the bag with the rolls together. The accent wall that separated the kitchen and dining room was yellow. If I lived here full time, I'd suggest something brighter. In Miami, bland was not part of the decor. I smiled as we passed each other. Our partnership had the table set in no time. My father never helped my mother in the kitchen, but then he was in the fields until Ellie called him. John's brow shot up. With a wink, I continued to smile. He grabbed the rest of our dinner and called behind me, "What has made you so happy?" First, I put the food on the table and then placed my hand on my hip. "You." He took a step backwards. "Me?" Lighthearted, I felt as if I were floating as I rearranged the dishes and then sat down. "Yeah." "I thought you wanted to be free of me." As he sat, I scooted my chair closer so our knees brushed. "No, I said I wanted to go slow. There is a huge difference." The color of his eyes darkened. "Explain how you see us then." Fireworks exploded inside me. "You want an us?" As his hand fell onto my thigh, my body melted. "Yes," he answered. Every cell in my body woke up. I needed a kiss. I wanted to hear that, I guess. As my eyes closed, my heartbeat grew loud in my ears. I opened my lips, and then his met mine. The embers of last night burned hot inside me, and I ached for more. My hands wrapped around his back, feeling the muscles underneath his clothes. An alarm rang loudly in the air. John jumped out of his seat, and my body felt shaken from his sudden departure. "Go to your room and lock the door." My eyes scanned the areas, my heart thrashed in my ears. My voice was fast and shaky. "You said this house was safe." John walked out of the dining room and assessed the front door. I ran behind him. "The police will be here and Morgan Security is on the way," he said. "I need my gun." Of course he had one. The FBI didn't let agents not carry. Then, as if he was walking toward a battlefield, he turned and headed toward the living area. Nothing seemed out of place except for the blare of the alarm. My limbs trembled as I followed him down the hall. John pointed to my room. "Go inside. Lock the door." I looked behind me, but no one was there. My hands were clammy, and I tried to stop shaking to tell him, "No, I'm staying right beside you." He kept his pace toward his room. "You're impossible to protect." My chin trembled, and every step we took echoed in my head. "Likewise, John. If this guy wants to hurt me to get to you, then he'll target you. I can't let that happen." Glass shattered behind us. John pushed me in front of him and then turned around in the hall. "Get to my bedroom so we can get my gun." A whimper escaped my mouth, but I turned around and went for his room. He needed his weapon. I swung open the door, and John rushed us both inside and then headed right for the dresser drawer. The second he stepped away from me, a coldness entered me. He grabbed a key from his pocket and unlocked a drawer. More glass shattered. I said in a low voice, "They have to be inside now. Hurry!" The clip of the gun made a snapping noise as he put everything together. John rushed back into the hall. With tight shoulders, I followed behind him. I grabbed his hip so I'd at least touch him. "If you won't lock the door and stay here, then stay behind my shoulder." With my elbows pressed to my sides, I ducked back. "What are you going to do?" "If someone is in my house here to hurt you, then he's a dead man." The image of how John held me to protect me from the bullet and how safe I felt in his arms replayed in my mind. I swallowed. Nothing stirred from the living room. Sirens echoed in the air as the police arrived. My stomach had rocks in it still, but I managed to breathe. A moment later, the house was flooded with lights. I rubbed my arms as John walked us toward the front door. The tingling in my chest stirred, but then he let in security to check every dark corner. My thoughts were scrambled. I crossed my hands until I saw Officer Rafe Solis and John together near the front door. Rafe said, "You two didn't let me finish my dinner." A nervous laugh escaped my lips, but then I swallowed. "We're sorry, Rafe." My vision blurred, and the truth was I wasn't focused on anything other than my heartbeat. Officer Solis said, "At least you're safe, Alice, and we'll keep you that way." Without another word, I scooted closer to John. Closeness helped rally my spirits, and I could see sharply again. A security guard came out of the garage and announced, "The window was broken, but it's not large enough for a man to get through." I shook my head. No, the goosebumps over my body weren't for nothing. There had been danger. I called out, "What about a woman?" Without thinking, I reached out and took John's hand. Heat traveled up my body as he asked, "What?" I turned back to the officer. My suggestion wasn't out of left field. Women can be assassins or trained killers. Officer Rafe nodded his head. "We'll search the house to be sure." Like the royal son, John lifted his head and the security guard reported, "I've called in a team to fix the window. They should be arriving soon." My breathing returned to normal and my body temperature regulated. "The House of Morgan has everyone on speed dial?" He pressed his palm toward mine and the skin-to-skin contract sent me an electric pulse. "Yeah, Alice, I need you to be safe." Another round of adrenaline hit me, but for an entirely new reason. My body trembled. "Why?" My knees knocked together as he said, "You talk about homes and families like everyone should have one. I like it and hope to hear more about these things." "Talk about the perfect answer." I sighed. If we were alone, I'd throw myself at him. And Officer Solis interrupted my thoughts as he said to me, "That's a big admission coming from this guy, Alice. Between the Morgans and the Gonzalez family, everyone else at school seemed to have normal lives." A bark of a laugh escaped my lips. Jennifer's home life never crossed my mind. I had never tried to spend time with her or think about her. We all have difficulties in our families. My mom and I disagree, but despite her parting words, I know she cares about me. John shook his head. "At least you have a relationship where you can fight with her. She knows you're there, right in front of her." Rafe turned red, clearly thinking about his own affairs, and then stepped away from the two of us. "I'm investigating a break-in." He walked toward the garage, and now we were alone. My heart raced. I reached up and placed my hand on John's chin. He gazed into my eyes. With everyone around, I'd not beg for a kiss, though I'd like one. I sighed instead. "I don't know how you're so together despite everything." He wrapped his arms around my waist and held me close. Every cell in me woke up and begged for his attention. "I can't let anything happen to you." "That's all you have to say?" His eyes narrowed. What else did you expect?" "Perhaps that he cared about me and might love me. Not that I'd say that." Small pieces of ice went back into my veins. I stepped out of his arms. "Nothing, I guess." John, stiff, stood next to me as the house swarmed with people. And a few seconds later, Rafe came from the garage as security came out of the house. I stayed next to the cheese plate from earlier that made it somehow seem we were there for a dinner party. My heart rate spiked at the thought I might have just been an idiot. Someone might be in my house. I swallowed, but then security spoke first. "No one is here, sir." I released a huge breath, but then a car arrived outside, and a team of security went out to greet the new arrival. I hugged my waist as I waited. John nodded at the security officer without speaking. Who would be outside now? Rafe returned to join us. "I didn't find anything in the garage or attic. I'm going outside to check the grounds." John smiled. "Thanks." The police were supposed to collect fingerprints and clothing molecules to be brought back to a lab. That's what I saw in every cop show as procedure, but Rafe had no evidence bags. I stroked my throat. Then I held my breath as the door opened and two men carrying new panes of glass came in. Afraid, I stepped behind John, who reached behind me and rubbed the base of my spine. "It's okay. They will replace everything." Over his shoulder, I peered at the two new men. "This is crazy." His massage helped calm me. He asked, "Why?" "Nothing on the farm gets fixed this fast when it breaks. Normally we have to patch things up, and then when we have the time we head to the store to buy whatever we need to put everything back together as best we can." His eyes closed while he took in my every word. At least my heart didn't race quite so much. He said, "I've never done that. Sometimes his life seemed so strange." "What about when your bike chain went off the track?" John shrugged. "I never thought about how it was fixed." "John, your world is very weird to me sometimes. Next you'll tell me you've never ordered off the dollar menu." A smile broke out on his face like he dared something exciting. "I was on stakeouts, though I usually had delivery from restaurants I approved of. But I went for fast food once last year. I'm still not a fan." "Once last year" were words that spoke volumes about his life. I shook my head. The glass repairmen were noisy but fast and slammed their car doors before driving away. I jumped but tried to stay calm. Not every noise had to scare me. Whoever broke the window was gone now. There was no evidence of a break-in. Could have been a ball from a kid next door, but I didn't believe that. There had to be a rational explanation. John locked the front door, showed me a number combination to set a new security code, and then let his shoulders slump. I gazed around the empty house. Everyone was gone, and we were alone again. My blood boiled. What if the intruder came back? My mind swirled as I massaged my chest. I walked closer to John and hoped a conversation would stop the fear building. "What happened today?" His eyebrows arched. "And someone tried to break in." The wrong answer. Perhaps I hadn't formed my question right. My body trembled. There had to be another reason, but John spoke to my fear. I swayed on my feet. "And we're staying here?" Without asking, he took my hands. "You saw how security worked. I didn't call anyone, and we had the cops and Morgan security within minutes. Do you have a better place in mind?" Unsure, my mind raced. "No." His presence was like a rock. "Then here is good." If I stayed next to him, I might feel safe. Maybe. I tilted my head. People don't usually want to murder me unless you count Jennifer the one time in high school I went out with Rafe. The spark between us fizzled. You went out with Rafe? I don't remember any of this in school. He sounded jealous, so I quickly reassured him with a squeeze of his fingers. It was one date. We decided we would be friends, so it wasn't a big deal. Jennifer and Rafe were once inseparable, though his younger sister, Carol, was always complaining about her. She works for your brother as his maid. The spark of heat grew again as he smiled. You make light of situations a lot, but I don't remember much of anyone except you. Now was the time to ask. My heart skipped a beat as I hoped for an immediate yes. It's part of my charm. Can I sleep with you tonight? His lips pressed together. Not good. A shiver went up my spine. Worry that I'd ruined everything swept through me. What about taking it slow? I blinked. Just sleep. I steadied my nerves. I won't sleep at all if I'm alone. Why? We'd slept together the night before, which had been amazing. Tonight his arms needed to be around me. I'm scared. The glimmer in his eyes told me he understood. A huge sigh of relief burst free as he squeezed my shoulders and said, Then yes, you can sleep in my bed next to me. I smiled. You're perfect. Thank you is good enough. I shrugged. Tomorrow, I deal with the rest of the world. Now, if only I didn't turn into the sex slave I feared I'd become. At some point, I'd have to prove to myself that I had the gumption to stand on my own 2 feet alone in the world. It just wouldn't be tonight. Chapter 26. My suitcase was in my SUV, which left me with no clothes. To ensure that I didn't turn into my worst nightmare, I found a clean pair of John's sweats and his FBI t-shirt. I'd smell like him, but at least I'd have layers. The last thing I'd do was sleep next to him, naked again. John got out of the shower connected to his bedroom. I feigned interest in the hem of my shirt, but as he came closer, it became harder to miss how solid his muscles were above the towel at his hips. At the moment, I couldn't think or speak. This wasn't good at all. Next, I'd be his slave and do everything in my power to stay. To avoid his gaze, I jumped into bed and hid under the covers. The weight on the bed shifted. He must have sat. Then his hands rubbed my shoulders. Are you tired? The night sky wasn't black yet, but that wasn't a polite answer. I stared at the blanket that covered my face. Not really. Can we talk? If I'd stopped being a child, I prayed he had a shirt on. Those biceps of his made him hard to resist. Okay. Come out from the covers then. Seduction never started with someone acting like I was at the moment. I sat up and then froze. No shirt, and his boxers left his powerful legs exposed. One flex of his muscles, and I'd quiver with excitement. John, I'm scared. A sigh escaped my lips. It was too late to take my foolish behavior back and ask for a repeat of this entire evening. He rubbed my shoulders, and my muscles trembled at his touch. He took away knots that I hadn't known existed in my body. I'll protect you from whoever is out there. We'll get the bad guy soon. Not just that. Words escaped me. I licked my lips and gazed at a drop of water that trickled down his abdomen. I reached for his discarded towel and dried him off so I could avoid eye contact. That being with you, I lose me. He wrapped his hands around mine. I dropped the towel. We sat in silence until I met his concerned gaze. That hurts, he said. I know I've never had a normal family to know what I'm supposed to do in situations, but I promise I do listen. Sympathy shouldn't sway me. John, I've never been on my own, not really. He fixed my hair behind my ear. My cheek moved to keep the physical contact. And that's important to you? With a lift of my chin, I came closer to his lips. Breathless, I turned my face away. Yeah? It's been my plan for the last year on how I'd survive. Independence was my prayer, and now this roller coaster of a situation with you leaves me lost. His fingers brushed against my cheek. It's the opposite for me. Luckily, I was on the bed already because I might have toppled over with how weak my knees became at the look on his face. How? His words were soft. With you, my life feels complete. We can't force that on each other, though. In the end, if you need to walk away, I'll have to respect that. The smell of cedar and pine overwhelmed me. The taste of him watered in my mouth. Every cell in my body ached for his touch. I'm sorry I hurt you. For right now, kiss me. He shifted backwards on the bed. You said earlier, no kissing. I reached over and ran my hand through his hair. His gaze softened as he stared into my eyes. I shifted to be closer to him. I changed my mind. I want to feel every moment with you. He gathered my hands and held them over his heart. With bated breath, I waited for whatever he'd say. His eyebrows rose. Why? The pang in my heart grew. There was no escape. I had to tell him everything. Butterflies soar every time you stroke my body. John, without you, I've been half dead on the inside, and you've woken me up. It scares me, but I want you so bad that I ache. I stroked his neck, then kissed where my hand had touched. A moan of delight rumbled through him. You confuse me. He traced my sides. I kissed his cheek as the fire inside me grew. He had to kiss me again. Don't think, I whispered. Let's just feel. His grip tightened around my waist, and then whatever dam held him back broke. His lips claimed mine, hard and demanding. My body slackened as I leaned into him to give him more room. His fingers caressed my backside. The feel of his hands on me had to be skin to skin. The sweats were unnecessary and a wall. Right now, I needed him. I pulled back from his kiss and lifted my body to throw the sweats and underwear across the room. His hands fell to his sides. Alice, we don't have to. Yes, we do. I need you. I lifted my shirt and then sat on the bed naked and waiting for him. For some reason, he didn't move. I reached between us and threw his towel on the floor. Don't you want me to? Then his strong arms ran up my legs. My body ached with desire on every part of me that his fingers touched. Right now, I needed him inside me. Nothing else mattered. I scooted myself onto his lap and kissed him again. This time, his hands traced my naked back and heat coursed through me everywhere. There might never be another time. The reason people almost killed me twice was because they wanted to hurt John. His life was on the line too, even if he never said it. The future was unsure. Now was all we had. I ran my hands down his back to mirror what he did to me. My mouth tasted the fine wine that his offered. Every part of my soft body was hypersensitive to his strong, hard muscles. As my fingers lowered, I traced the outline of his penis. It was engorged and ready for me already. Without waiting, I lifted myself to guide him inside. He stopped and pulled out. We need protection, Alice. Common sense was lost in the heat of passion. He lifted me up and placed me on the bed as he went to his bureau. A moment later, he had a condom rip the packaging and rolled it on himself. As he rejoined me on the bed, he asked, Are you sure? Don't make me beg, I said huskily and climbed on him. It was better to be a sex kitten than nothing at all. My muscles quivered as he held himself over me. As his lips claimed my breast, another moan came through me. I had to have him. Now, I rolled him backwards on the bed and lifted my hips. With my knees to the sides, I straddled him and led his cock inside my body. If only I could believe that we'd be together forever, because then I'd truly be free. Right now, reckless abandon overtook me. I ached for him. All that mattered was total surrender. The wild throes of riding him released something deep that burst out of me. Chapter 27. Cocooned in John's embrace, I snuggled closer to his warmth. Everything was perfect. A giggle escaped my throat as sunshine poured through the windows. Despite how wild I was last night, this morning I was still myself. The fear of being some crazy sex slave would never happen to me. The discussions my mother had said about orgies at the Morgan house created all that stuff in my head. This bunch of rubbish was instilled at a young age, and I bounced off the bed. So much energy coursed through me. I threw on John's t-shirt and headed to the kitchen to make us breakfast. I hugged my arms as I strolled through the halls. Coffee, bagels, eggs. Something dark caught the corner of my eye as I passed the living room. I stopped and my toes curled against the cold tile. Someone had hung a huge stuffed doll with my face painted on it right outside the big window with red paint slashed across the neck. The urge to throw up hit me hard and fast. I stumbled backwards and cried out. John bolted through the hall and wrapped me into his arms. He cradled my head against his broad chest as tears spilled. He must have looked outside because his embrace became fierce. Don't worry, I'll get that taken down. A sigh escaped my lips. How can I not worry? The smell of cedar and pine wafted in my lungs. My pulse settled. They didn't get in, he said. I pulled back, my body trembling. That's not enough. They were here. They could have seen us. My voice sounded weaker than I felt. He squeezed my hand. Don't think about it. In a twirl, I turned around and pointed toward the effigy. Someone wants me dead. He rubbed his jaw as I hugged myself. It's always about you. It's strange that no one else is threatened. As my leg brushed against the couch, I sucked in my cheeks. That doesn't make me feel better. He tried to offer me a smile, but no dimples appeared on his face. I'm putting the pieces together. Clues were good. I swallowed. I'm nervous. With a curt nod, he walked past me in the hall. Go, take a shower and wash up. I'll get that down and then we'll have a nice normal breakfast. No, this wasn't okay. I took hold of his wrist and he turned toward me. I'm not calm at all. He reached for my shoulder and offered me a gentle squeeze. Can you try? Those blue eyes of his still knocked my socks off. If I had socks, perhaps I spent too much time with my mother. A small fire was set inside me that burned away the frigid air. Okay. He kissed my cheek and my face grew warm. That's my girl. This was how everything started with him years ago. One kiss meant for my cheek had changed my entire life. He led back to his room in the shower. He tried to hide grabbing his phone, and I averted my gaze to let him think he was smooth. With my head held high, I told him, "Don't get hurt if you go outside." He nodded and stepped back. "I'll bring the security guard." "Okay, come right back." The dimples showed on his face this time as he smiled. "I will." His smile made me feel like I had sunshine bursting through my skin, so I smiled back. "We should make a plan over breakfast. I don't want to be stalked." "Fair enough," he agreed. "Security did a lousy job. I'll find out what happened." I went back to my room to grab clothes that he supplied and change. As I walked, I breathed easier. He was right. If I'd gone to my condo or my family farm, I'd probably be dead right now. As I exited my room, freshly showered John called me from the living room. Every footstep felt heavy. His fingers brushed his 5 o'clock shadow as he told me, "I have to go see my brother to ramp up security." My mouth opened, and for a moment no question formed. I'd never understand his family dynamic. "Will he?" "Yeah." At least he didn't spout off some hatred of his brother. I ran my hands through my hair. If he hadn't cut off my contract, I'd have supported Peter the whole time. I shook my head. "Then why can't you just call him?" He handed me his phone with his call log on screen. He's not answering. The mansion of the Morgans had the aura of an ancient, unbreakable fortress. I cleared my throat. "Will it be safe if we go there?" "Yeah." The fast yes strengthened my resolve. I adjusted my blouse and skirt. "Then let's go. I can catch up with your sister there too." A knock reverberated in the air, and both of us turned toward the front door. I grabbed his arm. He massaged my back and then walked away to open the door. A moment later, he called out, "It's Vicky and Jennifer." I traced the bottom of my skirt. I looked presentable, let them in. A moment later, heels clacked on the marble floor, and his sister's voice said, "John, we need to speak to Alice without you." "What's going on?" I asked. The heels came closer to the living room as Vicky answered, "Girl stuff." John stepped in front of his sister, but I saw both women behind him. He reached for me. "Give me 1 minute." As he stood in front of me, he held my hands to his heart. "It's important we go now." Vicky's face had a determined look. It might be nice to solve someone else's problem instead of worry over my own. I glanced at Jennifer, who rolled her eyes. Vicky needed me. I squeezed John's hands. "The house is safe if I stay here and you go?" His eyebrows lifted. "Yeah." With one more look at my friends, I smiled to reassure him that I was strong. "John, go. I'll stay here as long as your sister keeps me company. I will follow every security procedure." His gaze narrowed as he turned to his sister. "Vicky, will you stay with Alice until I get back?" With a salute, Vicky giggled. "My bro is protective now." John stood taller and all the laughter stopped. "Will you?" There was another threat against Alice. Vicky strolled past him. "Of course." John came back to me and took my hand. "Thanks, Alice. I'll be gone for less than an hour." Without thinking, I stood on my tiptoes and kissed him goodbye. The brush of his lips on mine sent energy through me. As I lowered myself back to the ground, John nodded. "See you soon." As soon as the front door locked, Vicky twirled. "That looks serious. What's going on?" My mother's lesson that it's better to not kiss and tell played in my head. This seemed more logical than my earlier fears. I turned toward Jennifer, who was dressed like she was ready for the runway. "Why are you both here? It's early." Vicky practically exploded as she paced with her hands in the air. "Jennifer is planning a huge scene at our house in a few hours. I need help talking her out of it." Jennifer's loud sigh echoed in the air. The woman had taken a video of the man who almost grabbed her the other day and then sent the clip into the police. Not totally evil, I chewed my lip. "Why?" Vicky turned to Jennifer and shook her head. "She thinks Peter is sleeping with someone else." "Wow," I flinched. "I thought they were friends with benefits. That's not exclusive." Jennifer studied her nails. "Don't be rude." I settled my attention on Vicky. "I'm not trying to be rude at all. Where is Peter?" Vicky bit her lip. "At work or at home?" A scoff came from between Jennifer's lips. "Victoria is trying to talk me out of going, but I'm planning the stage perfectly." This sounded sketchy. I crossed my hands. "What are you talking about?" With a toss of her hair, Jennifer was the epitome of a soap star. "I'm setting him up to admit everything." My eyes widened as I saw how Vicky's face lost color. "Admit what?" The laugh that Jennifer uttered sounded bitter. "Some woman was in his bedroom last night." Vicky rubbed the back of her neck, almost exactly like her brother, as she said, "How do you know?" With a click of her heels, all attention went to Jennifer. "It wasn't my perfume I smelled." In defense, Vicky argued, what if it was mine? I'm his sister and I could have spilt something on him. Jennifer crossed her arms but stood with one leg to the side like she was modeling her shoes. No, it was too floral. I'm not stupid, and it was more than that. I could tell Peter had sex and it wasn't with me. I piped into the conversation, so don't call him and find someone else. Jennifer's mouth opened as she studied me. For a split second, I repeated high school and felt that small. That's too easy. No, I'd not turned back into a quivering mess of a teenager. I was an adult now. I lifted my chin as Vicky suggested, let him see you with another guy and walk away. With a sad spark in her eyes, Jennifer leaned closer to me. You're both missing the point. It's fun to smoke a man's entire world. He thinks he can lie? I'll show him he's the one being a fool. My stomach clenched as I asked, how? Jennifer tossed her hair to the side. I already asked Rafe to find out who the girl is. Vicky and I both asked in unison, what? The police should be working on finding my would-be killer, not exploring Jennifer's sorry excuse for a love life. I kept a tight grip on my thoughts and didn't say anything else. Jennifer shrugged. He'll find her. If he did, then he wasn't spending enough time on my case. I squared my shoulders. Did you have proof to give him? Jennifer smiled. I'm sure there is DNA on the sheets. Vicky's voice shook. You took his sheets? Jennifer turned her focus to Vicky. He'll never know. I blinked. Rafe Solis was my friend, but he had mentioned Jennifer in high school too. My breaths were shallow. He wouldn't put Jennifer's nonsense case first when I had a real case, would he? Vicky's jaw clicked. How? Jennifer went into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of iced tea. Then she returned. He has maids, and Caro told me everything. I shook my head. You're crazy. Jennifer turned to me with a pout on her lips. So are you if you don't shore up whatever is going on with you and John? I went and found myself a cold drink. The delay mixed with ice helped me focus my thoughts. I returned and nodded. You might be right. Would you like iced tea? Vicky then bounced to her feet, and I glanced at her as she excitedly asked, what? Iced tea? No, thanks. The lump in my throat formed, and I had to cough to get it out. I had my mother in my head, and I was so scared of falling apart that I was willing to run away. Once whatever the threat is goes away, I'm going to see if there is a future, and if John wants one, with me. Vicky hugged me. Good for you. I shook my head and gazed back at the window. Someone was spying on us last night. Jennifer laughed. Don't tell me you're worried someone videotaped you to put it online. Ew! I clutched my stomach. No. Does that happen? The answer was an obvious yes, but not something that had ever crossed my mind. Jennifer said, yeah, but don't worry about it. I'm sure John will find out who was there. Not once had Jennifer ever talked badly about John. It was strange. Perhaps that was the closest Jennifer came to an approval of any relationship. I turned back to the window and shook my head. I'm so sick of waiting, scared. There has to be a faster way. Smiling happy, Vicky said, patience is a virtue. The beat of my heart was steady at the moment, and if I thought about this morning's message, I'd drive myself crazy. Wait, let's change the topic. Jennifer narrowed her gaze. To what? I crossed my arms. To where you have been, Vicky. You never explained. Vicky took a step backwards like she'd leave if that was an option. I was in Europe. I shrugged my shoulders. You let us all think you died. With her eyes closed, Vicky took deep breaths. Part of me did die. I couldn't live in my own skin. Jennifer stayed absolutely still and her voice became quieter. What does that mean? Vicky clutched her stomach, and I wondered if there was a baby involved. The will reading replayed in my mind as Vicky said, my father stole something more precious to me than my own life, and there is nothing I can do to get it back. If my best friend had been pregnant, I'd have known about it. I let the thought go, dropped my hands to my sides, and spoke in a soft voice. That sounds horrible. What was it? I can't talk about it. Vicky rocked on her feet. Not yet anyhow. So I'm focusing on my family, love that exists between people, and my shop, which will become my fashion empire. You'll have to be my first customer, Alice, for a wedding dress. It was my turn to step backwards. I'm not getting married. With a smile on her face, Vicky asked, want me to discuss that with John? No. The front door opened, and a split second later, John called out, discuss what? Oh, goodness. With my fingers crossed, I prayed he hadn't heard this conversation. Vicky rushed to give her brother a hug as he stepped into the living room. You're back. That was fast. John hugged his sister and then came to my side to give me a kiss on my cheek. Peter's not home. I clutched his arm. If he wasn't there, then we wouldn't have extra security. He's not? The clack of heels echoed on the floor as Jennifer hurried to the front door. I have to go. Vicky rushed and hugged us both and then raced out after Jennifer. Together, we followed our guest's footsteps to the front door. John reached out and locked it. I stood up on my tiptoes to be closer to John's face as adrenaline rushed through me. "Did you amp up Morgan's security at least?" John turned back to me with a smile that showed off his sexy dimples. "Yes, we spoke on the phone." The energy inside me couldn't be contained. "Good. John, I don't want to sit here and wait for someone to attack us again."
What do you want to do?
As I pointed to the door, the squeal of Vicky's tires reverberated in the air and my hands shook. "Go out there and wrangle up the intruder in our lives." John nodded. "Let's review the clues together first." "Huh?" He reached out and took my shaking hands in his. Solving a case usually requires going through mounds of paperwork. We have email evidence, the phone message, and the video. We have mounting clues. Help me put the pieces together. I bit my lower lip. This was at last something useful to do. I hugged my waist. "Where do we get started?" He led me back to the rest of the house. "I have my case brief in the bedroom. Let me get it." The charged energy I felt needed direction. In the bedroom, I'd likely get distracted. "Let me put coffee on and I'll meet you in the kitchen." The threat would end soon and there would be nothing that stood in my way. Chapter 28. I sat next to Alice in the kitchen as we studied everything we had. My years in the FBI had taught me how to build a case. The organization of this empowered me. Alice replayed the video that Jennifer took of the man that reached for her again. I glanced toward her and something flashed on the screen. "Go back?" "What?" She handed me her laptop. "Where do you want me to play?" The scene went backwards, but nothing caught my attention other than a man's profile beneath a dark cap. My sister's quick thinking to order Jennifer to take video as she saved Alice showed her intelligence. A knock at the door chilled my blood. I pushed my chair back as I stood. "Wait here." She picked up the piece of paper detailing the first email to read. I walked toward the front door and peered through the hole. My old boss from the FBI stood on the front step. Finally. I ran my hand through my hair and opened the door. "Smith?" With a curled lip, my ex-boss peeked around the foyer and then said, "I'm here for your badge, Morgan." My jaw tightened. "I thought you'd send an agent days ago." Just as I remembered, Smith curled his mouth into his usual sneer. "I wanted to do this myself." With a frown, I let the man walk into the foyer and closed the door behind him. "Any headway on who is after Alice?" "I'm here to review what you have. It won't take long." Smith hated me and didn't care what happened to Alice. I rolled my eyes. "Whatever. Let me get everything." Sweet-sounding Alice's voice penetrated the cold. "Who's at the door?" With clenched teeth, I hoped to avoid niceties and send the man on his way. "Agent Steve Smith, my former boss, from the FBI. He's not staying long." Smith straightened his shoulders. "This is the brunette from the note. I had no idea your tastes were quite so clean and innocent, Morgan." Smith wasn't worth spending another moment with. I told Alice I have to go to my room and get him his badge. Please ignore him. I usually do. With a welcoming expression on her face, Alice reached out to shake Smith's hand. My ex-boss actually broke a smile. "How did you get to be John's boss?" Smith turned his back on me like I wasn't in the room. "Morgan was transferred to my division a few months ago. He had some personal insight on a few cases under investigation." Alice laughed. "Rich people that the Morgans knew, no doubt." Smith's metallic voice grated on my eardrums. "You're very perceptive." My former boss wasn't worthy of being in the same room with Alice. From now on, I'd keep people like him from soiling her hands. I walked past them both to get my badge from the top drawer of my nightstand. Perhaps it was time to claim my last name and my birthright. The door slammed and I closed my eyes. Had Smith forgotten something in his car? I slid open the drawer, picked up my badge and job-issued gun. My personal gun was still locked inside the drawer. For years, I had planned on using the gun to arrest Mitch Morgan and right the world. Now I'd never have that opportunity, but my heart was okay with how things had turned out. Alice kept me grounded in a way I'd never been before. She'd be mine forever once I convinced her my feelings were real. I returned to the hallway. Ice went up my spine the second I entered the foyer. My gut felt like someone sucker punched me and a buzz sounded in my ears. Adrenaline coursed through my veins and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "Hello?" No answer. A sour taste in my mouth grew as my stomach rolled. This wasn't happening. No. With heavy footsteps, I walked back to the front door. Unlocked, it opened wide into the blazing hot sun. All the humidity of the outside stuffed the room with its overpowering presence, but my skin was cold and clammy. Alice was gone. Agent Smith kidnapped my Alice. Chapter 29. I woke up in the back of a car and tried to scream. With a pain in my chest, I clamped down on the impulse. The whimper I made was muffled anyhow. Something was tied across my mouth. Adrenaline spiked through me. There had to be a way out. Despite the dizziness, I lifted my feet and realized they were free. My shoulders were so tight that the pain brought tears to my eyes, but I squirmed anyway. I tried to wiggle my arms, but cold metallic handcuffs kept me locked in place. The noise to my left sounded like I was in a fast-moving car. With my head down, I decided to slowly open my eyes. Leather seats stuck to my skin. This was a small sedan with a window, probably shatterproof glass, that blocked me from the front seat. "You're awake." The male voice of the man in the foyer. He must have been sitting and watching me. My mind raced. I knew his name. The words escaped me until I remembered the words Agent Smith. That was it. I hadn't known he was the agent of death. "Aren't you one of the good guys who work for the FBI? The lines got blurred the day we let people like your boyfriend in." The best weapon I had right now was to humanize myself and keep talking. The car rumbled. Why? He saw justice. The rapid turn of the wheel sent the car in a spin. Black spots formed in my eyes. Then the car came to a complete stop. In a reflex, my head hit the glass and I saw stars. Smith threw open my door and grabbed my hair. I was dizzy, but the place looked familiar. As we walked to an elevator in the parking lot, my heart raced, but I recognized where I was. This was my new condo building. He pressed the button to the top floor as he dragged me along. The building had just been finished yesterday. It was brand new. My mind swirled with information as my stomach tightened. I breathed in, but every inhale was pained. I licked my dry lips and tried to speak. At first, no words came out, but finally I had the courage to continue and said, "Please, let me go. Your boyfriend deserves to be punished." Tears formed in my eyes as the elevator climbed. I backed into the wall as he let me go for the moment and crossed his arms. Revenge isn't justice. Rich boys like him don't know anything about how the real world works. If the doors open, I'd run down the hall to the stairs and make it to the first floor. I held my head up. "So you're punishing him for crossing the lines?" "I intend to make Morgan pay." The beep of the floor echoed inside me, and Smith's grimy hands grabbed me by the neck as I flinched. "What did he do to you?" He breathed and thought he was my equal. Smith dragged me down the hall close to the stairwell. The penthouse apartment was 3 feet at most to salvation. "So you hate him enough to destroy your career?" "Yes." A chill went down me as my chin trembled. "Why would that take over your life?" "You asked too many questions." My limbs shook, but I had to keep it together. "I grew up on a farm where everything we do is grounded and made in an effort to grow the right fruits. What does that have to do with anything? At least I had his attention. Now I'd try to talk my way out of this. On a farm, it takes more work than just planting the seed for the fruit to blossom. You worked hard to be a boss at the FBI. You earned a pension to retire on. You have to have a plan." "I do." Smith opened the door to an unfinished apartment. The wind rattled plastic sheets that were taped onto walls. He stilled for a moment as the door behind us to the apartment creaked shut. I was inside this empty place with no windows. He locked the door behind us, and the image of falling to my death played in my mind. I had to keep talking. It was my only option. "What is it? It can't be better than government security." He grabbed the handcuffs and dragged me to a machine used in construction. He tied my cuffed hands with the rubbery material. "My partner in this intends to leave the country, and if I help her, then I get a one-time settlement that pays for all my expenses the rest of my life." The rubber pressed deeper into my skin than the cuffs, and I cringed as he tied me tight. Then he unhooked the cuffs and stuffed them in his pocket, and without a word, he hit a button on a huge machine, and my hands went into the air. "So if you kill me, then you get to retire right now. That's the plan." Basically. The machine continued to lift me. As my feet rose in the air, I squealed. Then he hit another button. He planned to drop me to my death. My heart raced. I was running out of time. "Are you waiting to trap John too?" "That's plan A. Plan B is to kill you and let him find your dead body." "Okay." He meant to lure John here. There might be time. "I'm not that important to him. He'll get over me in a second." Now that is a lie. The wind outside rattled the plastic wraps. My voice sounded shrill, and I blinked uncontrollably. "It's the truth. He has so many women. I seriously doubt he'd care if I died." With one punch, he knocked the plastic so it flapped outside. The rustling of the wrap sent a chill down my spine. "He said he'd marry you." My limbs shook, but the rubber tie kept me in place. "How would you know he said that? And I don't take that serious, so you shouldn't either." I've never heard him on the phone with another woman saying those words. He didn't say that on the phone. "Are you with him 24 hours a day to know what he says to who?" Of course the FBI had tapped our line. I pleaded with him. "It's a joke. He doesn't truly care." You're the one who's delusional. Now be brave. He hit another button on that machine and I felt myself swing outside. Where are you going? To the spot where we planned your death. It's going to be a long way down. The wind slapped me in the face as I dangled high above the ground. My heart thundered. Plan A requires John to be here, remember? We'll just let you hang until he is. Where are you going? I'm busy. Footsteps echoed in my ears. I swallowed and opened my eyes. There was no escape. I was trapped. It might be better to close my eyes and just let myself die. The rapidness of my heart might be a kinder death than a fall. It had better not be John falling for a trap. The wind knocked the rubber ties that held me and my feet swung. Chapter 30. Alone, I refused to look down as the wind swung me in the air. Hyperventilation hadn't helped my racing pulse. I squeezed my eyes tightly as I prayed. If I was to fall to my death, then it was cruel to hold on to hope. We were on the top floor of my new condo complex. If somehow I lived through this, I'd never step foot in a high-rise again. You think you can get away with stealing my man? My heart hammered in my chest. Jennifer. I swayed, which turned me around in the air. I kept my eyes closed, but I called out, "Help!" Why should I help? Jennifer's voice stopped mid-sentence while my heart thrashed in my ears. Then Jennifer called out, "Alice, is this a joke? What are you doing here?" My throat was so dry, I kept my eyes closed as my head swam. Please get me down. How did you get out the window? This was a cruel torture. Out of all people to save me, I had not expected Jennifer. I was going to fall to my death any minute. My body convulsed. Please, just help me. Hold on, let me figure it out. My limbs tingled. This was my only hope. I swallowed. Hurry. The large industrial sound of a lever screeched in the air and my heart raced. As I swung, I opened my eyes and plastic hit me in the face. I grimaced, but then I saw the apartment floor below. My entire body felt weak. I would survive. I came to confront the girl sleeping with Peter, Jennifer said. Now was not a good time for conversation. My heart thrashed in my ears. I was kidnapped. My feet tiptoed on the floor. Jennifer had saved me. I'd never say another bad thing about her again. Then, without one plea, Jennifer reached above me and tried to untie the rubber. With a grunt, the actress opened her purse and found her keys. I have a pocket knife for the handcuffs. These are not police issued. Give me a second. Nothing made sense. The Spanish telenovelas were filmed in a nice area of town, so Jennifer wouldn't need a knife. Not that I was complaining. With a few strikes, my new best friend freed me. I collapsed to the ground as I tried to compose myself. Tears in my eyes welled as I gripped the floor. Thank you. The girl sleeping with Peter kidnapped you. I didn't see a girl. It was John's boss at the FBI. Jennifer reached out to help me stand. My legs were weak, but I found my balance as Jennifer said, "No wonder Rafe said the government database was giving him trouble." I rubbed my forehead. He told you that. Jennifer held onto my arm as I stumbled closer to the door and the elevator. We had to get out of here in case Smith or his mysterious benefactress returned. I was in his office demanding a name on that DNA. Adrenaline pumped in my veins. Is Officer Solis here? No, I drove here myself. Jennifer let me go so I could walk on my own 2 feet. A few steps later, I had my strength back. Jennifer, can you drive me to the Morgan mansion? I went to open the door, but Jennifer grabbed my hand. Escachar, the elevator just dinged in the hallway. My hands shook. We can't be here. There is no place to hide. I stared at my feet and then at Jennifer. My gaze returned to my new friend. Take off your heels. What? Heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. We were out of time, and I pointed. Those can be used as weapons. We just have to get to the stairwell. You want me to run without high heels? I closed my eyes and prayed. Yes. As I opened my eyes, Jennifer handed me one shoe and kept the other, stiletto out. I could just slap him. Someone was outside the door. I tensed and whispered, "He's stronger than that." You've never seen me slap a man. Actually, I have. Hit and run to the stairs. This is the plan. The door handle opened. I gathered my energy that surged from the near-death adrenaline rush. Smith stepped into the room. I lifted my hands and then crashed the shoe spike on his head. The heel broke, but he went down. Run! You broke my shoe. I grabbed Jennifer's hand and held tight. Now! Hand in hand, we raced toward the stairwell. As the door closed behind us, I broke the glass on the fire alarm and pulled it. The loud screeching sound pierced through the air. Other people joined us on the steps as we raced downward. My heart hammered in my chest as we made our way outside. Chapter 31. Excessive energy coursed through me as I held my phone. My mind raced as I waited for my security team to pick up on my ring. As I peered out the window, my hands twitched. No one answered. I paced. There should be video footage of my front yard. As my hands shook, I made a fast plan. First, I call the police, then I call DC and report what happened to Smith's superiors. None of this helped me search for Alice, but I had clues. A racing heartbeat echoed in my chest as the phone rang again, but this time I swung open the door and jogged to the car where Morgan's security should be. Nobody was there. Pick up, Rafe. The seconds ticked, and finally Officer Solis answered. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. What's going on? I rocked on my feet and peered inside the black van. Alice was kidnapped out of my house. Something metallic screeched in my ear as Rafe shouted, What? I tapped my finger against the van window. I let Special Agent Stephen Smith into my house to collect my badge. I went to get the badge, and when I came back, they were gone. I'm on my way. I swung open the van door. No one was inside. Security will have a video if I can find them. John, we'll find her. My neck stiffened. This wasn't good. Hurry. If no one was in the security truck, then either Smith went after my people or they were on patrol around the property. No need to panic. I dialed Washington. With my free arm curled around the back of my head, I paced before my front door and waited to be connected to someone. Then I spoke to Smith's boss and repeated the story. No matter what it took, I had to save Alice. My life wasn't as important. A few minutes later, the supervisor told me, We're sending our men to help you now, Mr. Morgan. The FBI and the police were both good at solving crimes, but not for prevention. I swallowed back my thoughts as a police cruiser came into view. Rafe parked and walked from the cruiser, waving toward another patrolman who then sped away. I stared at my Mercedes. If I knew where to go, I'd be there already. I had to figure out where she was taken so I could get her back. As Rafe walked over and stood next to me, I couldn't hide my pain. We have to find Alice. Rafe patted me on the back. I shook my head. Sympathy didn't help her, and that was all that mattered. Security chose that moment to turn the corner from the back of my house. I crossed my arms. These two were supposed to answer their phones if they walked away from the van. Not that it mattered. I called out to them, Where is the video of Smith taking Alice? Both men stood straight like they were new cadets in the Marines. One said, We sent it in, sir. I walked in front of them like a drill sergeant. You did what? The boy shook in his boots as he repeated his training. We saw the entire thing, sir, including the black sedan take off from your driveway. Ron caught everything on video, and all digital files save automatically at Morgan Security Headquarters. From there, they disseminate the information. The information rang in my head as truth. I backed up and stared at Rafe and then back to the men. Give me the number immediately to whoever is on staff. Headquarters are still in the same place? On the estate, sir? At Peter's house? Yes. Clarification always helped. I pointed Rafe to my driveway. We'd take my Mercedes. I then told the security detail, call it into the police department too. We need to give Rafe the video, the license plate. Yes, sir. Rafe held up one finger. Did either of you write the plate down? Yes, sir. As I paced, I cleared my head. Hotheads cause trouble, and that was the last thing Alice needed. Then get me everything you have. The security guard nodded. Immediately. I shook my head. Rafe told me. We'll find her. Hurting her is meant to hurt you. We should still have time. I puffed my chest out and accepted that fear had clouded my judgment. Now it was time to study the information and find her as fast as we were able. The case I worked has never been about someone I care for before. Let me handle the police work. I thought Rafe would have been a decent partner back in the FBI. That life was over now as long as I found Alice alive. A moment later, I had an APB out for the black Chrysler sedan with license plate X23NK9. Rafe turned back to me. We're doing everything we can. With a curt nod, there was no more argument. I want to go to my brother's house and watch the video. Okay, but I'll have to take it once we're done there. The police needed the evidence to arrest Smith. Video was enough to convict usually, as it makes denial an impossible defense. The car ride to Castle Morgan went fast, and I barged in the front door without knocking. Victoria came rushing downstairs in high heels and a sundress. If my sister was alive, then miracles were possible. I needed another one. I walked straight past her and toward the main security hub. John, what's going on? No time, Vicky. Her heels clanked on the marble floors as she chased me. Is it Alice? I want to help. If I had time, I'd catch her up. Right now, every second mattered. We're here for the video. Security stood up as we all rushed into the room. I walked right to the computer and hit the button to bring up the timestamp at my house. My sister tugged on my chair. What video? Rafe took her hand in his and told her, Alice has been kidnapped. Vicky jumped back and her eyes widened. What? I'm getting Peter. We're helping. With the click-clack of her heels, she threw open the door and charged down the hall. I found the car and watched how Smith threw Alice into his car like a rag doll. My fist clenched. I'd kill him the second I saw him. Vicky must have thrown open the master bedroom on the first floor because a woman screamed. Time froze. I gulped as recognition dawned. I had heard that scream before. I left Rafe with security and followed in Vicky's footsteps. A moment later, I planted my feet apart and pushed up my sleeves as I stared at the brunette. With a clenched jaw, I turned my gaze to Peter, who threw on a t-shirt. Frank Hudson's daughter? Peter tilted his head and stared hard at me and Vicky. The cluelessness in his expression told me he was innocent. Peter rolled his shirt down to cover his underwear. Yes, John, she's Serena. We met her. I turned my attention back to the brunette as she stood with her arms crossed beneath her bra. Serena held her head high, challenging me. You were there when I arrested your father. Her jaw clenched and her words held her arrogance. I am surprised you noticed. Pressing my lips together, my gut told me this girl knew exactly what happened to Alice and how to get her back. Why are you here? Serena raised her eyebrows and didn't move. Excuse me, what? Vicky tugged on my arm as she stood next to me. She's clearly just had sex with Peter. Everyone would understand in a moment. With my shoulders back, I stepped into the room. Why Peter? Why Miami? Why now? You sent the threats. Serena tilted her head and laughed. I what? That was all I needed to know. She was guilty. Every cell in my body told me to ensure this girl never saw life without prison bars in front of her. If Alice is dead, then you have no idea the pain I will cause in your life. She threw her arms on her hips in righteous anger. You stormed into my house, arrested my father, destroyed my family because you hated your own. So, yes, I will destroy yours. Walking into the bedroom, Rafe knocked on the open door. I have an APB report. We found the car. Serena shook her head and stared at him with furious eyes. Your girlfriend will be dead by the time you get there. Rafe stepped in front of me and asked, Have you heard her already? Serena stared past Rafe and her brown eyes held the fire of hatred. She narrowed her gaze like she could kill him with one look. Define hurt. A few more needles in this conversation would make her confess, just like her father and most criminals had once they'd been arrested. I don't have time for games. Where is Alice? Serena smiled like she had exciting news to share. She's gone. She's dead by now. Get over it. Vicky sobbed, and as I couldn't comfort her, she ran to Peter, who massaged her shoulders as she called out, Why would you hurt Alice? Serena scowled at Peter and Vicky like they'd done something that she hadn't planned. My muscles tightened in case I had to defend my family. Then Serena turned her full hatred back to me. John Morgan doesn't get to play God with our lives and then roam free. I took from him what he took from me, all sense of home and family. Peter hugged Vicky and said, You're wrong. Serena turned toward him and the air around her chilled me. Excuse me. Peter and Vicky held hands as they walked to me. Vicky reached out and took my hand as Peter said, John, Vicky and I might not be much of a family, but we're the Morgans. If Rafe doesn't arrest you, I'm sure I'll find justice for you. All this talk of family was a bit much. I let go of Vicky's hand. Vicky then commanded in a strong, determined voice, Peter, put some pants on and grab your keys. We have to help John find Alice. Rafe stepped forward and threw the handcuffs on Serena. Smith remained out there and he had Alice. Right now, that was all I needed to focus on. I'd save her. I had to. With fast, sure steps, I walked toward the door. If Serena bankrolled the crime, Smith was about to implement his exit strategy to get out. I had to outthink him. Fast! The footsteps behind me sounded like everyone intended to come along for the ride, but I couldn't wait. Nothing could slow me down. Then someone banged on the door. I reached for my gun as security shouted, They're clear! Smith had been clear too. Neither Rafe nor I moved, and Peter pushed Vicky behind him as security buzzed whoever was outside in. First, Jennifer walked in. Rafe lowered his gun, but my skin stayed hypersensitive and alert. A moment later, Alice pushed her way inside. Rafe dragged Serena outside as I locked my gun in place. My skin tingled and my thoughts didn't make any connections. Jennifer stopped, crossed her arms, and clicked her heel like she intended a huge fight. Who's this? Alice's blue eyes were moist and wet. I rushed past Jennifer, who stalked toward my brother. Then Alice threw her arms around my neck. If the heavens knew how to set a man's soul ablaze from one touch, then they blessed her with the skill. She hugged me and life surged back into my spine. With her face nuzzled in my chest, she asked, Is this over now? Her hair was like silk as I ran my rough fingers through it to cradle her head. Yes. Without letting go of my neck, she trembled. Can we go home? I want to talk to you alone. Smith was still out there. Officer Rafe Solis had his APB and location. I decided to trust the police and turned all my attention toward Alice. I massaged her back. Of course. She let go of my neck, but took my hand as she dragged me toward the door. It was clear she didn't want to be in the Morgan mansion. Alone, I could tell her that All was right with the world now that we were together again. Chapter 32. My heart hammered in my chest. I tugged John's arm. I couldn't wait to tell him. I turned to the huge house in the green trees that created the illusion of shade. It was fitting we were here. I turned him into the garden next to the driveway as I wasn't ready to drive to John's house. We walked toward the gazebo. The sun shined down and birds chirped in the air. I held onto his arm. I didn't want an audience to hear me. He rubbed my hand and nodded. It's fine. We'll go home soon. I closed my eyes. This was it. I took a deep breath and everything else around us faded away. As I opened my eyes, he had an ethereal glow around him. John, I'm so in love with you. Deep dimples appeared on his cheeks. My heart raced as he cleared his throat. Then he leaned his forehead on mine. Good, because I love you too. My stomach fluttered. You do? His hands clasped my waist and an electrical jolt rushed through me. Yes, and I've tried to tell you for weeks, but you won't listen. I laughed. What? He kissed my nose and then went down on one knee. My heart fluttered as I stared at him. I want to ask you a question. My hand covered my mouth. What? As he reached into his pocket, his face went white, then he bolted upright. Wait right here, don't move. A smile grew across my face. Okay, my love. His mouth brushed against mine. I tried to hold him close, but he'd stepped back. I laughed as he ran toward his car. A moment later, he slammed the car door shut and ran back toward me. Then he went down on one knee and held out a jewelry box. It's been in my jacket. That whole weak knee moment was real. My eyes watered. John opened the box and revealed a diamond larger than I'd ever seen. Will you marry me, Alice? I jumped up in the air, pulling him with me so I could wrap my arms around his shoulders. Yes, of course. With a huge grin, he slipped the ring on my finger and a sigh escaped my lips as I stared at my hand, resting and sparkling on his shoulder. John, we're doing this. Really? And he hugged me. Even if your mother disapproves? I would rather spend my life with you than have a life without you. Out of the blue, my phone rang. I reached into my back pocket to silence it, but I saw it was my mom. She's right on time. John held me in his arms as I answered. Sweetheart, stay safe. My mother's voice was so high that it took a second to understand. I stepped back and covered my mouth. My gaze stayed on John, though his eyes narrowed. I asked, What? Give me the phone. The man that tied me up and left me to die. Smith. I recognized his voice. I fumbled to get the phone on speaker. Now that John could hear, I screamed, Who was that? John motioned with his finger for me to stay quiet as he used his cell phone to text someone. I was so dizzy that I couldn't form a sentence. And then Smith caused both of us to freeze as he said, Alice, your mom is coming with me as insurance that I get to the airport. The front door of the main house opened, and the police, Victoria, Peter, and Jennifer followed. Where is my dad? Smith's inhale reverberated in the air with a ring. You have a dad that lives here? Colt and Clara were also there, unless he went to the beach condo. I held my tongue, not wanting to give away my family to Smith. Officer Solis and the others stayed behind me, though it was obvious that they rushed around to do something. My stomach clenched and my vision blurred. I closed my eyes and rocked on my feet. At any moment my father might walk in, and then this would get so much worse. My dad had a heart issue. Oh, God. John texted Colt. I grabbed his arm to keep him next to me as I saw the name on my screen. With my hand shaking, I begged into the phone, Please leave my family alone. Smith sighed. I will tell your mom to get in the car. No, this was wrong. I rubbed my forehead and tried to loosen my tight shoulders. The police arrested Serena. Now is the time for you to run. Then gunshots echoed in the house, black spots danced before my eyes, and my pulse rushed. The phone turned off as Mom screamed. I trembled and the world became black, even as there was a swarm of activity around me. John's arm around my waist was the only warmth I felt as he picked me up and rushed me toward his car. I needed my mom, and in the end, the arguing never mattered. Chapter 33. Palm trees flashed by my car window and I focused on the yellow line of the road. My nerves were raw. I flinched as the yellow line disappeared and the paved road turned rocky. The farm. Strawberries scented the air and my muscles tensed. The police sirens behind us did nothing to help my tension. As John stopped the car in front of my old house, I fought off the image of my parents dead on the floor. They had to be fine. A moment later, my mother ran out of the front door and threw her arms around me. Alice! My mother hugged me hard. Mom. John placed his hand on my lower spine. Are you okay, Mrs. Collins? My mother pulled away, but she kept our hands locked together. Yes, no. Colt has that man tied up in the kitchen. I stayed near John so I could smell his woodsy scent. How is Dad? My mother brushed my hair out of my face. He's grateful you weren't here. I took Clara to our neighbors until this is over. I folded my fingers over my mother's. Good idea. Can we go in? My mother lifted her hand and let the diamond shine in the sunshine. What is this you're wearing? I took my hand away from my mother. Mom, John and I are getting married. My mother's face went white. The man wanted to kill us because of John. Now you're marrying him? I stood next to John and nodded. It's not a question, it's a fact, Mom. Tears formed on my mother's face, but then she reached out and hugged John too. John seemed baffled as he reached one hand around to hug her. Ellie pulled away, but then raised her hand and finger. Fine, John, if you hurt my daughter. John lowered his head. I won't. My mother continued with her finger in the air. Then keep her safe. I pressed my lips together. I'd not scold him more. Mom. Ellie stepped to the side and pointed to the door. Fine. Let's go inside. She then pushed her way between us and took both our arms and looped herself with us. John, where is your family? John held the door for us. Vicky wanted to stay at home in case we needed logistics. Peter is coming now. I tilted my head and tried to see John. Without Jennifer? He nodded. Yeah. Did you want her? I'd find a way to thank Jennifer later, but right now I had everyone I needed. No. More cars parked on the dirt lot by the farmhouse, and John let my mother's arm go. He waited and held the door open for his brother and Officer Solis. A moment later, Peter came through the door with papers in his hands. Solis walked over to Smith. John rubbed my arm, but then followed Solis. His years of FBI training instilled the law in him. Peter went to my parents and handed them a few sheets of paper. Curious as to what made my dad smile, I joined them and heard, "This contract is fair." A noise escaped my throat. Contract? Peter nodded, though he stared at John, who spoke with Colt and Special Agent Smith chained to a chair. We've done business together for a decade, and now that you're marrying my brother, I figured we should ensure both of our sides stay happy. I rubbed my neck. But you said... Peter nodded and turned toward me, away from my parents. I thought you hurt my brother at the funeral. Don't hold that against me. My mother walked away in a huff. I stood next to my father and shook my head. I'm still confused. John's hand on my back sent a warm spark through me. He studied the papers. What's happening? None of this mattered. Now that I was to marry John, my life was perfect. I crossed my fingers and hoped he agreed. Peter just renewed the contract for the farm. My father folded the papers. This looks excellent, but we'll have to talk it over with Colt. John's eyes held a sparkle, though I saw both surprise and confusion. I used my thumbs to massage my wrist as he said, That's amazing. Everything worked out. My stomach hardened for a moment as I reached for John's arm. John, you offered? With those dimples back on his cheeks, he gave me a smile. I still need your help with the rest of my life and where I should spend my money. You're not getting off the hook. A huge sigh escaped my mouth. Everyone else blurred in the background as I threw my arms around John. Deal. He hugged me and kept me close. I love you. As I stepped out of his embrace, I took my dad's hand. My mother came back toward us as I had John shake my father's hand. Welcome to our family, Mr. Morgan. I hope you grow to like family. Peter added, There is always a job at Morgan Enterprises for my brother. John nodded his acknowledgement and shook my father's hand. Alice gets her eye color from you. My father placed his hand on my mother's back and kept her close. Yes, she does. John turned toward me and squeezed my hand. Thanks to you, I see what the point of a family is. With time, my mother would accept John. The rest of the world would sort itself out. Chapter 34. A few weeks later, I stared at the stick in the bathroom one more time, my heart hammering against my ribs. Adrenaline pumped through my veins as images of a future with John, a real family, flashed through my mind. I fanned my face, trying to catch my breath before turning on the bedroom light and jumping onto the bed. John stirred, his eyes still heavy with sleep. What time is it? He mumbled. Outside, the first golden rays of the morning sun were just beginning to peek through the curtains. It was barely past 5 a.m. He reached out his arm, wrapping around my waist to pull me back down into the warmth of the covers, clearly not ready to face the day, but this couldn't wait. A giggle escaped my lips as I shook his shoulder. John, wake up. There is something I have to tell you. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and took my trembling hand in his. What is it? Is everything okay? A lightness grew in my chest, expanding until I thought I might burst. I broke into a massive grin. I'm pregnant. John froze, his hand still resting on his head, his mouth dropping open in pure shock. What? I launched myself at him, my arms wrapping tightly around his neck. I said I'm pregnant, I whispered, my voice thick with a mix of fear and sheer exhilaration. He pulled me close, his strong arms encircling me protectively, holding me as if I were the most precious thing in the world. "I can't believe it," he murmured against my ear, his breath warm and steady. He pulled back to beam at me, his eyes shining with a new kind of light. "I'm going to take care of you, both of you. Just relax, okay?" But relaxation was the last thing on my mind. My heart was pounding with joy and a sudden mischievous spark. I leaned in, my lips brushing against his jaw. "I have another idea," I whispered. He let out a slow, lazy yawn that turned into a smile as his lips met mine. The kiss was deep and demanding, full of the promise of our future together. "You're crazy," he growled playfully against my mouth. "No, I'm just happy," I countered. I moved closer, my heart racing as I looked into those dark, hungry eyes. "You know, I read something online," I teased, my voice trailing off into a suggestive whisper. "It said we should stay very connected, and now that I'm pregnant, it's supposed to be good for the baby." John threw his head back and laughed, a deep, throaty sound that echoed through the quiet room. He pulled me closer, his gaze softening with an intensity that made the rest of the world melt away. "Is that so?" He didn't need to say another word. As he leaned in to claim my lips again, the rest of the world faded. The morning sun climbed higher outside, but inside time stood still. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth of our shared joy and the promise of the life we were building, everything was perfect. It wasn't just a happy ending. It was the beginning of our forever. Happily ever after. Author's note. Thank you so much for following Alice and John's journey. If you enjoyed their story, you won't want to miss the next book in the series, Secret Baby. Follow Victoria as she discovers the truth about the child she thought she lost, and watch as Colt Collins, the man her father forbade her from loving, steps up to protect their daughter. Get your copy of Secret Baby now. Explore my new series starting with Cherished. Stay updated. Sign up for my newsletter at victoriapinder.com for new releases and exclusive content.